It is December 15th, 2023, the last normally timed episode of 2023, because the next 2 weeks will be a little bit interesting. I'm still working that out. That's actually something I'm going to think about a little bit tonight. We got a full house here tonight. So first, we're joined by Eric Sanderson Dorr, whose back may disintegrate at any time. Because he's old. And possibly because he's poor. That may come up again later. Brad, good evening. How are you?
Great, thank you.
Listen, I don't know if you saw the podcast. I had a lot of fun with it because he's poor. That really made me happy. It made me so happy.
I've listened to everything, and I knew you were going to take that catchphrase and run with it. I said to Sherry, Carlos is going to use this maybe for the next year.
Maybe.
Because you're poor.
Yeah, because you're poor. Yeah, listen, man, it works. I love it. It's beautiful. It's unintentionally one of my favorite things at the end of the year here. That right there was a late candidate for my favorite little thing in the hobby this year. So for Bobby Burrell in the Garage of Knowledge. Good evening, sir. How are you?
Good. What's happening?
Oh, we'll definitely talk about a couple of things happening. The comments are already going pretty quick, so we'll get into it here. But before we do, Bubbles and Ball Cards, Brandon, good evening.
How you doing, fellas?
It's going well. All right, real quick. Let me read a couple of comments here. I'll get caught up and we'll go from there. I was going to make a beg a bid on a card tonight, but didn't because I'm poor. That's right. That's right, Paul. Paul gets it. Like the Bruins are after be losing to the Devils. Right.
That was bad.
Panzer Army Africa says, well, what? Unplug your computer and plug it back in. That'll fix it. Okay, 9. Panel. What are your thoughts on SCV going after the owner of Burbank Sports Cards? Rob, the card father? I'm for it. I'll explain more later. Pittsburgh, good evening. Good evening to you. Rob is a great dumber. Other than that, there you go. Carlos on Dustin in the comments implying you don't need to do a response video. You actually don't need to do a response video or everything. But the response video I got to do, I pick and choose my spots. That was a fun one. I like that. I was like, all right, I can sink my teeth into this. Let's do that. SCV is, I think it's SCV Sports Cards. You can check it out. I know the Sports Card Radio guys really enjoy his stuff. You can kind of have some fun with it, but take it for what it is and judge it for yourself. But yeah, he decided to feud with Rob. In fairness, Rob from Burbank Cards also, he led with kind of a clickbaity thing. He's like, worst video in the hobby. It's like, have you been watching a lot of videos, sir? There are worse videos. Just because he doesn't like card shops, I've seen worse takes. If you want to debate the points, that's a different conversation. And we'll talk about a card shop here in a minute. I'll get to that here in a second. But I want to finish getting through a couple of these here. Good evening, Jeff. There you go. Some 19-year-old douche with a whiteboard. Actually, he's a good guy. I like the contradictory Mike Petty. I like it. Matt McNeil says, good evening, gentlemen from South Texas. Good evening to you. Spurs Card 21. Good evening, guys. And gentleman Eric. Gentleman space Eric. There you go. Plus tonight. Hello. Hey, all the gang's here, apparently. Matt, what are your thoughts on SCV's anti-card store stance? We'll get back to that. About the big guns tonight, apparently. Did Eric open a Centennial box yet? That's true. Have you?
No, you guys know this, but I've been flat on my back all week because of my back is out. I'm on drugs. I'm high as a kite right now, and I have 2 boxes set aside at work, but I haven't been to work this week.
This is where you have to have them ship it to you attached to a box of crumble cookies.
Wait,
the crumble cookie store is right down the street from the shop too, so it could happen.
Double down.
This is what I'm saying. This is all I'm trying to get
I thought you said the only position you could lay in was literally the fetal position on your left side with your knees to your chest.
I have
not
to lay
flat on your back.
It's a saying. Oh God, I hate you. I have no patience with you tonight. I swear to God. I've been curled up on my right side in the fetal position for an entire week. Okay. I'm in a lot of pain, discomfort, and you people, I said it, you people are going to drive me insane fast.
Bobby, the funny thing is fetal position in a lot of pain. All I heard is Eric watching the Bruins in the playoffs.
Yeah, basically.
It's like you should literally be used to this by now.
I was in the same position last spring.
That's what I'm getting at during the Hindenburg disaster. That's right.
I love it the same after he opens the product.
So at least Mike's got the right ending here. If I knew what the hell it was, and if it was less than $1.50, $1.50 is about what it's worth. Eric thinks he's high as a kite. He's never been high as a kite. Listen, if he's high as a kite, we got to have some conversations. It could be a lot of fun. All right, so real quick, I'm going to backtrack a little bit. I'll do the SCV one quick because that one's easy. So SCV is a YouTuber. I think it's literally SCV Sports Cards. So he's a young guy who has this whiteboard. That's kind of his gimmick there. and you're either going to like it or you're not going to like it because his presentation style is a little bit. I'm trying to figure out how to describe it. It's very deliberate, but at the same time, like he's got some points here and there, and I like that he does the whiteboard thing because then he goes through his points. He makes sure he hits on all his points. But basically, presentation. Here's the thing: you'll either like the presentation style or you won't. There's no in between. You either like it or you won't. And that's basically the way I would put it. So he takes a lot of hardline stances on a lot of it. And a couple of them are he doesn't like card shows and he doesn't like card shops. Some of the reasons he gives are fair enough. For me, it depends on your card shop. So that's kind of how I would play it. And then the other part of it is that Rob, being somebody who owns a card shop, got very upset about it, which was fine. But at the same time, I'm like, why are you upset about it? Who cares? You think he's the only person who doesn't like a card shop just because he made a YouTube video? I'm like, all right, man, cool. Sounds good. I think Rob had no reason to really get that even upset enough about it to make a response video to it. And then his response video to it was very entertaining, but all throughout he's like, I didn't even watch it. I was like, well, if you're gonna then lash back, at least watch the video you're gonna get mad at.
I agree.
Card shops fair.
Card shops suck. They all suck. Run the scroll.
I was about to say, it's like, was that your segue to AMG Collectibles? If you want a card shop that Eric likes almost as much as Hal Gill, AMGcollectibles.ca, friend of the channel, supporting the channel and the podcast, where you can go and find various things like the Bruin Centennial thing. Unfortunately,
not all.
But if you need some Hal Gill,
yeah. How many cases did you?
We'll be talking about that tonight.
You can get 4,000 cases of the Bruin Centennial. Do they arrive yet?
Sorry, did you say that to me? I was daydreaming.
Yeah, you're daydreaming about Centennial box sets and pulling all the Hal Gills. I understand.
Yeah, Brett.
Did your winter kindling show up?
Do you know what? Honestly, we didn't get any, and I don't know.
So you got CFL, but you didn't get the Bruin Centennial.
I don't know how that happened, to tell you the truth, and I'm not sure. Sherry asked me about that, and I said to her, I said, because I did all those pre-orders 6 months ago, and
yeah,
I don't know if I just missed it. Like usually on those open orders, they make you take stuff anyways, but I would have gladly taken some.
Well, I think what happened, Brad, is that you guys were gonna order some of the Bruin Centennial, but you accidentally said more AEW. I think that's what happened. You pushed the button and you got more AEW. Could you give me more? And then they ran out of space.
Yeah,
that's basically what happened with that
one. The AMG crew blames me.
Yeah, there you go. I describe it as pompous. Like I said, to each, I leave it open-ended. I don't really have a strong opinion about it one way or the other. I've watched some of the episodes, and I think he makes a couple of points there. Some people really like it. That's why I say I think for the most part, you're going to either really like it or you're really not going to like it. Kind of depends. He's direct and a dick, for good or bad. There you go.
Is he describing you?
Wow. I lean into that. That's my branding.
Yeah, I'm about to say, you got competition.
It's like, I don't fight it. It's literally what I do. Especially sports world in that era guy, real bottom of the barrel. Facts.
Absolutely. That's the second worst card shop in North America after AMG, because mostly because I worked there, and anybody that would hire me, they got to have something wrong with them.
Yeah. Haven't been to Burbank Card Shop, but I'm 20 minutes away and grew up in the Valley. A friend plays in a club in a band with him. He's a good guy. There you go. Zach said, Eric hates the show so much he gets all jacked up on pain pills just to be here. The problem is, like usual, Eric doesn't do it properly. He doesn't take enough pain pills. The problem, though, is that he's kind of used his life with Eric. It's not about the show itself. It's just life is pain.
I got that right.
See, Bubbles, am I right? Like, it's like really simple. It's like life is pain. It's very straightforward. But yes, so my answer to that is I approve of their feud that I wasn't expecting. I didn't have their feud on my bingo card. But hey, I'm for it. Go for it. Have a good time. Have a good time, you crazy kids. I like it. Good evening to you. And here, one more comment here, and we're caught up. Only watched the one video. A ton of his facts and the whiteboard opinions or something. Well, yeah, 100%. He then uses some to support other circular logic. Like I said, I like that he at least puts it on there. But the thing about it, like anything else, is you make a video. Those are your opinions, and people don't have to agree with you, and you can have a discussion about it. Like I said, it was very weird that those are the two that ended up having a little mini feud with it. It's like, I feel like there was a better use of your time collectively. Rob, aren't you supposed to be running a big old card shop, and don't you have other things to do than to worry about feuding with a random YouTuber? But to each their own, I guess.
Maybe you said it, and I already left my intoxicated brain. But what is his biggest complaint with the Burbank card shop?
Oh, he just doesn't like card shops in general. He just uses Burbank as an example. So it wasn't a direct shot at Burbank. That's the reason why I looked at Rob as the older guy, going like,
Burbank took time out of their day to respond to the silliness.
Correct.
Oh,
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, and it wasn't directed at him. He was an example of a card job.
Oh,
but
it
wasn't focused on him.
I'm gonna make sure I'm high when I do it.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Rob from Burbank, he's supposed to be the older guy. He's supposed to be the adult. It's like, dude, just chill out. Go do something else. You got better things to do. Theoretically, that's
like card shops. They're awesome. You get to go and hang out with the people of the like minds who likes the same things as you, and you sit there and talk cards, and you get. I mean, what an idiot, jackass.
See, I like Eric when he gets on the meds. Gets a little more excited around here. All right, so Brad, let me bring you into this conversation here, because I want to talk about. I did the video last night that I put up on the channel, so I think you got a chance to watch that one, right?
I did.
So that was with our good friend Geoff, everybody's favorite. Okay, so let me lay out kind of the lay of the land, and if you guys get a chance, you can watch the video. I'll leave a link in the description for it. It laid out some of the main points, but I'll do this high level. He did one of his Jeff Wilson Show podcasts where he talks about, different stuff related to, whatever he's interviewing. But in this case, he's talking about his Cards HQ. And the main thing that he was talking about was giving a little bit more background on what the hell he actually meant by the 24/7 streaming thing. So he was trying to give us a little bit more on that, which I was curious about, because breaks is obvious. That makes sense. They've got the breaking areas, breaking booths. All right, I get all that. And then they've got this little amphitheater thing where if people want to do their own breaks and participate in it, fine, great. I get that too. That's simple enough. But then they're talking about this online shopping, like interactive kind of element. And it's like, so what the hell are you talking about? So he starts talking about all this tech and all this investment money that he's putting into it. And then he starts citing examples. He says, well, in China and India, they're doing stuff like this or whatever. I'm like, all right. So at least that's the thing. I go down a quick rabbit hole and I start looking into it a little bit. And I'm like, okay, now I got a better idea of kind of what your vision is. It's kind of almost a QVC, but the online modern version of it. You're seeing a video, a presenter is showing you stuff, explaining stuff, talking through it. But the good ones, and I used Amazon as an example because Amazon has a live thing, but if they do a really good job, it's already set up for you. As you're talking about the thing, right across the bottom of the screen or in the app or whatever, you can literally just click the button and buy the thing, put it in your shopping cart, and as they're talking you into some of these products, you can go straight into it. So I get the idea, but then two things came out of that for me. I use the example of, okay, you're saying 24 hours, cool. That means somebody's got to be there to do it. And I use the example of working graveyard shift at a pharmacy for me, but in retail, it's the same idea. You're there, you're hiring staff who still have to work. They still got to be doing something. So you're hiring them to do that. So you're adding to your expenses. And I'm like, we can already buy 24 hours a day. It's called ebay.com. It's called ComC. It's called, you can place an order, put in your shopping cart, pay for it. Yeah, anywhere you want. And here's the thing. They don't have to be there 24 hours a day. Somebody will get the order in the morning and start fulfilling it for you. They'll pick it off and go and send it to you. So you can still order 24 hours. So my question was, so that's the high level. My question was, do we really need that level of interactivity just to sell individual sports cards? Is that really necessary? Do I need to be upsold if I already know what single I want? Is that extra work necessary to try to sell the product is what I'm trying to ask. So who wants to take first stab at this? I want to kind of open it up. Bobby?
Yeah, traditionally we're talking about selling products here, sundry items. Those are necessities for the most part. Sports cards are not a necessity, so I don't see them going forward in any way with that. I think it's a delusion of grandeur, and maybe he's just going to go down that path. I know that he wants to be the guy who started all of this, that's going to run somewhere, but I really can't see it running too far. I do applaud him for it, but I don't really think I see it going further than, I don't know. I don't even see him in business after a year. So,
wow, he's already got him out of business after a year. I honestly think. It was funny as I wanted to get engaged in the comments.
So much money, right?
No, but here's the thing: you could sublease the space, and he's using part of it for a studio anyway. So realistically, if it's not working, he could literally sublease it, the space, cut it in half, lease the other half to something else, and run the studio out of the other half because he's using it as office space and studio. So if he's not paying lease for that thing, he can use the space for that if he wants to. There's other things you can do with the space.
In his business wise, beyond
sure.
a year. Yeah.
Yeah. So my main conclusion though, and again, this is opinion, but I'll open it up to get some other thoughts on it. I don't think sports cards necessarily need that. Now, if you want to do the QVC style themed show. Let's say you set up something in the midst of your life. So I'll give you a scenario. Set up a special show where you're like, all right, so for this hour, we're going to do some really cool football patches or hockey patches or whatever. I'm just making stuff up. But you give a specific theme where somebody who's really interested in it can tune in at that time. And during this hour, we're going to go through these lots, very much like what QVC and Home Shopping Network used to do, and TSC here in Canada. You've got this themed show where for this hour, you can tune in, you'll see these specific things, and you can run these little mini auctions. Live auctions, I've seen work. If people know what they're looking for and know what to expect when they're tuning in, and enough people are there, then you can get enough eyeballs on it to give it a shot. ComC is doing that through eBay. eBay's got their live. Whatnot has got their live. If you get the right items in the right combination in front of the right audience, sure. But just randomly, oh yeah, 3 a.m. Oh, well, Europe and Asia. Yeah, okay. Europe and Asia doesn't have eBay. Of course, they've got eBay too. I had an order from somebody in the UK last night. We're in 2 different time zones. We're 5 hours apart. Guess what? They were still able to make me an offer. I accepted their offer. They paid me. The package has been put into an envelope. It'll be in the mail tomorrow. 24 hours a day, but I didn't have to be up 24 hours a day in order to take that order. I was able to do it just fine. Brad, I want to get your thoughts on this. You've got a little bit of a different angle on it than us. So you want to chime in here?
Yeah, no, I do. Honestly, my thoughts about Jeff, and I think he's done a lot of good for the hobby. He's put a lot of new eyeballs out there from people that normally wouldn't have been in the space that are in the space now. He does some unique things, but I think it will work. I think if you look at it from this standpoint, that people like being part of a community. Like when we come on this show or we have guys in the chat, or if I'm in the chat and we're talking, it's because it's part of a community and you enjoy that. So when you start having live, like say between 10 o'clock and midnight, it's going to be live basketball cards and they're going to communicate. They'll have a chat. They'll be buying and selling. It's like eBay Live, Fanatics Live. Everyone likes to be part of a community. And if he builds that community up and he has the proper space over time, it's not going to cost him that much extra money to have a few guys to chat between these certain hours to do it. Maybe he has one sale. And as we all know, if you go to an auction, you can have a silent bid or you have a live auction. What always goes for more money? Like if you go to a fundraiser and there's an event, you always get more money when you have someone interacting with the person, talking about it, upselling, etc. I always find that. That's why you have the big items in auctions. So I feel like when you have that community and you have guys talking about it, more guys in the chat, I think you're better off. You're going to sell way more product than just having a live listing on eBay, where someone like me or you that's collecting certain things, yeah, this isn't necessarily for us. But to be part of that community, you can get a little more money for things. You can be more engaged. So I think, again, you never know. He's taking a chance. He's investing a ton of money. I think he has possibility that could work.
I think you're right in a way, but didn't we have Golden try to do that and Whatnot and all these other places that really haven't come to fruition? So at that point, what makes Jeff any much better? Great following and everything like that.
Yeah. But I think his thing, Bobby, I think just because of the whole space, like Carlos touched on it a bit, he's got his studio there. He's going to have his retail shop. He's going to have his breakers. He's going to have low-end cards. He's going to have higher-end cards. He's going to have boxes. He'll have supplies. There's going to be a lot of revenue streams. Some of them aren't going to work, right? But there's going to be a lot of revenue streams coming in from a lot of different angles. And if you some will fail. That's the nature of the beast. But yeah, that's just my personal thoughts on it. I think it's going to be interesting. I think it'll be fun.
Oh, the interesting and fun, I guarantee. The interesting and fun, I guarantee that part. That part, I co-sign on that piece. The key point that I was saying though is that his angle was that he was pitching the idea that this would become a bulk of the revenue, and I'm like, I think you're going to have to at some point pivot. For me, the angle would have been he's got the card shop, he's trying to do the destination thing. Fine, you want to do that. You want to get heavy into breaking? Fair enough. Then make sure you get your sweetheart deal of allocation. Make sure you get that. But if you manage those things, all right, that's a start. I think a robust e-commerce thing is going to be the way to make sure, because here's the thing. Brad is right that a good salesman could get somebody to buy more stuff. But people already kind of do the FOMO thing a little bit. Like my point though, if you're trying to do the 24/7, I'm sorry, the 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. shift, you're not getting the A team. Anybody that's that good at sales can either do it on their own or they're going to be like, yeah, I'm doing the regular time slot, buddy. I'm not going to be there at 3 a.m. trying to do this for you. So, and the whole point is, this isn't somebody online selling it for you remotely. They presumably have to be in the store. So all right, so you send them over to go visit the store and hang out in the middle of the night, and I guess sweep the floors in between customers. Like, I just don't see the value in that necessarily. Whereas I said, we can already do 24 hours. His way he explained it, and that's why I say the podcast was interesting, because he's the one who made the pitch. He's the one who gave the examples. And the way I kind of have to take a little bit of credit away from him is that he goes, it's like, he literally said, why doesn't Macy's do this? And I'm literally like, because it would be stupid for them. It'd be a waste of their money to hire somebody in the middle of the night. There's just not enough sales volume, even potential. How many people are that bored or awake at the random hours who must buy this high-end product at that precise moment that can't already do it?
Right.
They can literally do it right now.
It could be low end too. We don't know.
Well, listen. If I can hire somebody, Brad, to be there at 3 a.m. to make that $10 sale, then goddamn Bubbles, then I need them. You make that $10 sale. I'm paying you more than that per hour, but you make that $10 sale.
So he brought up the thought of Macy's, and the first thing that makes me think of, why doesn't he ask the question? Most Walmarts aren't even 24 hours anymore. Yeah. They were for a good while, but most of them are now 6 or 7 a.m. till I don't know what time at night, but they're not 24 hour anymore. The only way I could potentially see it working is if he's running breaks at night, because there's more moving parts to it. You can extend out an hour with like a case break.
For that, I can buy that. The reason being that case breaks, box breaks, those ones, that's got an audience where that's where the community kicks in. That's where you can get the crowd in the chat. And that's where you can take advantage of the other time zone. Then the Europe and Asia thing comes into play. That would make way more sense for me versus hoping that you can sell some singles. Because remember, he tried to make a big deal of this whole rig that they're trying to. It's like, dude, you want to do breaks 24/7? If you've got enough people and enough inventory, I could buy that. Breaks 24/7 if you get enough, sure.
I think maybe if he did it breaks in the evening and night shift, and then maybe I could see during the day trying to, like Brad was saying, upsell. Imagine if he's in the shop, like has somebody going around the shop showing off showcases or the wax he's got available, or taking orders and have different things available. I don't know, but
that's the way he described it. The way he described it, that would be my expectation when he's talking about having a mobile rig, something that you can cart around. That sounds to me like you're literally going to have somebody wandering around the shop, carting this camera,
taking orders. Like
that would be what I would hope you'd be doing.
Yeah. Just think of this too, though. Like, what if? And I'm not saying this is happening by any means, but maybe Fanatic says to him, "You know what? We like this idea. This is going to market 24 hours. We'll help you out. We're going to throw you an extra 50 cases of NT basketball next year. And there's an extra $150,000, or again, whatever that markup be." And he looks at it,
says, merchandise, and
it's going to cost me. Yeah, maybe we'll give it a whirl for a year. Maybe I blow $150,000 and it doesn't work. And the grand scheme of things, I think with the size of that operation, it's a limited gamble, in my opinion.
Well, there is a little bit to that gamble, though. Like at the moment, that card shop hasn't opened yet. Like he hasn't even started the shop itself for the foot traffic, or we don't know what his e-commerce thing is going to be, because I'm assuming he's going to sell stuff conventionally online as well. That's got to be part of. To your point, if this is supposed to work, he can't rely on one revenue stream. He can't just rely on foot traffic. He can't just rely on boxes. Can't just rely on e-commerce. Theoretically, you should be looking for every single angle, every single avenue, every single platform. Because with all those breaking booths, then that means he's probably not just breaking on one platform. He'd probably be breaking on Whatnot and on this one and on Fanatics Live and on maybe doing them all simultaneously for different products. That would be the idea, is like be in as many places to as many people as possible.
No, that's true. We've talked about that before. It's like if you want to run any retail business, especially a card shop now, you have to have, I think I used the analogy of a butcher shop. If you had a calculator, you got to make money. When you carve that up, you've got to utilize every single bit of it. It's like at AMG, it's like you rely on singles, on before it was grading submissions, it's wax boxes, it's supplies, it's vintage, it's new, it's signed jerseys, it's 10-cent boxes, dollar boxes. Like, you have to utilize everything from a collection that comes through that door in order to make it work. And if you don't, you rely on just one thing, you're gone. You're out of business. Look at sportswear. Like, Eric, like, how many different things do you guys got going on? Like, every day there's some different operation happening.
Yeah. Well, real quick, I'll read this one from Mookie. Right. Jeff is attempting to do everything everywhere all at once, which is what I get out of that. I wish him all the best, but it's going to be super hard. Like I said, I'm trying to be a lot more charitable than most. That's why in my video, the angle I took is, let me just talk through this. If this is what you're pitching to me, if you were pitching this idea to me, these are the things that I would say back to you. I'd say 24-hour already exists. It's called online e-commerce that exists today. People can order stuff. Like, he used Home Depot as an example. It's like, there are associates, so I can actually speak this a little bit. There are overnight associates at Home Depot. There are people literally inside that Home Depot after the day ends. They're stocking shelves. They're cleaning the store. They're redoing, price tickers or whatever's going on, that in order to make sure the store is ready to go in the morning. So during those off hours, they're literally doing that anyway. They have to. That's part of their job. But I use the pharmacy example because my job was to do that, and one of us would have to man the cash. Luckily for us, it wasn't that busy. Like, we didn't have, 50 people walking through every hour. It'd be a couple of transactions per hour. But really, we didn't gain that much revenue by staying open. And we would have been able to focus more directly on our jobs if we had just been literally just doing what we were there to do. Because by the end of the shift, you're always running short on time. You're running around trying to finish the last couple of things to see if you can get there. And it's just adding extra work. There's another comment here that I'll touch on. I just imagine asking the live stream, have any Shaq autos, and some guy running around the store scrambling to show me cards. And that's kind of what would amuse me. Eric, we can make them run around. That'd be great.
They're going to have a cart, aren't they?
I think something like that. Yeah, like a cyber cart with cameras and stuff. It's like, Eric, make them find the Hell Gills. And then, oh, you know what? No, never mind. I want Shaq autographs. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Hold on. I need some Fish Boy cards.
It happens at our store all the time, especially this time of year where people are coming in looking for gifts, and they know they have 3 kids. One kid likes hockey, one kid likes basketball, one other kid likes baseball, and they got a list of names. No idea of what product or whatever, just names of. So my kid likes, Connor McDavid. All right, come over here. We got to walk down this end of the store where the hockey stuff is, and here's your options for that, and here's your price range. Okay. All right, and now I like Mookie Betts. Oh, okay. Well, we got to go over the other side of the store. So, that's what happens when you have a large store and you have a big space. You walk around a lot, and we have multiple rooms. We have stuff in storage, and we have the ability to make a phone call and get something got for you in a short period of time with the connections that we have.
Now, Brad, so being serious, could you imagine though what would happen the first night they try to do an overnight shift? Like, I'm being serious here for a moment. Imagine the first night, and then Bobbles is really bored, and he goes, you know what? I'm just gonna fuck with these guys. He's like, you know what? Show me all your J-Robs. And then he's like, he literally says it from one end of the store to the other end of the store. He's just literally tire kicking. He's like, all right, but what do you got for like $10? After like an hour of making them run around in circles, the guy's about to keel over.
Do you think that they have to be smarter than that to have it set up to where I'm
not assuming anything, sir.
I would have to think that it would be an electronic, like a kiosk that they can pull it up, or the computer monitor or whatever, that they have a inventory system. They just type it in and boom, it brings it all up, and they can scroll through a show.
I am going off of what the man himself has said, is that when he talks about his rig and the whole thing, the idea is to be able to show you the showcases, be able to go and show you. So that does. Otherwise, what's the difference between scans? Like, if you literally just got, like, I used Burbank as an example since people love Burbank so much,
right?
Apparently, if I want to buy a lot of the shit at Burbank, obviously there's stuff in the store that I'm not going to be able to see. However, I can go on eBay, and they've got their eBay store, which has got millions of listings. I can go find whatever, and they've got fancy scanners that they use over there when they process stuff. And those millions of listings have images. They're not the best images necessarily in the world, but most of them are good enough to tell you what the cart is, and you can figure out what you need to know. So that means you can buy a bunch of stuff, add it up in the cart, and then in the morning, somebody goes over, gets all these orders, and starts fulfilling them. They go and start picking because the system has already taken that out of the inventory, and that's how traditional e-commerce is done.
Here's a serious question that somebody does need to ask him, because it's ambitious. But
did you get into Eric's stash?
I live near Blowout, and they have a shop. Okay, they opened the shop because of some issues with Upper Deck. They didn't even want a brick and mortar. They wanted to only do online wax sales. But they're closed on Sundays and Mondays, and the days they're open, they're only open like 10 to 6 or noon to 6 or something like that. What hours do you run AMG, and what hours is your shop open, Eric? Because most shops aren't even, they're barely open 8 hours, let alone 24/7.
Eric?
We open 6 days a week, 9 a.m. to 6, and Sundays we're 9 till 3.
Okay, so you got 9 hours.
Yeah, AMG is open 10 till 6 Monday to Thursday, 10 till 8 p.m. on Friday, and then 10 to 5 p.m. on Saturday, and closed on Sunday.
Is that due to mall hours or something?
No, just time. Yeah.
Okay.
I remember before when I was doing it, I don't think you need to have a day off. Everyone needs
about 8 hours again.
Yeah.
Where the hell is he getting this 24/7 idea from when almost any shop you look at out there is in that probably 6 to 8 hour range, and not even 7 days a week?
Brad,
well, that's the reason why my angle in the video was, look, I'm in my video. If you listen to the video, my tone is not. So the irony, Eric, my videos, when I'm doing my self-recorded videos like those, that's where I'm not only 5% more mature, I'm like 55% more mature. Like, no, I'm actually posing a question. I'm asking, and I'm like, this is my experience. This is what I've dealt with a 24-hour, 7-day a week. I've worked on Christmas Day and New Year's Eve, and I've done 24 hours there, and I've done 24 hours in a call center. I've done 24-hour type of business with those shifts. I know what they're like. I've lived on Japan time. I've done that before. It's not easy, and it's not everybody that can do it. It's not everybody that wants to do it. It's like finding the people that A, are willing to do it, and B, can handle that, because guess what? It messes with you. When the rest of the world's operating effectively in another time zone, and you're walking the street. When you're working, everybody's in bed. When you're sleeping, everybody else is out and about, and the world is going on, and it's daylight, and you're trying to get some sleep. Trust me, that messes with your head and your sense of time. So it's one of those things where trying to find people that will do that, you're not necessarily going to always get the best and brightest. If I'm just being 100% honest with you, you got to have people that are like willing to do that or comfortable with it. But the problem is then you're also trying to then add this business element to it. That's where I'd be kind of curious. Now, Brad, maybe I got to pitch this for Sherry, because now I'm excited about this notion. I think we need Blair after dark. I think we need to leave Blair in the store overnight, and this could be entertainment. This is what I want now.
You can even call it Blair After Dark.
That's literally what I would call it. I would have 100% called it Blair After Dark at AMG. Literally just walk around the store.
Brad, I got a question for you. How long do you run your shows for, the ones that you put on?
9 till 1 p.m.
Why is that?
Doesn't have to be longer. Honestly, for us, it really doesn't. We've tried. We've tried
the question as I wanted to know is, like, there's a certain timeline that, people are engaged, and after that, they're kind of gone.
Yep. No, I agree 100% with you on that. We start at 7 a.m. dealers come in, and then 9 p.m. it's open to public, and we say dealers can stay later if they want, but we say we get everyone to stay till 1 p.m. Some guys are there till 2, 2:30, 3. And then they stop charging admission after 11 p.m. or 11 a.m. If you want to come in after 11, you don't pay anything. So.
I do see his passion, Jeff's passion. It certainly is there. I've seen it in his videos, and I think he wants to be the first one to say that he did this. Be the pioneer of this new wave of commerce that he's trying to create out there. And I hope he's successful. It's a lot to run. It is very difficult. And getting back to what Brad was saying about, people get addicted. I watched the show. Yannick told me to watch this guy, this French Facebook group gets on there, and the guy has a whole bunch of stuff in the background, and then he has an auction that he runs live, and then he waits till 50 people get in there, and then they start auctioning things off. And it was fun to watch for about 20 minutes. After that, it was just like, okay, when you get into something that's interesting, right? So the group is there, but then it started to peter off after a little while, and you can only stay engaged for so long. Is my my answer to that.
Well, this is where I think I'm going to reach out to him, because Mike O, who I've had on the channel before, and who I've chatted with on Scott's, on Big Scott's YouTube channel, he does live auctions pretty regularly now, and he has some success with them. But the key is the audience knows what to expect as far as the type of item. That's why I said about the theme thing. If you want to do a thing where you structure it and you say, hey guys, for the next hour, we're gonna do Boston Bruins cards. So Eric, this is you, buy all the shit. Basically, that's it's directed to a specific audience. You can probably get away with that. But to Bobby's point, though, as a consumer, like the QVC thing and the shop at home, or whatever you want to call it, it works if people just want to sit there and watch it, or if they have interest in a couple of those items, that's fine. But the problem is that format means I got to sit there and wait until you get to the item I actually want to buy. Even if I know that item is coming up, okay, so how many more items until it's the actual thing that I want to buy? And whereas on a lot of these other things, it's like, no, if I go, again, eBay might not be as interactive, but I can go and find the specific thing I'm looking for. And sometimes there's multiple versions of it, different grades, or if you want to get it graded or not graded or whatever, maybe there's a couple of options there. You pick the one you want, and then you can buy it. I don't have to sit there and wait for somebody to get to it.
Yeah, sports cards not the Don West thing anymore.
That's what I'm getting at. It's different. It's a different thing.
Internet. You just drove to a card shop.
We don't have the patience to sit there and wait for an hour to get to the specific thing that I actually want to buy. It's like, guys, look, I know what I want to buy. Can we get to the thing that I actually want? I want to buy it now.
Yeah, I think maybe if you did, like you just said, Boston Bruins every Monday night between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. It's all Boston Bruin cards we're going to focus on, or just
get 4
when
people.
You have that schedule. Yeah, there'd be 4 people. No, but seriously,
Eric has 4 burner accounts.
Yeah,
more for me.
But to the point of the engagement thing and where it would be difficult, like you mentioned the QVC thing, those folks aren't talking to a live chat or people that they are direct engaging with. They're engaging with the producer, the people on the phone lines, and their coworkers that are also helping push the product or whatever. If they're doing this as a live with the audience interaction and the comments and everything else, it gets very hard to stay upbeat, to stay focused, to stay on task. If you're sitting here, and I know from experience, because doing the live previews and reveals, I find that the audience either just, maybe they're busy, I might not have put it out there or scheduled it early enough. Or if it's a longer show, towards the end, people peter off and they get bored. Like you said, Bobby, you can only keep them engaged for so long. It's hard. Like I struggle with it sometimes, sitting here just showing cards, whether they're graded or raw or whatever, because nobody's talking. Like I feel like I'm just so monotone at that point is what I feel like, because I'm, next card, and like nobody's talking. I'm having no comment. I'm just showing a card and talking. It's going to be the same thing if these people are trying to sell stuff and there's nobody engaging with them, or nobody in the chat, or nobody, buying anything.
You need a Brian Gray in there to talk. He'll never shut up.
Well, I think though with Brian, he might not shut up, but I'm not completely convinced he'll sell anything. Or he might sell like one thing and then go into 47 stories. And it's like, Brian, you actually have to sell something occasionally. Oh, yeah. The second item. Hold on. It's like, Brian, it's been 4 hours. This is the second item you've actually pulled out.
Yeah, the big Bri 4 hour. Yeah.
That's right. The big Bri, the big Bri block. Yeah, the big Bri block. But like, it being all serious, the reason why I use the example, I use Jeff's own examples. That's why I use that. That's why I used the link to that article where they talked about China and India. And Dufex here makes a point. Also, China has walled shopping apps, like they've got very specific. But that's why I use the example. And I said, okay, fine, I'll bring it to North America. I went to Amazon. If you go to Amazon, and you guys can check it out on your own time there, Amazon.com/live. There's live shows on regularly, and you can scroll through different ones, and you can go in. But the biggest difference in that environment is that as the person's talking, there's a little scrollable thing on the bottom of the different products they've either already talked about or will be talking about. So even as you're listening to the person, even if you're super engaged in what they're talking about, or you can buy what they're talking about as they speak. You can literally click on it, add it to your cart, and if you got Prime or whatever, get it shipped straight to your house. The friction. And if you're already logged in and you got Prime and all this stuff, well, guess what? From front to back, the entire experience is nearly seamless. It's already got your address. It's already got your credit card on file. We've already made this about as easy as we could to complete the sale. So you're able to buy all that stuff and either listen to it for an hour or listen to it for 10 minutes. All right, I'm convinced. Fine, I'll buy the thing. Boom. Whereas opposed to this other one, Sports Card has so many SKUs. Like if you do the theme thing, then fine. At least you're directed. At least you're focused. At least there's a focused, direction for this to go. If it's just kind of open-ended, hey, Brad, for the next hour, can you just sell cards? All right, you're live. Like Brad's right there in the room. We want to buy something from the room. Brad's got a lot of crap behind him.
Yeah.
What do you want to buy? Can you show me what's on the top shelf on the right? What's the fourth item there? Wait, how many of those you got? Like, it's very awkward. Like, this isn't like
you need to have
you do, but also like you got to remember a lot of other people on the other side of it. The buyers are not used to that format. And also, but let's say for the sake of argument, we do this scenario we just played out. All right, so Brad's there in the room. You point out some stuff. He shows you something. All right, I'd like to buy that. How much is it going to be? I guess we'll do an on-air negotiation. So we do that. Okay, fine. Agree to buy it. Okay, so how are we paying? It's like, oh, you can go to the shopping cart here, and maybe I got to add it in, but maybe it's in the inventory, or I can create your card, or how. There's a couple of logistical things that you're going to have on. It's not just the personality. It's not just. I still have to be able to get into a card or something to sell it to you, get your address, get your credit card information, get all that stuff, right?
Just
otherwise, how am I going to actually charge you?
Drop all your credit card information.
Exactly.
Social Security, expiration date. We need the code on the back, your address. We'll get it all out to you in the morning.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Let me put it this way. And Brad, I don't know if you remember this, and Eric, I remember we talked about this back then, and Bobby as well. Okay. Do you guys remember the virtual expo?
Yeah.
That was basically live selling. That was live selling. But every single one of the people had to come up with a different way. It wasn't enough to have the video. Yes, you got the video. Yes, you got a few communication things you got to be able to. But now, okay. So how am I going to show you what inventory I have? How am I going to be able to price it or, complete that portion of the conversation? There's like a private chat. Yeah. Okay, fine. You want to do it like that. But at the same time, I still got to engage with the other people. What if they want to see this? Then I got to do that. Or maybe I need another set of hands. And it was actually a very complicated thing. And unless you were uber organized, it could become a disaster very quickly. It could become a disaster.
Scroll. I had everything pictured and priced and on a constant scroll. And it didn't work because it didn't sell anything. But anyways, regardless of that. And same thing with Jeff. Ever since Jeff went to Japan, he was so impressed and smitten with the aristocracy of how they ran the card shops there. I think he's trying to bring that back and instill it here. And I don't think it works in that degree here. Sure, certain places do. There's a few good card shops out there. AMG is one of them. Sure, yeah. But just saying, I don't see it working the way it's delusion of grandeur, is it? I don't know. I don't really think it's so hard, and the market's down a little bit in certain areas. So, he's coming in at if he did this in 2001, oh yeah, kill it.
I might have to. So one of the Photoshop individuals who are associated to this channel put together a little something, and I might have to post this in the community tab because the sheer amount of stuff in this picture, it might warrant that. So I'll show you what
like a Where's Waldo kind of thing.
I think to a certain degree. I'll see if I can pull it up here and show you guys. Let me see if I can open that in a new window. There we go. That'll work.
I can't see anything on my phone anyway.
I'm gonna let people have a little bit of a look at it, and you'll be able to see some of it. So here's an artist rendering of what Jeff Wilson's 24/7 Cards HQ could look like.
Oh,
now look at all the luminaries.
Look
Look at all
cool.
the sheer amount. Like now, if you look over to the side there, you can make out the Burrell. You got Bushi Eric. You got not me. The cartoon version of me is there, which is very exciting. I'm very excited about that fact. But just look at you got the $1 Million Man there. Like if you look, there's a bunch of folks across the top, across the bottom, and look, Don West, bless him, is floating there above, is
there, yeah,
supporting us all. Yes, and we got Billy Mays. Billy Mays, that's pretty good. We got Billy Mays and the ShamWow guy.
Oh
man,
love
this. Listen, I'd attend this store. This store opening is certainly worthy. Plus, we've got a couple of other luminaries there floating in the middle. If you pay attention, I'll probably post that in the community tab. That's a pretty good image.
Jeff needs to show the ShamWow guy, like 100%.
Yes.
He could talk you through all night, and you'd be fine.
That's what I'm saying. But I think though the key though is when we were talking about a couple of those things, it isn't enough. He's talking about making an entertainment package, so he's talking about like a QVC thing, and I'm like, okay, fine, I get what you're saying, but entertainment is not going to save you if it's still logistically difficult. Okay, so let's say the person is the greatest salesperson in the world. They're able to sell a bunch of crap for you. Okay, cool. How are we getting the stuff into the cart? We still got to be able to get you into a position to be able to then pay for the thing. All right, you've agreed. The sale is completed. How are we doing that? That's why I said in the Amazon example, it's streamlined. Amazon is fulfilling it. Amazon has it in the inventory. You can click it and make it happen. It's like, yes, we've got a straightforward way to do this, and your credit card information is already on file. Your address is on file. Very smooth. You click a couple of clicks away, and boom, you're paid, and stuff's on its way. With cards and millions of SKUs, you can't do it quite that simple. It's not that easy.
In Amazon, you're like, oh, that's cheap. Oh, okay, I get that. Oh yeah, I need some. Oh, cool. So it's
the person can still be talking, and you're already clicking buttons and ordering stuff, even if that's not what you're
below. And it's just like, oh, I didn't know. I need one of those too. Yeah,
that's all I'm saying. Like, it's something you got to think about because it's not quite as easy. Okay, yeah, I want some 6970 O-Peachy singles, or I want this or that. It's like, okay, cool, we got a bunch of them. Which grades do you want? There's 7 copies. Which one do you want?
And then across the bottom is 7071. Do you like these ones too?
Sure.
Here's a question. Here's a question to throw out there.
Go ahead.
And I'm gonna sound old for a minute. Okay, y'all give me so much shit about being old. I'm going to sound old for a minute.
Okay.
How many, like the audience inside of sports cards and the age group that is the majority population in sports cards, are they even interested to the point that 24/7 would even be like needed at all?
That was my question. I posed that question. Like, do you really need that?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, for one, I don't really get into watching the like, I've hardly ever have been on Whatnot. I've never purchased anything from the platform in its entire existence. The live thing just doesn't, it doesn't meet my needs or something I'm interested in. I used to watch breaks, those were fun to see what cards were coming out and what the products were like or whatever. Don't watch breaks anymore. I haven't watched a break in I don't know how long. Browsing eBay is perfectly plenty. We hear a lot of people shop on ComC, or I go to my LCS. Like, I don't know where this thought came about that the hobby in general has this feeding frenzy in a time where it's down a bit, that we need 24/7 at our fingertips Jeff Wilson Cards HQ. I just don't see that. Like, does anybody, and we've had this discussion, but are we going to get up and use the bathroom in the middle of the night and say, oh, what's on that Cards HQ right now while I'm, trying not to miss the toilet? I mean, no.
Can someone explain?
I just don't see the purpose.
Somebody explain to Baubles is different fucking time zones.
There's
3 hours, Eric, not
Three hours.
freaking 24 hours.
I'm in Europe. I'm in freaking England, who has like no card shops.
The percentage of
Okay.
Europeans is like 1% of North Americans. I would
And-
believe.
If European, I'm a pooping.
Yeah, and Bubbles is in a wheelchair right there. That's
All right, so I'm starting a critically important scientific poll.
Oh.
It is: do you need to buy singles via live stream at 3 a.m.?
Yes.
And that is ever simple,
No.
yes or no? Really? And by the way, I'm a night owl. Like I already talked.
You're up.
Yeah, but here's the thing: I worked graveyard shift for a while, and I worked the late shift for years, literally for years. And late shift for me was either 4 to midnight. That was a standard shift that I worked several years, or 5 to 1. So I was already in the evenings, and I did work. It was 24/7. When they meant 24/7 there, I worked Christmas, I worked New Year's, and I worked the 2 Eves leading into it. So I've done that. But it's in Asia and in Europe, the time zones are different. Like in the UK is 5 hours ahead of me on the East Coast. So for them, it's like, oh, it's 3 a.m. Well, for them, it's 8 a.m. Fine. I can kind of get that. Or by 5 a.m, it's 10 a.m. over there. I get it. But does that mean that there's a reason for you to do that? And does it need to be live? My bottom line is, does it need to be live? Because I was doing a moment ago, I literally went in my eBay app and I started scrolling. What I was scrolling was my watch list. There's nothing stopping me from hitting the button and buying something on the watch list at whatever hour. As long as it's available and it's in stock, I can push the button and order it, and it's done at any hour.
A lot of 20-year-olds in their parents' basement at 3 a.m. looking to be recognized, I would imagine. And
well,
looking for
to Eric's point of like Europe and all of that stuff, you also are cutting down your market substantially because they're not into everything that we are over in the US.
Certainly not the Bruins.
You can move your other product. You can move your soccer cards. You can move your F1 cards.
CFL?
Because they want them.
That's the 3-hour difference over in the Western Canada.
So Brad, I think what you need to do is if we get the Blair After Dark, 3 to 4 a.m. can be the CFL hour.
There you go.
You can literally just sell CFL cards.
I don't think it works that way.
It has to. There's no other choice. There's nothing else. Look, Eric, you know what the problem is? The problem is that you should be the one out there buying the CFL. You personally need to go out there and buy it. And if you're not, there's only one reason why you wouldn't be buying the CFL, Eric.
Well, guess what? Because you're poor.
That's right.
I am.
We haven't discussed one thing though. And I haven't seen him in the chat, so I don't know if he's watching. Me and you know the joke because of the Discord. But there is one individual or type of individual that could potentially make the Jeff Wilson idea be brilliant. But
Does it involve Ambien? Does it involve Ambien?
It requires the medication Ambien and those folks that buy shit and don't remember. So maybe that's Jeff's target audience.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. That's where my thoughts are.
Low percentage, maybe higher, and I think maybe.
Yep, makes sense here. If the vote doesn't go yes, I'd be floored with the number of degenerates in the stat. I posed it as it's a serious question. I go, like, I kept it very open-ended, but just to be clear, my question is, I said, do you need to buy singles? So my point is, do you even want it as an option? Let's say it was an option. Is that something you'd even be interested in? Right now, it's almost 70% no, and we've got almost 20 votes. So that's actually a decent amount of votes. Like, do you really need that? It's like, is that and I said via live stream, because again, you can literally go on eBay and do that right now. I bought cards in the middle of the night because I'm up doing something and I see something comes up, and you know where it works for you again if you're a night owl, if you've got saved searches and you do your quick check on the saved search and one of the things you were looking for pops up at that moment because somebody in a different time zone decided to list it, you can be Johnny on the spot and grab it when the buy it now is lower than it should be. Boom, you just bought it. Well, you were able to do that at that hour. But that's not a live stream. That's not you tuning in to specifically watch somebody try to talk to you about these things. I'm like, dude, it's late at night. I'm listening to some music, working on some stuff. I'd rather just hit buy it now and get on with it. I don't need you for this.
It'll be a tough go. We'll see how it goes, though. I wish him well. I really do. But I it's so much in one.
See, this right here is an underrated comment. 3M singles, only if it's private, confidential, one-on-one, and discreet. You get it.
Discreet. Don't put discreet
get
in there.
it.
Then it's getting into that.
Incognito mode, boys. Incognito mode.
Okay, now it says sponsor the channel. AMG should test once a week, 24-hour live stream selling cards. Listen, I'm already working on Blair After Dark. I'm trying to figure it out. As we speak, I'm pitching Blair After Dark. That's my idea. Ty here says, Carlos, what's your occupation right now? Spaceman. What, you can do a lot of things from the space station these days. Just saying. Also, none of your business.
You know, programs that are on at 3 o'clock in the morning, you know, call in, pick up the phone, you know, and talk to some person.
See, so the market's already been established, Jeff. The market's been established. You're behind the times, my friend. A 1-900 number is what you should have been doing. Obviously.
Not that pretty girls showing cards, I guess.
Maybe that's what he has to do.
Something I need to think about to the Asian and European markets. He better get some kind of link together with Ship My Cards and everything, and make sure that all of his customers, because that's going to be a hell of a shipping bill.
Well, what I'm thinking about here is
going to get a container and overseas it.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense, Bobby. I didn't think about that. He's going to have his own shipping
company.
Not a
big container. It's a smaller one.
Go big. Go big.
Yeah. It's basically Eric with the suitcase. He's basically going to mule it over for him. The thing is, what Zach says here is I think he's going to sell card to Europe. I think Europe and Asia is kind of what he's shooting for. But here's the thing. I know that there are folks in Europe and Asia that have a lot of money. Again, though, they don't need your live format. What I'm questioning is not that they'll buy cards. That's what I'm saying. Build up a robust e-commerce platform, and that will handle that for you. I'm talking about the live. Do you need the live? The point of that question is, do you need live streaming to make a purchase at some random hour? Is that necessary? Like, my answer is no, I don't need that. Like, I can find whatever I'm looking for. Again, if you make the website robust enough that I can find what the inventory is and find the thing I'm looking for, that's all I need from you. I don't need, but you know, they can talk. I don't need that. Thank you.
How many people here in this chat would likely shop at Jeff's cavalcade of cards and whatever else he's going to do? I honestly, just a quick question. It's a no, but Carlos, you're up late. Maybe you, Eric, no. Brad, maybe.
Well, only if I literally, Bobby, only if I can make somebody move from. Look, Brad, I pinned it on Bobbles, but the truth is, I'd be that guy. Yeah. So what's at the other end of the store, all the way there at that end, and then I would buy something, but it'd be like $10.
Yeah.
I wonder if I can get this person to run around for an hour and buy $10 worth of stuff.
But you think the way the world works now, I mean, I'd buy on eBay from between 3 and 4. I'm usually up from 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. Then I go back to sleep for an hour, and then I'm back up at 5 a.m. So like that's Atlantic Standard Time, which is, we go the other way.
You're an hour ahead. You're an hour ahead of the
standard.
Yeah. Right. So like it's all over the place. Who knows?
Yeah, but Brad, the thing is, buying is not the part I'm questioning. If in that specific question, I didn't say buy, I said live stream buying.
Oh yeah.
As in, you need a person to presumably show you no, just show me a decent scan and let me see what the price is, and I'll hit buy it now or best offer or whatever, and we'll get on with our lives.
I think you have some guy yawning on there trying to sell you a card.
And it's not easy. Bubbles, you bring up a good point. Like, I suck on lives and getting on the spot. Like when we were doing our chats, Carlos, you see how many times I'd read the chat, I'd get confused. I'm just not good at that. In person, my interactions are 1,000 times better than I am when I'm on this camera.
No, you're not. You're still a jerk.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, but if you're an idiot.
No, he's 100%. Like he's so he's just proven his point. Like there was a delayed reaction for him to realize this is the time to insult Eric. Insult Eric now.
And did you see? Like Eric said something, I just got all flustered. My hands.
What were you saying, Brad? Before
it's so hard to do, and then you got guys like Carlos. You can read the chat and you can keep everyone engaged, and you are absolutely incredible at it. And it's a skill set.
And Jeff can't afford me. I'm sorry, Jeff. He can't afford me.
He might. The check might be good.
Look, I'm gonna need a lot of zeros on that check, and I need the money up front because I'm not convinced it'll last that long. I'm gonna need that up front, bro. I'm gonna need that up front.
But if you go on Whatnot and watch Ryan from Card Collector 2, I have no idea how he pulls that off. Like there's a million different things. I'm with you, Bulbs. I've never bought a card on Whatnot. I get my head starts to pound. I'm listening to it. I'm trying to read what's going on in the chat. I don't know how to, and it's difficult. And there's guys out there. Santiago Sports does their live sale, and he's great at it. Like he once a week, twice a week. Like they engage the customers, and people pay more, and they're happy to pay a little bit more. So
right now, there's one important thing though that since you brought it up, something like Card Collector 2 though, when he's doing a Whatnot sale or whatever, he has a staff. Like so when we're talking about the scenario, I'm not worried about during the day. When the store is fully that's what when I did the video and I'm talking about it strictly as somebody who has done the work in an overnight graveyard shift kind of situation. You're short staffed by the nature of it because there just isn't a justification to have a full staff at that moment. There's no reason to do it. So if you know that and you're trying to do this, okay, so let's say there's a couple of breakers there doing their thing overnight. Fine. And maybe there's a couple of people that'll be these gophers that'll try to do that thing. Okay, cool. That's fine. But here's the thing. What if you're trying to do that? You don't have the luxury that Card Collector 2 has in that scenario where you can be engaging, talking, trying to do the one thing. But if for some reason you need something, you can turn over and go, hey, can you grab me this? Or can you grab, and somebody over on the side can do that. Or maybe somebody's keeping track of stuff just to make sure you don't get out of order or whatever the sequence. You've got help is the point I'm trying to make.
Well,
if you're trying to do this overnight, you're not going to have that kind of help.
There's also another element that between Whatnot and what I'm hearing that he's wanting to possibly like put out there. With Whatnot, the reason the people stay engaged and the reason it goes and flows through, for one, like we'll use Card Collector 2. Ryan would have all of his stuff already set up, lot 1, lot 2, lot 3. Yes. He knows what they all are. He can put them up. The other thing is the reason that people stay engaged with it is it's rapid fire. You got, either 15-second auctions, maybe 30 seconds at most. You think about that over a 24-hour period, 7 days a week. That is a lot of rapid fire. That's a lot of shipping. That's a lot of organization and coordination and everything else. That would be a huge task to undertake. So that's why I think the bulk of it could potentially, if he's going to be going after something this extreme, I think the bulk of it would have to be breaks, because then at least some of the breaks can take an hour. If it's a case of if he's running Case of Tops flagship or something, it can take a while. So that's the only way I can see this being a thing and surviving 24/7.
Well, may I digress? I'm looking into this. Maybe this is we're looking at it from a 2-seasoned type of age bracket. Maybe he's really coming in for the millennials or the kids younger than that. I'm not too sure. That was
the question I brought of us. Like, that's why I said I'm going to sound old, but
yeah,
we're not into that. Like, I don't think. But
well, to be fair, I'm an OG millennial. I'm right at the tail end of that line.
To be fair, it's like you've been around for a while. I think the new people coming in, he's probably trying to grab the new people coming in. Is what he must be looking at that, and maybe he's seeing that they stay up late and they don't sleep because they don't work the next day or they work retail, what have you. So I don't know. Maybe we're not looking at it from the right angle, as Bob said. Yeah, from his wheelchair. Yeah.
There you go. One of the first cards they excuse first live controversy be Nip Slip, Oscar Slap, Ronga Redeem. Go fuck yourself, San Diego.
Yeah. Maybe.
Hey, listen, if you promised me some of the last one, I'd tune in. I'm just saying, like I'd tune in at least to watch. Go ahead. Just one time. Just say the thing. That'd be kind of fun. Not gonna lie. It'd be kind of enjoyable. We'll see. Like I said, from a content standpoint, I approve of all these things. I'd like you to try them all. Give it a shot. What's the worst that could happen?
Good content, bad content, it all works.
Yeah, if some of it's going to fail, there's going to be adjustments to it.
Sure. It's just he'll be running hard, or he's going to have somebody running hard for him. I don't know, one of the two.
And the thing, when you do fail, you have to make that decision quick, fast, and move on. And that's it. He did that. Sherry and the team was going to do breaks with AMG, and I swooped in and hired Lloyd with PSA full time. So he got squashed from doing breaks and said, what are you going to do? And they just made the decision, shut her down right now. Maybe they'll start up again in 6 months or a year. Who knows? But they all looked at each other and said, there's no sense of doing this. And you made that decision. You moved it on to the next.
Good. But look on the upside. Now we have the video equipment and everything so that we can have late nights with Blair. Late nights with Blair lives again.
I love it.
I see nothing that could possibly go wrong. I'm selling myself on this idea. I'm enjoying it more the more I think about it.
And Blair's back in Newfoundland right now. And I think he's on his 6th or 7th glass of wine. So he would be great to have on here right now.
Oh,
I think that's sensational. Well, actually, speaking of Newfoundland, and it's funny that you mentioned Newfoundland. I got a Christmas card in the mail this week from the people, from the relatives of the people that used to live here 9 years ago. I swear they're hiding from the feds. Literally, I bought this condo 9 years ago, and their relatives still send me Christmas cards. I'm like, for the love of God, they don't live here anymore. They haven't lived here in the better part of a decade. I might just have to send them a Christmas card back. Go, they're hiding or dead. Merry Christmas.
No wonder you moved in and didn't have heating or air
conditioning. Send it back, but please send money next time.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, could you send cash?
Sense now.
Could you send cash? Listen, I got questions, Bobby. I got serious questions. But as soon as I saw it, I'm like, there's no way you idiots sent another card. How many times do I have to return to sender for your better? Like, they're not here.
Witness protection.
They're somewhere. Look, they were trying to sell pretty quick.
Gave it up. Now it's Newfoundland. Now they know.
Yeah. Now they
Time
know.
to move. Time to move.
Yeah, appreciate it, name. 2/3 of them don't need to buy cards at 3 a.m. 2/3 of those votes are late. I don't know, man. Like I said, for me, it's going to be very entertaining. So I'll leave the poll up for a couple more minutes if anybody else wants to chime in on it. Like, I was just curious. Like, genuinely, it's not the buying in the evening. Like I said, literally, as a night owl, I have purchased cards late. That's not the issue. But I didn't need to tune into a live stream to do it. That's not a thing that, and I don't know how engaging or interesting that would find. So kind of, Brad, coming around to what we talked about. If you're going to do it, then you do need somebody who's really engaging. But the thing is, like I said, if somebody's really that good at it, why are they working the graveyard shift of that version? Like, did you want to be in the industry this bad? Is this what you consider to be in the industry? Well, I'm hawking cards at 3 a.m. at Cards HQ.
Yeah. Job's a job, right?
I guess. Sure.
I will say to Bobby's point with the maybe the target age range. When he had the booth set up at Chantilly that I showed you guys, they were like buying or whatever, and he had that little booth set up. It was younger people that were working that booth. So somebody mentioned like the pay scale that the employees would probably be on and all of that sort of thing. Maybe graveyard shift as a college student wouldn't be good, but maybe he rounds up some college kids that, just looking for some extra money or whatever, fun job at a card shop or what have you. But yeah, that was the age range he had working for him at Chantilly. So
there is a premium for working late night. So
there is, that is true, but it's not much, but there is one. So what I'm envisioning right now is Animal House at Cards HQ.
Huh?
All of a sudden, it's like, so what did you do in the live stream? It's like, what are they doing? They decided to start a toga party about half an hour ago. Toga. It's like, I don't know what's happening. Are they selling any cards? I don't know.
Here's another question, though, and not to change the mood of the whole conversation, but we see a lot of shops that get busted into at night. You got employees there.
They're not going to get broken into. Great baubles. Wow.
That's not what I'm saying.
Get held up.
They could actually be the target, or you would have to have people that you really trust working that night shift too. So no funny business is going on. I mean, that's another element to this that's got to be taken accounted for.
It is hot.
So I did. So I'll take that, and also then I'll pass the other side of the equation there. So I did take that into account in the video when I was talking through it, because I gave the example in the pharmacy that we were running 24 hours a day, which meant the shifts changed because we were running a lighter crew. You still had a pharmacist who was working at the back of the house, so to speak, fulfilling prescriptions and all that. He was still doing his job like he would at any other time. And technically somebody could have gone in the middle of the night and gotten a prescription if you really needed something really badly. So he was doing his job. And that's the only reason we were open, because in those pharmacies, you need the pharmacist to be there. Otherwise, there's no point in running it. But while he's doing his thing, you've got the people that are working the middle of the thing, stocking shelves and doing all this. We had a night security guard who would come in. The security guard's not there the rest of the time. But why is he there? He's there at the front. He's basically there to monitor the entryway, make sure that everything's cool, make sure that nobody is doing anything crazy. And if there is any kind of issue, they're the ones that'll handle it and take care of it. But at the same time, they're watching the whole front. And you still got the cameras on, you still got security, all that. As soon as you add more people into the thing, though, you increase the likelihood of theft. You increase the likelihood from employees too. So now all of a sudden you need security watching two things. You need them keeping an eye on them to make sure there's nothing suspicious going on outside. And you might need a couple of more security people to be all over the store. Maybe somebody's monitoring the cameras just to see what's going on and make sure, because suddenly there's activity there, Brad, that you're not expecting in the middle of the night, that normally would not be there at that hour, in addition to the security itself, keeping an eye from people on the outside. So you're keeping an eye on people on the inside, and you're keeping an eye on people on the outside. So these are all things that suddenly you have to worry about that were not a concern when you were operating like a normal retailer, where you just closed up shop for the evening and left the cameras on and then let things happen as they were going to happen. So I think that's kind of main issue that you need to kind of keep in mind. And that's one of the main things that are there as part of it. I was thinking about that. And that's one of the ones where I was like, okay, we'll see. Death taxes and Carlos on Fridays. Apparently this is true. Panzer says he will pay employees and store credit. They can only hope for such lofty heights. Evening, all happy holidays. Good evening to you. Carlos will snort Ritalin to get through night shift. Didn't need it. It wasn't that hard. If you actually know how to pace yourself, night shift's easy. I actually enjoy. Let's put it this way. I wouldn't go back to it now because it would be kind of tough to do, but I enjoyed it. It was actually kind of fun for me because it's quiet and you can do your thing and just without. If you're going to work retail at all, which sucks, retail sucks. But if you're going to do it, I actually like night shift. It was quiet. I could have my music on, just be doing my thing. It's actually really easy to do. Sounds like Ocean's 11 version of the hobby shop. True. But no, I was also thinking of something else since you brought it up with the whole them being open at all hours. I was trying to think there was another thing other than the toga party. So there would be toga parties. Yes. Oh, I remember now. Brad, I've got an idea. Okay. So here's what you do. All right, Geoff, take notes. Take notes. I got it. I fixed it. I know how to do this. All right. Graveyard live streams, right? Take call-ins. Do the live stream, but do a thing where you can take callers. As a person who may have worked at a call center in the middle of the night, you will get some very interesting calls at great evenings, and you will get interesting questions.
That's a great idea.
I from an entertainment standpoint, I will stay up and watch that shit.
I can't stop thinking about you staying up with snorting Ritalin, and I was like, could you imagine the intensity coming out of Carlos if that was the case?
I don't think y'all can handle it.
No way, couldn't.
It's enough. It's enough. It's enough. It's like, what happens? We're on day 17 of this live stream. It's like, that was only one.
Yeah.
Imagine. But no, call-ins, man. Like, seriously, the calls you get at the late hours in the middle of the night. Oh my goodness. The phone calls you get is
doesn't QVC and HSN have people call in sometimes, and then they have them like live on the air talking?
They do. But I think by the time you go, I think when you go past midnight, it's replays. It's all replays after like a certain hour. But what I'm saying is, you do the live in the middle of the night, and you still have calls turned on. You let people call into the store, and it's like, Cards HQ late night. Eric, it's like Boston Bruins, Boobiar. Ah. And he literally just calls, and that's all he does for like the first 10 weeks. Doesn't say anything else, just hangs up. I can see it.
I just call him breathe heavy.
At the call center, there was literally a guy who did that. He also asked, this is not a joke. This is actually a thing that happened back then. There was actually a profile that was created. It was literally called Rubber Boots Man. I'll explain. So what happened is, this is later in the evening. So what would happen is this person would call the call center and then keep calling until he got one of the female agents. And the thing is, he would ask them if they liked rubber boots. And that would be like the extent of the conversation. Some of them would play along and like converse with him for a couple minutes, but that's literally, he would ask the same question every time, or they would hang up on him or whatever. And what would happen is after a while, after this went on for years, he had a profile in the system, literally rubber boots man. So if it was the guy, and he'd called hundreds of times over the course of years. So I can only assume there'll be a rubber boots man for Cards HQ if they take calls. Like I said, when you take calls, my friends, especially late, you invite some interesting phone calls, is all I'm saying to you.
I missed the rubber boots.
Yeah.
Yep.
You knew it was me. I knew it.
You know, not to get off topic too, but I got to take off in a second. But I wanted to say, did you guys watch? I think it might have just came out. Maybe it could be old. But Bye Bye Barry on Amazon, the Barry Sanders documentary.
I haven't seen it yet.
No, I
heard about it, but I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, I don't. So it is. I think it might be new. Anyways,
it looks new.
It was fantastic.
Really?
I don't know. Like, I always knew Barry Sanders was an incredible running back. Absolutely. I watched his highlights. But what a humble, just a good human being. And after all this fiasco we've seen with Giannis about a ball that he didn't get and all this LeBron not standing up at the anthem, like all these, just the entitlement of all these athletes now is really starting to get to me. And
LeBron's legs were tired, Brad. He was tired.
That's just so bad. That just turned me off. And anyways, I won't get into that, but unbelievable documentary on Barry Sanders. Just awesome. So,
but I think
here's a fun fact about Barry that I found was pretty cool. A buddy of mine is from Michigan, and he's a big, he buys a ton of Barry Sanders stuff, and he's in, I guess, like the largest Barry Sanders card collector Facebook group or whatever. And he said Barry now has actually joined the group and has made a post that if anybody ever has questions about an autograph or like memorabilia or anything like that, that he would be willing to, if they share it, he would take a look and give his fair opinion on it of whether or not it's real. And I thought that was cool.
Oh yeah. I've got one Barry. I got a PSA 10 89 score rookie that I've had for a long, long time. But now I want to get more Barry Sanders cards. I just, it was awesome.
It's important that we have more of those types of videos or what have you, more than just opinion pieces. It's nice to see a real backstory on a player. I think it's important that we go forward that way. So.
Well, if it continues on long enough, Brad, worst case scenario, all we have to do is convince Jeff that Alek Manoah is going to go on fire, and you can get yourself some Barry Sanders. I think we can arrange a deal.
So annoyed.
Not our fault, Brad. It is what it is.
Alek Manoah. It's going to be one of them's got to have a year this year, don't they?
Maybe. Maybe you should call in on a Cards HQ after dark and ask, "Hey guys, what do you think? What do you think? Like, you think maybe?"
Yeah,
I can imagine it'd be awesome if Brad. Now I've sold myself on this idea. I honestly think they should take calls. I think it'd be fantastic. It's like, so seriously. So I drank the turpentine. Am I gonna die? I would love if the calls had nothing to do with cards. I just want them to be like random calls. People call into this
and they're live.
It's like they're live, and the person's just sitting
no
there
delays.
How do I respond to this? It'd be amazing. That's where you need call center training, because you get asked all kinds of crazy shit.
I think Jeff needs to write the check to Carlos. I think this got to happen. We need you on there late night. This will be.
He's gonna need a lot of zeros. And the thing is like, what state are you in? He goes, "Oh, you're definitely gonna die." He goes, "Really?" He's like, "Well, eventually, either from the turpentine or natural causes, one or the other. You're gonna die for sure. Have a good day." Click. Next caller. Just saying. Works out. But no, Brad, appreciate you chiming in. And we'll definitely have to chat a little bit later. We'll figure some stuff out. But it was great having you on here. And like I said, Blair After Dark, man. I see the vision. This is the future.
So I'll continue to listen, but it's a little past my bedtime. I have to get up at 3 a.m. to buy some cards on eBay.
Obviously,
that's what I'm saying. Like, now is the time. You got to start resting now so that you can go and hit the buy now. Make it happen, Brad. I believe in you.
See you, fellas. Thanks so much.
Later, Brad.
Night, Brad. I'm also gonna That way I don't have to interrupt later in a few minutes.
No worries, no worries.
As I
We
told you,
figured
I'm gonna
timing
go-
wise it works out.
Yeah, I promised the wife I'd go watch a movie with her. So
Yep, and you promised Jeff that
Anyway,
you'd buy some cards at 3 in the
Barry
morning,
Sanders
so
one?
he'll feel better.
yeah, I'm gonna go watch a movie. Should be close to 3 a.m. by the time it's done. Pick up some cards live on whatever platform, and I'll post them because I know all you guys will be waiting up at 3:05 to see what my pickups are.
Oh, look, Brandon, this isn't a joke. I will literally text you at 3:05. Where's the fucking
Okay.
cards, bro?
All right, 3:05 p.m. tomorrow.
Oh, lame. Lame. Have a good night. Take it
Yeah.
easy.
See
You guys
later,
have
bud.
fun.
Okay. It's gonna miss our SGC talk. So
I know, right?
Hmm.
So let's scroll through here. Paul says he'd ask where the vintage hockey section is, get told non-existent, threaten felonies. That's what Eric could do. I think that's about right. I think the first point ball takes priority over high score. He can have other high scores. That's fair in terms of Giannis. Giannis was at home. Dude is competitive. I love the fire and that he cares that much. There you go. Barry's the strongest collector base about all 90s football guys. I could see it. I think it's he's definitely very popular. So entitlement, the word shouldn't always have negative connotations. Stop being entitled, Will. What group is this, Brad? I'd like to join. Was Brad talking about a group? No, I'm trying to remember.
Oh,
This is only about 3 minutes ago, but now I don't remember if Brad mentioned a group.
Brandon was talking about a Facebook, not Brad.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Almost
Now I'm
was
with you.
talking about Barry Sanders group.
Someone's on drugs. Anyways,
Yeah, me. How in the world?
I
do
know.
remember
That's why I
that.
was laughing.
Oh, literally, Paul says here, was this Brad? I'm reading it as is. It's like, did Brad mention a group? I must have missed that.
Oh,
He scored 64 points. He should feel entitled. There you go. Someone say live. Are the results of that poll live? Valid question. Was this like 38 free? Wasn't it like 38 free throws? Who knows, man? Is this live? Am I alive? No, Will. And if you drank turpentine, I have bad news.
Mhm.
Hey, Jeff, I have this growth on my. That's right. I don't think Jeff would be the one taking the 3 a.m. shift. I'm just saying. He'd leave some stooge for that. I'm sorry. Carlos sold this so well, I'm going to be disappointed if it doesn't happen. I know. Like, I already feel like no matter what happens, it's going to be very disappointing. I'm going to feel real bad about it.
Sports Card Radio was
just gonna
pretty tough on him the other day, wasn't they? They were talking about his app not working so well because it's getting wrong prices from past auctions, what have you.
Well, the thing though is
Didn't
the
take
thing though is
into account.
yeah. Well, the thing though is that wasn't that's not a new problem. That they literally take
Just
all the stuff
reiterating
that
it,
comes
I
out of
understand.
it, and
Yeah.
if they can't, and if it doesn't filter it out because they don't really filter it. I think a lot of folks look at the apps and think like, oh, it must filter out. It's like, wow, all you can do is literally add some additional data to your string to take bad results out. Like, simple example, the 2018 Topps Chrome Juan Soto. You got the base version, you got the refractor, but there's multiple types of refractors. Oh, why am I getting a result for the pink refractor? Well, because it put refractor, it didn't remove pink.
Well, that's
So
where Card Ladder came in, and they were doing a lot of manual work, and you can only manually do it. You cannot do it by
You have to.
algorithm.
You don't have a choice.
You know, AI might be able to solve that one day, but you'd have to load it up with a lot of I don't know, different types of searches to eliminate that kind of error.
The only other way you can do it is if you have a database like what ComC built, because now ComC has separated them out. So like when you search, it'll show you. It'll distinguish between this refractor, this refractor, this refractor.
Yeah.
So whatever's on there. But they basically created the folders, is what they really did. They created folders and put the card in the right folder.
Yeah.
And made sure. That way they're 100%. It's not on eBay. Hey, you can type out whatever you want.
Yeah.
Give it a go.
Yeah, structured. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And that's just it. So if you're looking for something specific, you can at least find it because all of these are neatly organized into the correct folders, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
So it works out. I like when Phil Minton retracts a message. It's like, I can still read it, Phil. Liv Morgan arrested for weed. That is random, but probably have to discuss this at the 3 a.m. Cards HQ show. I appreciate it.
I don't even know who that is.
It's okay. You'll find out later.
Okay.
We'll make sure we get you on the track to do studying up on your WWE knowledge. We'll get you up to date.
All right.
I think it's important. Look, by the time you get your Boston Centennial cards, they're probably just going to throw some WWE cards at the back end and see if you notice. It's like CM Punk was a Boston Bruin. Apparently, he got traded from the Chicago Blackhawks. He was traded for Booby Orr. That's how it all makes sense. Mm-hmm. But yes, So that was the Cards HQ thing. We talked around it a couple different ways. I'm gonna close the poll now. We've had about 35 minutes. So right now, the end of the poll is it was 36% people said yes, 63 no, so about 2/3 no with 36 votes. So that's pretty good. So thank you folks participating in that one.
And what was the poll on again?
So this was, do you need to buy singles via live stream at 3 a.m.?
Oh,
so for some reason you were going to buy cards at 3 a.m. Does it, is the live stream thing really? The question was, would you even bother going into a live stream to buy these cards? Because like I said, you can go to eBay, you can go to Comp, so you can go one of these things and just find it and buy it
anywhere.
I don't see the value add in the live stream part. That's all I'm saying. I don't see the value add in going onto a live stream to do that.
But I think that's the small percentage of the late night will be a very small percentage of his business, and he may not even follow through with that. It's a lot of.
He's the one who's branding it 24/7, Bobby. That's the thing. He's the one who decided to do it.
I understand. Well, 24/7 could mean he has live 24/7. Wow,
he's live streaming 24/7. That's what he's pitching. That my opinion is you don't need it. Like that's why I say my argument is I don't think you need that shift. You can have people in the store working late, fulfilling orders and picking stuff from web orders and stuff like that. That makes sense.
I'm just thinking about that. What he might do is employ somebody over in Europe, Asia, what have you, to do the live for that time zone.
You could, but how do you plan on showing cards in the store when you've got a cart that's in the store?
I don't really know that. I was just
I was going to say, unless we're controlling by robot. Bobby, if we're controlling by robot, that could be entertaining.
Yes.
Jeff, we need more funds. We need a robot.
Yeah,
Eric, we need a robot. I need to get the ComC guys on the line.
Like
they have a line on robots.
Something. Johnny 5 would be cool.
Just saying, we could get a sorting machine. I think that'd be great.
Who's Johnny? No.
My favorite robot of those Tweaky.
Which one? Who?
Tweaky. What? From Buck Rogers.
Oh, yes. Okay, Buck.
Yeah. Tweaky. Yeah. He was my favorite.
I like Johnny 5. He was cool. Do you remember that movie, Carlos?
Johnny 5?
Yeah.
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, it's right in your time era.
It could be, but I there's a bunch of movies in my time era that I probably didn't get around to seeing.
It was good.
Okay.
I highly recommend it. It's kind of funny, like an E.T. cross with I can't even really put it. What the hell other robot would it be? Like Lost in Space, kind of. I don't know. Whatever.
All right. So, Will, it's like, Will, this wouldn't be trolling me. I'm asking, and if you said yes, then I expect you to be buying cards on the live stream and calling in. Will. Paul says maybe they can use an inventory control number on the back. Yes. So the card shop employee knows the purchase price, sales price, and haggle room allowed on the card. Control numbers are foolproof. We know this to be true. Only hobby goats use inventory control numbers. Facts. Spurs card 21. I can see the late night buying being hot at the beginning after short period die way down. So I would say yes. Whatever interest is going to be in this, there will be some interest in early on because people are going to tune in to be like, all right, let's see it. I got to see it. Like I got to know. I got to know.
Check it out.
Oh, 100%. Like I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there. Like, all right, I'm literally going to pour the beer. It's like, let's go, kids. Show me what you got.
And that first week, hey, we're getting 15,000 every. Yeah, after week 6, 1,500. Week 16, 400. Yeah. Yep, it is tough. It's tough to manage that kind of stuff constantly. Yep. Like, honestly. He's coming in at a rough time. I see his passion there, but boy, you have to do something different. Reminds me of what Fanatics is doing. They're trying to promote, the 10X. I don't know if they're going to ever live up to that or what have you, but I think they're all trying to promote.
There's a 0%. There's a 0% chance. There's no way. And also, to be blunt, I think Michael Rubin, if you actually sat down and got Michael Rubin to answer, it's like, do you actually think you're going to tax? He's going to be like, no, that's just shit I say.
Yeah.
He doesn't think and I don't think he cares. Realistically, if you 2X or 3X, he goes, yeah, we're going to make more money on it. We're going to cut out the distributors. We're going to take that money. We're going to take that money from this one. We're going to take that money from that one. We're going to take money from platforms. Who gives a shit?
We're going to send Brad CFL. And that's what they're going to do.
Yeah.
10X production, like you said.
Yeah, it's you say it. You have to present this lofty numbers and be like, yeah, we're going to try to do this, this, and this. Is like,
But
I'm sure you are.
When they said it, it was sort of, it wasn't tongue in cheek at that time. Not to any degree, and everybody had that great sense of that. Hey, we need this going forward. This is going to be great. The hobby's going to be amazing, and it keeps falling and falling and falling. Maybe it was not the best time for Fanatics to buy in. I don't know. We'll see in the next couple of years what happens.
I think it helps a lot that, like I said, one thing that was never established, because a lot of people fixated on, like, oh, Fanatics paid this much. You have no idea how much they paid. Literally nobody knows how much they paid, because you're forgetting that whatever deal they did with the leagues includes ownership stake. It's like being like, yeah, I gave you $100 billion. 99 of it is in stock options, which means I didn't really give you $100 billion. I gave you $1. Like, so what's the breakdown? Like, that's the real information that you need to know, because I don't care if it was $100 million deal, $500 million deal, $1 billion deal. Okay, how much of it is equity?
Yeah.
If it's mostly equity, then you didn't give shit. No. Then you basically got it for free. So cash wise, it didn't drain you because you didn't actually have to expel a lot of cash. That's the question. And if you did that, well, then the players are going to take their chunk of the loss too. So, but in reality, you didn't put out that much cash if that's the way you arranged it.
I don't see the players' involvement that much. Maybe I'm not looking deep enough, but I would think by now they would kind of be really rolling out with something, right?
Yeah.
More
I think it comes down to, well, I think the key is going to be how much of player involvement they're going to get in. Really, it comes down to using.
They'll be live on fucking.
Yeah, the Cars HQ, exactly.
Okay, it's your turn in the bullpen. Let's go.
Yeah. Well, so is the movie you're shooting for, was it 85? That's what Will's throwing out there for the Johnny 5? Was it 85?
Yeah, but
God.
Yeah. Was it that long ago? Holy crap.
Yeah, so I would have been 2, so that would have been a little early for me.
Yeah, it's okay. You watched older movies.
Fair enough. There's a reason Vegas pawn shops keep one guy there by all night. This one employee, but it's Vegas. They got limits. Yep. Yeah. If you advertise 52 man on a triple logo type card sale 3 a.m., you might get some traffic. Sure. If you go for that, then maybe. The valuation they raised that, they needed to at least 4 or 5 exit. Yeah, there you go. Giving equity is not free. If you overdo the valuation, it is. You can make it up. You can make up some crazy numbers. Can be more jerseys being given to card companies with players involved. Now, I think that's the thought process. Lack of sticker autos and no redemptions, which they can pitch for. They initially raised $325 million on a $10.4 billion evaluation. Yeah, that was the thing. I remember they did rounds of funding based on a really high valuation. Yeah. I'm like, so where'd you come up with that number? 10 billion is the value of the business based on what? That's why I said that's the reason why I said, Bobby, like, you can, if you make up a really high valuation, you can be like, oh, you raised all these rounds of funding. It's like, so where all this money come from those rounds of funding? You basically made money appear out of thin air based on this crazy high valuation that's based on air. You just make it up.
Almost appears it's business as usual. They did come up with that rookie card patch, but they're only putting one. I think Victor said they should have put on one each inning, which was really smart, because then you could have 9 rookie patches. Now they're having 1, and they're not doing all the rookies. They're just doing the top seeded rookies. And some of the rookies will turn out to be even better than the top seeded rookies later down the road. It happens. So yeah. Other than that, I haven't really seen too much. I'm not really up with the cards and everything, but I do see the peripheral part of what's going on, and I don't really see them doing much of anything. I don't see them really getting players to endorse, because it's all about the players now, and they're going to get a cut and all this. I don't see them thwarting that forward to the marketplace. I don't see them ramping up. I don't see them talking anymore. It's like business as usual almost.
Well, the thing is, Bobby, it depends on where you're looking, because from what I understand, Fanatics ran commercials with Tom Brady and a bunch of other players to promote the new Bowman, and he was in that set with the autograph card and the inscription and everything. They literally did commercials for it. Again, it depends on what you're looking at and where you've seen it, but they literally made a whole big deal about it. I haven't watched the commercial yet, but apparently Tom Brady's in it, and they had a bunch of other people in it. It's like players.
I think I saw a Bowman commercial, and it was the weirdest commercial. And at the end, then it was about sports cards. It was like, okay. So they kind of led you down the garden path, like you're, hey, watching something cool. What is this? It's neat. And then at the end, it says Bowman, or was it Tops? I can't remember. Right at the end there. Anyways, and I just said, that is the weirdest commercial I've ever seen. And if you're trying to get people in with that, good luck to you. That's maybe I'm missing something. Like I said,
but your statement was that you hadn't seen anything. It's like, no, I definitely seen them throw
just that
stuff out
one
there.
quick video. That's all I've seen. But it's not like it's anywhere and everywhere. It's not on games. It's not on anywhere. It's not.
I don't think it would be wise for them to literally be. Targeted advertising is the thing today. It's not trying to put a commercial everywhere or put everything on a billboard all over the place. They're like, okay,
how do you 10x without doing that though?
You would 100x your expenses by doing that, and then you would need to more than 10x to make up the difference. I like this idea though. I heard you can watch Cards HQ live streams within GTA 6. See, there's an idea we can get behind. So here says Jeff says he's got another big secret to release. That's true. He did reveal only one of his 2 big secrets. The 24/7 on-site PSA grading, maybe. I still think we need the 3 a.m. call-in show. I think the Cards HQ 3 a.m. call-in show would be amazing. That'd be that, and then you take clips of it and then you put it on Twitch. That'd be must see. That'd be must see. I would enjoy that. That'd be great. It's like, don't worry, I'll give you a Twitch donation for that.
Be the comedy hour. Right?
Take some more calls. Take some more calls. That'd be great.
Yes.
Makes sense.
That'd be a great idea, though, having in-house PSA grading.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think
that'd be huge if we could get that deal done.
Well, that's what really comes down to.
The first couple of months to get foot traffic in.
The argument was, if you're going to do some of this stuff, it's like, well, you better start making some of these sweetheart deals. You need to have some stuff that nobody else can get their hands on, or that you would have more access to be like, if you're going to get people in the door and this is supposed to be like this crazy, then you better have some stuff that I can't get at Burbank, that I can't get at some of these other shops. Something that's special.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something that's special.
That's the only way that really works. Yes.
There you go. Matt says maybe Geoff has the first on-site tag machine. That'd be amazing. You can get coasters while you wait. Sensational.
Huh.
I would love it. I see the vision. I like the dream.
It's a tough space to come into after a boom. And a lot of people tried back in the early 90s. Mm-hmm. You could see all the sports card guys, all these new guys trying to come in, and they just couldn't make it. And it took, 8 years? Approximately.
Yeah, it's about right.
Almost.
They spent 10 years developing
it. No, it took 8 years for the hobby to really come back after the last skip up in the 90s there.
I guess so. Well, I don't know.
eBay came in and actually changed it all, actually, at that point, because really.
But the thing is, if we go with eBay, though, eBay came in 96, and the baseball strip was 94.
98 to 2000 was really the eBay. It wasn't the full, because people weren't really getting on. Not so then 8
years if you take 2000. 8 years if you take 2000. Otherwise, it's more like 6. But sure, fine. We do 6 to 8, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, so it does take that time. So I'm looking at this time probably being the same, maybe longer, maybe a little sooner. I don't really even know. It's gonna be
I think the key is with the messaging that Jeff was trying to do with his whole podcast is he was trying to sell this whole live selling idea as being this revolutionary thing. It's not the same as when we went from card shops that were only brick and mortar, would only sell you on site, to when the eBay really started taking off and all of a sudden you had a worldwide market available. That was a boon. That was a huge, the shops that were able to adapt to take advantage of that early were able to build their audiences and grow from that e-commerce version of it. That was huge for them. This is not going to move the needle nearly as much because it's still online. It's still online purchasing. It's just, and it's taking, like I said, the QVC model, the shop at home model, and putting it online. But it's still, we've already had shop at home and we've got online buying already. These are already in place. You're just trying to combine the two.
And supplementing that back in the 80s and 90s was you could go to any hotel. There was a show at almost every other hotel, or any little Legion or what have you. There were shows and shops everywhere, and that kind of fell too, obviously.
Well, that's still the way around here. There's shows, every single weekend, Saturday and Sunday. I can drive to if I chose to. Every
card shows?
Yep. I am within driving distance every weekend somewhere. There's card shows in my area.
Yeah, there is card shows here too. We have some, but they're very small and they're very, I wouldn't set up and I wouldn't go out of my way to drive there for the most part. They're just trying to sustain themselves from, one show to the next. And same thing with ones we have here. It's very difficult for to get the people in. I think Bernie Nichols is signing at Leaside, and on this Sunday. I'm going to set up, but I'm going there just, I figured it's the last kind of kick and have some fun, see if I can pick up anything and maybe sell a couple things, whatever.
I think we're all holding back for the excitement that is the January CSC show. I think that.
When is it in January? Mid-January?
I'll tell you here in a minute. So US Sports Card here says tag slabs at the coffee bar. I'm hoping the machine will be flipped so that you can get an espresso. It'd be sweet. It's like one mode you get the coaster, the other one you get the espresso. That could be very exciting. And I want to read this comment here too. Imagine pulling a card and break, getting graded by PSA on site and live stream. It comes back at 6. And then you get drunk and call in at 3 a.m. to complain about it.
Yeah.
Content. The more he talks, the more worried I feel for him and his sports card investors. Yes, I agree with this. I agree with the statement. This is accurate. So let me see here. CSC. So I will find it. It'll take me a minute. CSC. Canada Sports Cards. That's what it is. I usually find it on Instagram. So
he's kind of like I wanted to be like 20 years ago. You wanted to buy a shop with a nice storefront, and then you live upstairs in a nice little condo that you'd have up there. It'd be kind of nice. But
January 27, 28.
Oh, so okay, almost February. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, later part of the month.
Yeah.
Paul here says you live in Massachusetts, so what is driving distance? Question mark.
Well, that takes 4
what
hours.
is sailing distance?
With the traffic, we have some of the worst traffic in the country. 2.4 miles is like 4-hour drive.
Really? Why don't you just walk?
That's why I get on my bike.
I was going to say, why don't you bike?
Look what happened last time on his bike.
Why did you cyclocross and fight them in your post-apocalyptic environment?
Yeah. Bring out a machete.
Last week's cyclocross race was awesome because of all the snow. It was a lot of fun to watch.
We had one little 2-inch.
Like some flurries, barely.
And it was 10 degrees today, which is double it, and at 32. So it was 50.
Somewhere in the 50s, yes. Somewhere in the 50s. We have a Mulster that runs from tomorrow 16th to December 24th. Fair enough. I can't believe how much the stupid Brady Expos card is going for. You think after all this boom bust stuff, it wouldn't take off. But remember, the hobby is getting smarter. Rule number 1. Rule number 1. Coal Islanders. There you go. So I got a bit of a question since Stuke there mentioned the December 16th to 24th. So obviously next week, and it kind of snuck up on me because I went and looked at the calendar. I was like, yeah, okay, 15th. Oh, that's right. So next Friday is the 22nd. Now, here's my question. And this is kind of open-ended because depending on what the answer is, we can do this a couple of ways. I've got some ideas. I want to do the Christmas Eve episode because that's on Sunday into Monday. So that's doable. So my question is, the Christmas Eve show tends to be shorter. So I usually will cut that down a little bit because it'll be a hard cut off before midnight. I'll probably do that from the house the same way I did the last couple of years. So my question is, do you guys want like a shorter truncated Friday, like a shorter Friday episode under 2 hours, and then the Christmas Eve episode, and then maybe I grab a different set of cast of characters and kind of mix it up a little bit. That's one thing I could do. Or we just do it straight on the Sunday. Some folks I know prefer the Fridays, might be easier for them, and some folks actually, we've definitely had folks hanging out and in the chat and stuff on the
Christmas Monday, right? So Friday,
yeah, that's what I mean. Like it's not that bad, but it would be still a shorter episode. So, and it's going to be, by the way, the same kind of question for New Year's because it's the same scenario with the 7 days later.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm always
Friday's fine to me.
Yeah, for me, some people may prefer one over the other, and I want to give them the option, but I would cut down both, just make them shorter, and that's how I would do it.
Yeah, Christmas Eve would be. I don't think it would be bad for me, but I mean, for others, maybe not so much.
I got to be in.
That's what I want to
Christmas Eve, so I'll get home as soon as I can. But it's Michelle's family, so it's whatever she tells me.
I think
that's kind of why I'm leaving it open, because if I do the two, it would be shorter for each, but some folks may be able to attend one and not the other. And then I just mix it up and invite some folks to come on. The Christmas Eve one is usually pretty good because sometimes you get some cast of characters you haven't seen in a while. That's because it allows us to give an excuse to sneak some folks in. And the same thing with the New Year's Eve episode. It allows me to sneak some folks in that don't get to appear. I think for New Year's Eve, I think I'll just do the Sunday because I'll be back at home. And it's easier for me just to set up camp here, and I can just do it. But when I'm at the house, I'm not going to run a full-length live stream. So I'm going to give it a shorter version.
Yes.
So you're going to keep the Fridays and also on the Sundays, right?
For the one I'm thinking about is for the Christmas Eve one. I'm thinking of keeping the Fridays. For the New Year's one, I could. I'd have no reason not to. I'll be here either way for the New Year's one. I'm just asking if folks want to split it up or just have the one on Sunday for Christmas.
Well, New Year's Eve is kind of tough, right? A lot of people will be busy.
Tell it the last couple of years. you would think so, but like people were tuning in and hanging out and popping in and out. Yeah. So it's kind of like you'd think so, but for some reason it doesn't. Like I've got 2 years of data that suggests otherwise.
Huh?
So I guess some people want to get away from their families really badly,
Maybe.
and we offer that option. So I just question.
Most of us are older. Yeah, I understand it.
Yeah. Name says do both. Give the people what they want. Well, Name, I think that you should make an appearance for one of these live streams because if we do that, that's 4 live streams. You've got 4 different options. You can evade your family for one of the 4. Name. Think about it.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I'm just posing the question to folks. And also don't forget to hit the like button because Eric's back is feeling bad. And if you hate him, his back pain increases with each like button press. And if you want him to send healing vibes, the like button also sends that. And either way, I charge him for it. So it works.
I can't pay for the like button because I'm poor.
Oh,
we can make you more poor.
More poor. Yeah.
There in the spirit of the season. You have not given enough.
I like that word. I think we should make a word out of that. More of a hyphen poor in there or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like more poor.
More poor. Mm-hmm.
I like more poor.
I'm just saying. I pose it as a question.
It could be a new catchphrase we're going to use from now on, going forward, guys.
It might be. It might be.
And everyone's going to, what the hell's more poor? If you missed this episode, you're screwed.
This is what tends to happen with a lot of these, unfortunately. This is what tends to occur.
Yeah.
So I'm hitting my like button from all my YouTube accounts. That's right. And get some more if you need to.
Listen,
do what you need to do.
There's just more examples about how this guy's just complete trash. Right?
Wow.
Now, I didn't want to say anything, but I'm telling you, I have definitive proof that Name and Josh have gotten together, conspired together against me, and they are now in cahoots.
Go on.
And are out to get me, and I have proof of it. So I just, the both of them, I got no use for. They're out. Both of them are now in cahoots.
That's Mopar. It's not more. More poor. Mopar is, yeah.
Here you go. U.S. Sports Card said, what percentage of people who see Eric in the shop know that he's a YouTube celebrity / poopy pony creator? Facts. That was a question, Eric. That was posed in the form of a question.
Oh, I was sleeping. What?
Mm-hmm. Hello?
How many people know about your celebrity? How many people know that you are Mr. More Poor?
Mm-hmm.
I've only had a couple of people come into the shop and ask me if I'm me. Like you guys, we get asked that, at the show in Toronto, but maybe you guys get it asked more, as you're going through your daily lives. But I've only had a couple of people come in and say, you? I'm like, yeah, I'm me.
Now, does it count if it's somebody like you and you're like, and you just run straight for the bicycle? It's like,
yeah.
It's like, don't fail me now.
That's how he crashed and hurt his back.
That's what I'm saying. He was probably running away from a fan.
Yeah, right. Yeah. No, I was going downhill and the front wheel stopped.
Oh, you've been going downhill for some time, Eric.
The wheel doesn't just stop. The wheels don't just stop.
Oh, it just stopped. And I kept going. And
how does the front wheel stop?
Hit a rock.
Uh-huh.
I was inverted.
Mm-hmm.
And stopped, and I kept going and landed on my head, and I was upside down and bounced off a few things. And
it's one of those, you wish you had it on video. It's like watching those videos where you watch those kids skateboarding down a rail downstairs.
Yeah, and he screw it up.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
That would be where that would be the one time that would be where I'd start it because I'm Carl's TikTok, and that would be the debut video that I would use.
That would be Billy.
That'd probably be the only video I would have, unless Eric wants to crash a couple more times. But
so now I've been in bed for a week and I'm on painkillers and I feel all messed up. So
have you learned your lesson? Is the question.
no, as soon as my back heals, I'm getting back on my bike.
Well, have you learned the other lesson? Maybe the answer is more speed. Maybe you need to attach rockets to it so you can move even faster, so you can crash even more spectacularly next time.
Through the rock.
Look into that.
Go through the rock.
He was going pretty fast down that hill.
I think you can do better. Zachary says, sell all those cars behind you, Eric. That's like button money. Maybe.
Yeah.
I'll sell this one. Anybody want to buy that one?
Ooh. I don't know. Yeah. Listen, the bumper, the card bumper on it might be pretty valuable. It was nice that he gave you an aqua one. So, folks, I'll pose the question. Obviously, we had fun with the Geoff one just because it was an easy one. Oh, actually, I can give you a quick update. Who wants to hear a little bit more about Mr. Charity Fraud, the Completionist?
I watched it. Yeah, it was good.
Yeah. So Karl Jobst did an update video. So give a quick recap. That's the guy who did a charity for over the course of 10 years and collected more than $600,000 plus golf tournaments plus other stuff. But 600,000 and change is the main conversation. So over the course of 10 years, they collected this for dementia research in the name of his dead mother, as you do. So they collected all this money. And what happened is maybe about a month ago, it was uncovered that the money was kind of just sitting in an account, at least as far as I could tell. It just hadn't been transferred over. So then they're like, why hasn't it been donated? You've been saying this whole time that you've been working with these charities and doing all this stuff. And where's the money? When are you going to collect? You know, it's like the Simpsons character. When are you going to give the money? Are you giving the money now? And it was a whole thing for a little bit. So he finally responded. So they gave the money, or 600,000 of the money, which, by the way, doesn't account for all the money. Seems to account for most of some of the money, but we'll see. So anyway, he does a response video, and he doesn't really take responsibility at all. He kind of half-heartedly apologizes for part of it, and then mentions his dead mother again. And I guess he wants to pretend that people were like unconvinced that she died or unconvinced that she died of dementia. Left a link to her autopsy.
Yes.
No, it's not a joke. Left a link to her autopsy because we're not sure. It's like no one was questioning that your mother had died.
Well,
who questioned that?
Oh,
no one was asking.
We
believe you. For the sake of this conversation, we believe you. So anyway, so he does all this and gives you all this stuff, all these documents and everything. Doesn't really dispute a lot of the main points that he basically already admitted to. And then he makes a veil threat of a lawsuit. So Karl Jobst, being a guy who has already being actively sued. He is in fact in the middle of a lawsuit right now. He did a response video where he got even more irritated with it. And if you ever listen to a Karl Jobst video, and I'll include a link in the description to his response to it, he very much has kind of a monotone delivery. That's kind of the way he does his stuff. Very straightforward.
Interesting though. It's as monotone as it is. It has its little.
It's got a little accent. You can tell when he's being sarcastic too. You can tell when he's being a little bit of an ass, and he's poking the bear a little bit. So
monotone, but it actually is enjoyable in the accent that he has.
Yeah, but did you see the most recent video of his response? Yes. I think it was last night. Yeah, so you saw that one?
I saw it,
yeah, but did you catch the part where he played one of Gerard's clips, so the Completionist guy, when he played one of the clips, and he's like, you pathetic bitch. But it's like in his tone, and I was like, that's perfect.
It was.
Perfect. Nailed it. Nailed it, buddy.
They were also saying that, the money that didn't count from the subs and the money, the other money that he was generating isn't even really accounted for on top of the other money from the golf tournament.
Yes,
so
that's right.
But then, he actually had something that he did say that, there is production costs or all these other things that they have to, supplies, whatever. And he kept going on like that. So there is a little bit of saving grace there, but he screwed it right up, man. This guy is like, he's the scum of the earth kind of guy. Just don't want any part of him. And there's guys like that are grifting like crazy out there.
Yeah. I think the key though is kind of what made it stand out, obviously, is that he had built this illusion of this sterling reputation and this whole thing for years, not for a little while, this is for years. And lied about it. Yeah. And it's such a silly thing. It's such a dumb thing to lie about, because in the long run, eventually you have to file paperwork. And the paperwork is all publicly available, so people were able to look at it. And it's a really stupid thing to try to get away with. But in the end of it, the whole attempting to threaten a lawsuit made a lot of people look at you even more more directly. It's like, hey, what are you doing? What are you up to there?
Well, that's like innocence, like a plea for innocence.
You don't come off like a very innocent guy. But the problem is though, that a lot of the claims, he said it on video. So like in the rebuttal videos, they're able to literally like in his apology, quote unquote, he says, that I might have led you to believe that it had been donated, alluded to, or, and then they literally play clip. This money is going there. The bits and all these things, we are not taking any of that. He flat out says these words.
We are currently working with
correct
the university. Yes. And that's like, no, if you are, then you shouldn't be saying that because you didn't. Yeah. So that's fine.
It's not a very good case when we have you on video saying the exact opposite of that thing that you were saying now. Mm-hmm. It's very difficult to try to suggest that when it's like, you realize I can just play back this video of you saying the thing that I'm saying you're saying. Mm-hmm. And I can play it back many times because there's more than one example of every single one of these lies you made. Yeah, they do just keep replaying it over and over again. It's like, do I have to keep doing this, or do you get that you were on tape? So here, thank you, Vinny. That is the run. Fat Tony. Thank you for that. That is right. Fat Tony. I just thought it was funny. I was like, this most recent update makes me happy. Eric, it fulfills my Schadenfreude requirements.
You need that.
Link in the description for the replay. The link will be in the description if you want to check it out. That Karl Jobst video, the rebuttal, has gone crazy with the views. It's already taken off big time.
Love catching these guys, red-handed. That these charity fraudsters. It's got to be the lowest thing you can do. Is to
the frauding in the name of charity is I'm not a believer, but I got to feel like if you are, that's got to be one of the lower rungs of hell. Pulling that stunt, it ain't good. I'll put it that way. And again, it's a really dumb thing. Forget everything else. It's a really dumb thing to lie about when there's paperwork.
Yeah.
And you're on video lying about the thing. And it's like, it seems like something you shouldn't try to do. It seems like something you're not going to get away with. So, hey, but he tried it. And his reputation shot. Like anything he wants to do now, what are you going to do? It's not going to work. So 850,000 views in 21 hours, not even a full day. So I will include a link of that in the description if you guys want to check it out on your own. I had fun with it, obviously, because it is more of an interesting. It's outside of the genre. It's not related to sports cards at all. But if you like the drama of somebody getting caught in the middle of a scam and the back and forth with it, this is a pretty good one. It's not for pennies. It's for hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's pretty substantial. And he says we can send a certain better half to Massachusetts and Eric would pay.
I already have my own better half. I don't need yours, Vinny.
I don't know if he's willing to lend.
I can't handle the one I have.
There you go. Sounds fair. So let me open it up. Anything in particular you guys want to chat about? I think we've given the G-off thing enough time now. We covered a lot of angles on it. We had a lot of discussion. We came up with some amazing ideas. The call-in idea, the late night call-in idea, it's sensational. Do it. I love it. But outside of that, yeah. Anything else going on that anybody want to chat about? And I only got a handful of responses for the thing about if people want to spin up the Christmas Eve one or not. Name is obviously game for it. He's evading the question though about if he'll make an appearance on one of the live streams.
Typical.
We need some more clarifications, man. Just saying. Well, I'll ask this. Anybody in the chat or not in the chat? Anybody pick up anything interesting lately? In your 3 a.m. purchases? Or otherwise? Other hours of the day? I open it up to anybody else. I'm working on my Dennis PC stuff. I'm picking up AEW stuff because I joked about it with Brad before we started. They've released another product. So right now, since November, they've got AEW Metal, AEW Allure a couple of weeks ago, and now 2023 AEW Flagship, which is a bit much. In such a short period of time, it's a bit much. I'm not a big, not keen on that. We're getting the new cup for the hockey folk. We're getting the new edition of the cup, so that's going to be super expensive. That's the thing.
And disappointing.
Yeah, probably. Oh, I remember. There was one thing I was going to mention. So Ty here says Drew Brees and Bryce Harper auto. Decent. That's pretty solid, I think. I was going to mention SP game used. There was one subset in it that fascinated me, and I didn't realize it was a thing until we did the preview about it. And I think this is one you can get behind, Eric. The insert set is literally called Rally Towel. You want to guess what the piece of memorabilia is?
Trash left behind that they gave out to fans to twirl around like an idiot, and they left it there in the bleachers, and people went home, and then the sweeping crews came, and then somebody went into the trash and pulled a bunch of them out and made swatches out of them. That's what you're purchasing with that.
But Eric, people complain about the game use. Eric, rally time. Come on.
Yeah,
Let's
pulled that
go.
right out of the trash.
Oh, by the way, on the back, it actually has a picture of the towel.
Okay.
Oh man.
So,
by the way, I did a search on eBay. I couldn't find this exact one. But throughout the course of this was from the 2000 playoffs. And throughout the core and on eBay, I was able to find others from the 2000 playoff, other rally towels from it. You can buy those for $7. Just to let you know, you could literally buy the towel for so. I think I've got some rally towels, some random events I've attended. Like that shit was free.
I don't think I have any rally towels. It's not something I would think to collect.
It's just I happen to be at the game and they handed them out, and sometimes they end up in a pile, and I forget about them for a while, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I got a bunch of this stuff. I just thought it was hilarious. I was like, wait, so you made an insert set out of rally towels? Really? Okay, sure, fair enough. That's right. It always is. Thank you. We appreciate the like button. So thank you all for that. US Sports Card says, I actually sold 2 higher dollar cards for me that I thought were going to hold for a long time. I thought they were going to be sad, but in a way it was free. Hey, good on you. I actually sold, I had a question directly. Somebody was like, oh, have you started selling into the Juan Sotos? Actually, I have. And I sold another one yesterday. I've got the envelope all made up and everything. So I've been making some moving a couple of those. For me, there's stuff that I'm willing to move on from. And if somebody wants to offer me the price that I'm happy with, out the door you go. I got to put some money aside for other things I'm working on. Picked up some 76 Sports Collectors Digest, Vince Lombardi on the cover. Jim Beckett price survey update inside. Very nice. I like that.
Oh,
yeah. Average Joe Car Collector said, I'm in a trap where I found a niche some years back, and I'm trying to scoop as much as possible, but unfortunately don't want to share secrets.
Why post?
Mm-hmm.
Don't post secrets and not say something. Come on.
He wants people to ask him. He wants people to be like, you must tell us. So not being political here, I did hear about this, so I think it's valid. The Morning Joe clip about the Donald Trump $5,000 card with a piece of his suit from his mugshot day. There's also one where, a piece of his suit, and I think there's one tied to like an NFT. So he tied it to an NFT and then has one with a piece of his suit from the mugshot. The man will monetize literally anything.
He did 100.
I'll leave it at that. I feel that's a very apolitical statement. It's simply a statement of fact. The man will literally monetize anything. I get behind a terrible Tower Rally Tower card for. Fair enough. I get you. I think, look, I'll put it this way. I think it's silly, but if the towel in question is from a very specific game or something historic, like say, for example, okay, it's stupid, but as long as it's not expensive. Eric, what about a rally towel card from a clinching game of a Stanley Cup? That's actually specific to that game. You had to be at the game to get the towel.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay.
So like game 6 of a series, and that was the clincher, and they won, and there you go. You had to be at the game to get it.
If it's on the towel, yeah, it's good.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like specifically centered on a specific event, and you had to be there the day before. You can't get it. The day after, you can't get it. It's got to be that night in that place.
They're sold all the time. Not for much, but
No, I think the key is it can't be expensive. I think the key is it can't be expensive.
I really have no interest in it if it's expensive. It's a towel a fan had and left, and they picked it up out of the trash. I'm not paying big bucks for that.
Well, when did that start? Like 20 years ago?
Oh, the rally towels? It's been a while. Well, let's put it this way. The Medana one there is from a 2000 playoff. So at least 23, almost 24 years ago minimum, if nothing else. So yeah, so the terrible towel for football. Yep, I get you, Pittsburgh. I get you. I'd like to get one of those cards, but not for 5K. There you go. Yeah. Paul would be in on it, but not for 5K. To get the swatch card, you have to buy the 47 actual NFTs for $99 each. It's about 98 high, but I get you. They should have the player sign the towel swatch to make it cooler. So you could probably work that out. Yeah. If you took, and you can get the towels cheap. For the manufacturer, you can get the towels cheap. And if you did that, I think this is a good idea, because if you did that and it's associated to an event or a specific playoff year or playoff series, and you get the players involved in it to autograph the towel, well, then you've got an autographed piece of memorabilia that has some association to the actual series.
They don't,
and then you've got the autograph.
They don't autograph so well. I had one with I think.
Oh no, fabrics are not going to autograph well at all.
No, I had one with Turk Broda and Bauer. Bauer signed it. It was a commemorative game sometime back in early 2000s or something. So, But a sign, it's still got $50. So
okay, well, what if you
ever seen it? I'm sorry. Can I just ask Bobby a question? You too, or anyone else? I picked this up. I believe it's real. I analyzed it pretty well, but this is a John Bauer.
Yeah, so he would have signed that.
And it's in like blue felt pen. So I think it's around the time of the card.
It would be. Yeah, because right around 1975 or later, he started signing Johnny.
All right. Yeah. That's what I thought.
So John Bauer is his early autograph.
Yeah. So I picked up an early autograph, Johnny Bauer, probably the year the card came out, roughly. That generation, 69, 70.
They never really called him Johnny when he was playing. It was usually after.
Mm-hmm.
When he kind of got old and wrinkly and cute, like an old man cute.
Well, yeah.
Pinch his cheeks, call him Johnny. Oh, I'm glad you come to today's event. So cute.
I think we've learned why the restraining orders are in effect for you.
I think so.
There's a lot of questions.
Confirmed it right there, yeah.
From this entire, that's confirmed. All I was going to say is, well, one thing that you could do, Bobby, from a design standpoint. Now, this would have to be for a higher end product because you have to invest a little bit more money into it. So, what if you took that concept, but you do the thing where you've got the material inside, but then acetate on top, where you can sign on the little plexiglass piece up top. So the signature actually comes out clean, and then you still got the material inside the card. Yeah. So you get an autograph and you get a piece of material there, and there you go. You got a card. And that's the thing where the material doesn't cost the manufacturer that much. They're just getting an autograph on there, and it's an on-card autograph. So the value is really in the on-card autograph, but it's just a different aesthetic to give it a little bit of a different look.
Yeah, I don't think it generates a lot of money any which way.
Yeah, it just depends on how much people value the autograph, because that's the value. The value is whatever the autograph is.
The rally towel is just whatever.
Look, I'll give them credit for trying. And they did, in fact, put the picture of the towel on the back because people always complain about, oh, show me the jerseys. Well, they put a picture of the towel. There you go.
Like you're pulling at strings at that point,
Literally, yes, literally.
Rally towel. Yeah, I can see him in the boardroom, just throwing that around. One guy comes in and goes, hey, I got it. Rally towels. Let's get it so much.
Hey, you wait until next year when they get commemorative cup. It's like, so if you were at the game, you were able to get the commemorative cup. It's like, I needed one for my soda. Just saying.
Okay.
Think about it. Stuke here says the Twins had a towel for the 87 World Series. There you go. Go back to the 80s. Okay. Seems fair. Okay, so here's a question. Open-ended question. Since, like I said, there's no specific other hobby-related topic to talk about. But here's a question. We've covered similar kind of things before. What's the dumbest piece of memorabilia or related, since we're the rally towel thing, what's the dumbest piece of memorabilia that would actually be plausible? You have to be able to cut it up or do something to put it on a card that you would pitch that hasn't already been done. I just did the commemorative cup one, just as a toss in there.
A 60s Montreal Canadian salt or pepper shaker.
Specifically, and they could buy it from the Burrell. This is Bobby doing his online selling. This is.
It's a little early. I'd like to be 3 a.m. But yes, in the 60s they came out salt pepper shaker. There's a blue and white one. So this is Montreal Canadian. So this would be Maurice Richard, and the other one is actually Johnny Bauer, I'd assume. And they're salt and pepper shakers. The other one has 4 holes. This has 2 holes, and there's the fill up at the bottom. The stopper's missing, but these are really cool. It's hard to believe they get $250.
Wow!
Just saying.
Like I added the subheading there, Bobby BHC, Burrell Shopping Channel.
Yes.
So that was operators are still on standby.
Yep.
Make sure you make the call, and don't forget to hit the like button.
Please call.
That's right.
We have collectibles.
So here goes. Stuke says, I have a 1971 Harmon Killebrew commemorative cup from his 500 home run. See, if we cut it up, we could put it on the card. Think about it. Bike seat here. Ty wants Pepino Man underwear. Well, he actually wants underwear.
Oh, his underwear sign.
He's very No, he said underwear. He tried to correct himself after. He wants underwear. That's what he wants.
Mm-hmm.
Sean says, game used hockey tape. I feel like I've seen some. Well, we've got ones where the tape is still on the stick. We've definitely seen that for sure.
No, they have tape, just the tape cards.
Just the tape?
Really?
Yeah.
Well, didn't they do like snap on, like what the heck was it? The garter belts or something?
Yeah, they did snaps from the garters or from
Yeah, it's just like, I appreciate the effort, but I think there's only so much you can do with a card, I guess, at this point. We're sort of past that point.
Laces of
What's
skates, the eyelets from the skates I've seen.
Well,
yeah, I mean, if they can make it happen and sell it, they're gonna.
Yeah, well, that's just the way it goes, unfortunately. You're trying to I guess you're just trying to bring something new to the marketplace. And at a certain point on the card, like I always been saying about, Fanatics going forward, they own the merchandise side of it. Like, why not have like the jerseys or helmets or whatever, hockey sticks, footballs, baseballs, whatever, those special. They did those things before with bobbleheads and baseballs and other things, but you know, I think that's really the card market going forward, to really get other people involved, to win a full jersey, not just a cut piece on a card, and then I might even open a pack or a box, because hey, listen, I can get a jersey. There's like, 400 jerseys offered in this thing. There's football, and there's one kind of grand prize. It doesn't have to be a high-end product. Doesn't have to be too low. Obviously, it can't be too low because the investment. But I think going forward, I think that's a great way of getting fans involved. So hopefully they'll use that and go forward. And I'm just trying to help the hobby in a different way, because we're at that point of, critical mass of refractors and zebra color. Like, I don't know where you go. We're going to get alien, I don't know what we're going to do. Just going to keep going until they strike out, and then what?
I think since you mentioned it, I was listening kind of when you were throwing out the thing about the memorabilia.
Yep.
What I don't remember the name of the company that Golden ran. I want to say Signature Rookies or something. What was the name of I think he had a card company that he ran that his dad founded, and they did a thing where they did giveaways for like footballs or basketballs or stuff like that, and autograph ones. But the name escapes me right now. But they actually had giveaways for that. Now the problem is, obviously, with Golden, there were questions about fake redemptions and different things and fake certificate of authenticities and stuff like that. Scoreboard, that's the one. Thank you, Bob Jackson. That's the one I was looking for. Scoreboard. And I'm pretty sure Scoreboard had something like that where you could pull redemptions for a piece of memorabilia. So something along those lines. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's not like you're pulling redemption. The only thing that should be really redemption is redemption based. Like you'd have to mail in would be something that like an autographed jersey or something like that. But otherwise, I'm just talking about regular jersey, because a regular jersey is what, $300 in the store, $354.
Yeah,
so that's a nice. You can take that card and just go in, and they can scan it. This is it. Here you go. Take your pick. What's that, Eric? That's old.
Yep. That's the scoreboard.
Yeah, but that's the Scoreboard company.
Oh, that's
so
the
that was
yeah.
So that was under Paul Golden. Paul Golden was the president at the time.
Yeah.
And then you had your certificate of authenticity, and obviously those things are pretty easy to replicate, and that was kind of the issue they had with a lot of those.
Yeah, we have barcodes and shiny codes and all these other things too.
Yeah. Today it would help. Today you can use a QR code, so that is something that you can do. Some stuff that you could use some holographic, stickers and stuff that relates to it. Sure. So there are things we can do that would help make it a little easier to prevent some of that issue. But I think it's interesting. I have to see player's DNA card. Well, I think we've got hair cards, so we're already kind of there with that one. Prisons. They actually did with emojis. Yeah.
Wasn't there like a Abraham Lincoln hair card or George Washington hair card or something?
Yep, there was. I feel like, maybe to Bobby's point, I think we've pretty much exhausted. In this case, we did in fact try everything, and we're all out of ideas. Like, we really did. We tried just about everything you could think of that you could glue or position into a card. Every piece of memorabilia that's available. That's why the rally towel thing, I think, came into play. Is like, no, literally, it'd be like, do we have commemorative cups? You got any, a goofy hat? Foam finger? We're number one. Like, yeah, I need something, guys. Like, what are we doing?
And even having vintage memorabilia, stuff that's kind of somewhat rare. People like stuff. Not to get away with, the one of 1, 1 of 10, 1 of 20, 30, 50, 100, whatever it is. There's other things out there. And Fanatics owns those companies. They're the companies that supplies all that stuff. So why not utilize that? You're going to get it at cost. Like, honestly.
I think well, with Fanatics' connections, yeah, you can take advantage of that definitely and get your hands on some stuff. There's a lot of things you can do.
I think it's a huge step for them to go that way, because someone's going to potentially get a $400 jersey, which costs them $60 probably, from China.
Well, I think Bobby, given where they're at though, I think to take full advantage of their partnership, they could give you the jersey and probably give you a signed jersey. They could probably get a lot of those players to sign it for you, and for them, it's relatively low cost to provide that for you. Yeah,
I'm sure they can do that.
I think there's value to that. So this one here, Josh says, "Good evening, gentlemen and Eric." And this is where you already kind of alluded to it earlier tonight. You can. Is there anything else about unsolicited mail you'd like to discuss, Eric?
Yeah, this is like I said earlier, Name and Josh now are in cahoots. They're out to get me. They've teamed up. Yeah, there's collusion. Okay, and
a conspiracy. You say.
There's no doubt a conspiracy against me.
Instigation.
They are in contact with each other. They are mailing me things. They're sending me notes in the letters, and it's deeply, deeply disturbing. I don't know how I'm going to handle this moving forward, but and I think it's one of those they're trying to pretend to be nice, so I let my guard down, and then sneak in for the attack. You know what I mean? Because
we all kind of do that.
Because Josh won, didn't win. I mean, it was totally didn't win it. It was total fraud. Obviously, now it's clear that the contest Name had going a month or so ago was fixed, and so Name had his maybe a second cousin or so, Danny Hodgson's over here, card that he helped develop for Upper Deck in the set that Name did. This is like one of the bigger cards, and he had his second cousin sign it, and he kind of raffled it off. And
we have a request here. We have a request.
So I didn't, I didn't win it, and I knew for a fact that I should have won it, and that Josh won it, and it was just totally fixed. So I get the mail. I see it has names, address, and everything. I'm like, it's a bomb, right? First instinct, boom, it's got to be a bomb. My mother assured me it wasn't a bomb. I said, how do you know? She said, it's not ticking. I said, okay, fine. We'll open it.
Sounds to me like somebody that wants you to open a bomb would say. I'm just saying.
Right. So I open up this package from Name. I see the card. I'm like, no, that's the card I should have won, but didn't. And then, of course, there's a note. And it says, Dear Eric, shut up. Right?
Oh.
Now, that's not necessary. I'm nothing but kind to both of them. I don't think a note should start off this way. I receive in my own home. And it goes on to say, I hope this card finds you well, as it features an amazing player from your favorite team. Okay? Everyone knows this is not my favorite team. I had a small psychological breakdown last spring. So he's trying to remind me of the pain that I was in by saying that the Maple Leafs are my favorite team. Okay? You see how they're doing this to me? Enjoy, courtesy of Josh. Then he says, as one more gotcha, P.S. Keep up the great work sponsoring the like button. Okay? So now these guys are in cahoots. They're mailing things to my home. They're trying to remind me of my breakdown and the breakdown of the Bruins. And it's just I just am a little bit beside myself.
Eric, you probably could have, if this is such a concern for you and such an issue, an option would have been to have someone whose only and sole job it is to filter out your mail and protect you from seeing such things. Now, you could have afforded that. Unfortunately,
guess what? Because you're poor,
right? I am poor.
but not poor enough to avoid the like button payments, which you should hit.
Well, according to this note, he wants, keep paying for those. And, Name's got like 27 burner accounts, and he's just like, bing, 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 bing. So I don't know how to take this. It's first Name is like reminding me that the fix was in, and I didn't win this. So I don't even appreciate this. Okay. Because all this is a reminder of the pain. And then you got this note, telling me to shut up and pay for like buttons and that the Maple Leafs are my favorite team. I just screw them.
I like the effect of you coming out of the darkness, Bobby. That was pretty solid.
Oh, I was answering some text. Everybody, it's like Jeff's show would be so busy at, everybody 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, everyone wants something. After that, ghosts.
Yeah.
Crickets.
Yeah. They all went over to watch the Cards HQ live stream.
See, look, Name admits it.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to trick me.
Yep.
He's trying to let my guard down. Well, my guard's up even higher now. Okay.
Wow.
So it isn't going to work.
Was your guard up high when you crashed your bike?
I thought it was, but it wasn't.
If you use those kind of reflexes and that kind of guard, I think they'll be fine.
That Name's a trickster.
I know. Yeah.
Call him.
I got questions, man. I got questions.
Mm-hmm.
I even got to use a SpongeBob time card. That's how long it took to went through that story.
I told the story.
Yes. Yeah, you gave one of your stories.
I don't remember. These drugs are really powerful.
What
It's
kind
gonna
of
be good
drugs
as it's
are you
subsequent.
on? Is it codeine related? Is it fentanyl?
Also, is this like on a percentage basis? Would you say it's like 5% more drugs than your normal?
Well, since I rarely drink and I don't do drugs, it when I take anything like this, it hits me a little harder than somebody who would participate in mind-altering pharmaceuticals on a regular basis.
Mm-hmm.
And so I have three different pills to take, and 2 of the bottles say may make you dizzy. Don't drive a car. So I'm taking 2 of those. Yeah. I'm a mess.
Oh, you're that we on this point we agree. We are 100% in agreement on this point. That's a valid statement.
And more so after the accident.
And
true.
Well, my wife keeps making me sign stuff.
Really?
Is it somebody whose alarm is set off in the distance?
It happens a lot. It's like these people across the street. It's just like, really? It's always something. Like someone will pick them up in the morning. They'll honk the horn at 6 o'clock in the morning. Beep, beep, come on out. It's like, it's 6 o'clock in the morning, you stupid. Anyways.
Well, Bobby, we should get you on board. One of these days, what I should do, maybe this is how I make my fortune. What I should do is at some point I should set up a recorder outside and you can get ambient sounds of the ghost station. And what happens is, what do you think happens if somebody bumps a car and a car alarm goes off and there's no one around to turn it off?
Oh yeah.
It just goes.
But doesn't it shut off after a certain amount of time? Or the newer one?
It takes a while. It actually takes quite a while. Sometimes I'll be sitting. Now again, I'm up. So if one of those car alarms goes off at midnight, it's not really going to affect me for a very long time. It's not really an issue. But I'm sitting there like, how long can that car alarm go? Maybe the battery will run out or something. Like it's just going. And I'm like, okay.
When you lock your door, you push it twice and then the horn goes off. Well, This person does that all the way up their stairs and all the way. So they do it like 6 times. Beep, 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 beep. It's just double checking. It's like one of those people with those nervous tics that they turn a light switch on 4 or 5 times. It's almost like stop, because it's late. It's late at night, and don't do that. I don't even do the double lock. I just do the first one because it locks it. The other one's a beep to let you know that you locked it. I don't need to know. I heard it. Fine. No beep. Stupid. Anyways, that's putting up with the people you have to deal with in the neighborhood. That's mostly nice.
Yeah, there you go. Well, I've always found it amusing. Like I've got one set of neighbors here. Now that it's gotten colder, it stopped. But I laugh. And again, if it weren't for the fact that I am a night owl anyway, I'd be like, if I was one of these folks that gets up like early in the morning or had whatever, I would be pissed. And they literally will like set up camp in their front. They got like a little patio in the front of a lot of these units, and they're literally just set up there. And they, when it's like fall time, they'll have like a little fire. And they'll be sitting there drinking and just hanging out. And it'll be like 3 a.m. on a Tuesday, and I'll be like, "Do you guys work?" What do you do?
Obviously not.
I was like, I just laughed though, because it's like, well, I'm awake, so it doesn't matter to me. I'm kind of watching YouTube videos and stuff, so obviously it's not going to bother me. But I'm sitting there like, don't the rest of you have kids or something? Like, shouldn't you be annoyed by it?
Don't the neighbors kind of go, "What the hell's going on?"
You would think so. Maybe there's something's up, and they're like, yeah, I don't want to like tip my hand and be found out. It's like, guys, really? Okay. I just, it's so random. And it's not all the time. It's just like randomly. There's some nights that it'll be like, why? Whatever. And maybe I should go outside and be like, hey, do you guys know where these neighbors disappeared for the 9 years? You know where they are, don't you? Don't you?
Yeah. Do you know these neighbors? Rule number 1.
Zach says, don't drive a car. Sounds like a challenge. Brendan Ryan says, do not attempt to sleep cars in that condition, Eric.
No.
Brendan,
sage advice.
That's not a joke. I did try to do one earlier, and it took me way longer to do it than it should have. It was, I think it was like 3 tries, and I went, all right, I'm not doing that anymore.
Okay.
Now, did you find out when you were trying to do that sleeving work, you realized that you were actually in the supermarket and you were in the mayonnaise aisle, and the sleeving was you trying to open a mayonnaise jar, and you're like,
Maybe.
No,
could be a thing. Yeah, I'm just posing a question.
not a thing.
It might be. You never know.
Look, Paul says, look forward to waking up at 3 a.m. My credit card being charged by eBay with the seller accept my offer. There you go.
Everyone,
But that's what I mean. Like,
every once in a while, more than I should, I have insomnia, and some nights I'll go to bed, pass right out, sleep for 2 hours, and then I'm up for the rest of the night. And I'm on my phone, trying to read the news or read something to get to knock me out. So maybe I'll just start going on live card breaks.
Why not?
I'll put me.
Well, it's better than going on your friggin' clubhouse. Just go live card breaks. Maybe call in. Be like, hey guys, I got a question.
Yeah, they don't go all night like they used to, but this because of time zones and some all night. Some people who just night owls
and the hobby
and the hobby being just so important. Yeah, I'll roll over at 2:00 and my phone will light up because it will say so and so is talking in Clubhouse, and it's like so and so needs to go to sleep.
Yes.
Wow.
Well, you have California time. You got 3 hours there, so
yeah.
You got Billy.
What's that, West Coast? Well, that's so going back to the reason why I was able to kind of talk about the whole 24/7 call center thing or 24/7 anything is because I work those shifts, and the call center one, the West Coast folks obviously would be able to keep going. Like midnight here is 9 p.m. over there, so if they've got some kind of an issue at 10 p.m., there's still a good chance they'll call.
Yeah,
the volume would drop off, but there was still a possibility. But then there's the folks that work the graveyard, and this is a call center, so literally people are calling in, but the volume drops down. Like you're getting a call like maybe every 2 calls an hour or something like that for chunks of that time, and you might take some time working on some stuff. But like for the most part, the call volume is going to drop off because even if you go all the way to the West Coast, at a certain point, people just stop calling until morning. They'll wait.
Yeah, it's too late. Yeah, after a certain time period.
Yeah. But the thing is, it was 24/7. It was open. They could have called and somebody would have picked up the phone. There was somebody there to answer.
Yeah. Speaking of time zones, it's really kind of funny. I was, when I did my listings for eBay there, I realized that they now have Eastern Standard Time on there. I went, wow, that's amazing. For the longest time, you had to figure out because it was,
it was set to Pacific, wasn't it?
Pacific time. And I'm sitting there because you always had to do it at 7 o'clock for a 10 o'clock auction. So, you know how many people that screwed up? Unbelievably. Won a lot of great auctions that way, but any which way. So it did work out. And actually, here's my results. My results from my auction. Remember, I think I paid like $8 and like $20 or something like that. The final tally was $198 for those investments of the paper, the envelopes from the WHD.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Hashtag invest. Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, it was nice.
Okay. Works out.
It did. For paper.
Well, literally for paper, yeah. In that case.
Yeah. Cards are paper, though. Oh, it's kind of funny. It's not really paper if it's a card. Like if you talk to the talk to the people at the post office, what's in here? As they're squishing it, it's like, don't squish it and then ask me what the fuck's in there.
Yeah. Well, I've tried to train the ones at my post office.
What's in here? It's just like, fucking stop.
I had a conversation like this. By the way, folks, if there's anything you guys want to chat about, you have to let me know. Like the chat today has been kind of waiting to be prompted. It's like, well, guys, it's on you. I literally left it open.
They're wound up.
You got to figure it out. The thing is, there are people watching. And it's like, well, you guys can, if there's something you want to chat about, add it in. Because right now it's a slow news week. That's why I was able to take time to explain the completionist thing, and then we had a lot of run with the Geoff thing. Because honestly, that's all it was. Like, there isn't much there. You got Cage Lawyer and real guy, what is it? Real Card Guy 27, Real Guy 27. Friggin' Adam Gray, the guy who does the Basketball Card Fanatic, that guy. They're in a mini feud. Not a particularly interesting one, but it's I laughed for like a minute and then moved on. Hey, look, it's something. That's all you got. That's where we're at right now. Maybe they need to renew their feud in the 3 a.m. block at Cards HQ. That's where we need it. We'll resolve it there. It'll be like our own Jerry Springer segment. We'll get them to resolve their issues. I think that'll work out great. But I was going to say was,
oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, all I was going to say was that at the post office, I've trained them a little bit, and what happens though is at the post office it's this guy that took it over, and then he's got his kids and his wife that work with him on it. And I'm like, fine, whatever. What the guy now knows me because I've been there so many times that at this point he just goes with whatever I say. Sure. And he does this, so he knows the routine. I literally will come in. These are the ones I need you to scan. Boom, 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 boom. Yep. Anything else? Letter mail Canada, letter mail US, letter mail international, if applicable, whatever. And then goes, yeah. So he doesn't ask questions anymore. He just goes, okay, got it. I'll punch it through. So we're good. But then his son would likes to argue with me, and then the daughter doesn't pay attention. So I'm sitting there like, and the wife is like, and the wife is somewhere in the middle of the two, and I'm just sitting there like, and she was literally like, oh, it's this amount. It's like, I literally send so many of these packages, and literally the dad was there, and she goes, yeah, he knows it better than we do. Just go with it. Whatever he says, punch it in. Punch it in. I'm like, yeah, just trust me. I literally know what the price is down to the penny on this. I've already weighed it. I already know how much it weighs. Yes. Trust me. Just put in this amount. You'll be fine. Just do it.
So the lady asked me, she goes, what's in the envelope? I said, an envelope. No, what's in the envelope? I said, that's an envelope. It's an envelope from 1972 because it came with the envelope. I wasn't going to tell them all the other, brochures in there. And then I said, yeah, one of them has a pamphlet in there. She goes, how do you spell pamphlet? I went, how about brochure? Do you know how to spell that? Yeah. Okay. So she went with brochure. But a lot of times they say, well, why is it so thick? And I said, because you guys fucking bend the shit out of everything. So I have to put supporting stuff in there. What's the supporting stuff made of? Cardboard. Oh, well, what's cardboard made of? Fucking paper? Yeah. Just put it through. Fuck. Because I go to a certain different one for convenience sake, right? And because the other one's a little further away. And then the other lady's, she's mauling my regular shipments. It's just like, come on, lady. Just like, really, don't squeeze it and ask me what's in there.
Yeah. Don't squeeze the Charmin.
Really?
But the funny thing is that they've got their little plexiglass or plastic thing that they use to check and see if something, the template to see if it fits through. And I'm sitting there like, and that's the reason why that's the reason why I sit there and I look at them. I go, guys, I have already, before I've gotten here, I've already done the work for you. That's why the guy understands at this point.
I know.
That's why he doesn't question. That's why he doesn't question me anymore, because at this point he's seen this enough times where he goes, okay, it's like, I have put it on the scale. I know how much it weighs. I know exactly the thickness of it. It'll be fine. Just put the stamp on it or put the print out. You'll be good. Get on with it.
Well, US, you get for $10 you can get it through. Otherwise, you got to pay the parcel rate. And they put this limp wrist freaking plastic thing, and they try to get it won't go through. And I go, give me. Pull it through, and they go, okay, run it through. It's like, you stupid people. They're just trying to make more money, I guess.
Oh God, yes.
And it's kind of sad. The other place, they know me, and they just, whatever. They have no problem. They don't even ask a question. We actually just joke around a lot. And I help people when they're in line too. Oh, you don't have to send it that way. You can send it that way. And they go, yeah, he knows.
Well, like I said, Yeah, for me, really what it comes down to is at this point, I've gone to the same post office and sent enough things where it's like, guys, I'm actually trying to help you. If you just follow, I've literally put it in order to make it as easy as possible for you to process so that you can do it quicker and be done with it. And then you're good, charge me whatever, and we'll move on with our lives. It's just I don't want to spend a ton of time there when I don't need to. So it looks like we've got a couple suggestions. So thank you guys for that. Appreciate it. Paul says RGL versus Whiteback. So this is Run Good Life versus Eric Whiteback. So Paul, help me out a little bit. I've caught the Cole's Notes version of this. Can you give me the short version? I scanned it, but I'm like, tell me, what is the argument about? What are they actually arguing about? We'll come back to that because I know there's actually a thing going on between these two, but I don't remember exactly what it is. I think it was interesting from what I scanned briefly, but I only caught a little bit of it here and there. Sean here says, who seems to be the most collected player in hockey after Gretzky?
In hockey?
I would say over the
most collected player.
Over the last couple of years, it was Ovechkin. I think McDavid, since Ovechkin's
I think it's McDavid.
McDavid's hot
right now.
David right
He'd
now.
be the one I'd lean.
You could do it by era and it would change because Gretzky's really not of that era. He's not modern cards.
Gretzky always holds a lot of popularity. And he's got a lot of cards. So you've always got options and a lot of things in there. Ovechkin was the current guy, and obviously he was scoring a lot. And being a guy at an all-time great scorer helps. So that's huge. But I think McDavid right now is the current guy. Obviously Connor Bedard is getting a lot of play, but he doesn't have a lot of cards yet. So we're just like literally this next series that just came out this week, Artifacts.
Yeah,
that's the first one that has more than a handful of Connor Bedard. So this is not the bonus hit Connor Bedard card, the draft card. This is like 3 or 4 Connor Bedard cards. I think they're all in Team Canada uniforms, so we're not even all the way there yet. But it's at least the next real chases for Bedard. Yeah. And then the next couple of series, we'll start getting a couple more Bedard cards. The problem is, so we do that. We got the Bedard one. And then next week is 21-22 the Cup, which is not Connor Bedard. It is the previous year. I think it's Cole Caulfield. Cole Caulfield. Yeah. So I was like, so we went forward. We finally up to present day, and then we go back in time again.
Yeah.
It's weird, man. It's weird. Also, says I can recite the liquid, fragile, or hazardous statement USPS gives us at this point. Yeah. Hobby Champs here. And I did catch some of your previous comments. I wanted to acknowledge you, Hobby Champs. Good evening. Carlos like Ron Swanson, Home Depot. Can I help you, sir? I know more than you. Walks away. for that post office, trust me, I know more than they do. It's like, guys, I know it to the penny. It's like, but it's $3.19 plus tax. It's $3.60 after taxes. I'll put it through now. Just get on with it. Just press the button. We'll be fine. Libera's technique was designed to annoy people. I feel your pain. There you go. Okay, so here's Paul. Give me the synopsis. Whiteback put a link to a Run Good Life video, and Run Good Life wants royalties given to some charity because of additional views. Whiteback's channel. Whiteback is like, what the fuck? I gave you exposure. Oh, okay.
What's the charity?
Exactly. Is it the Open Hand Foundation? Because there's some concerns about that one. There's some concerns about that one. Okay. So this I remember now. Thank you, Paul. This helps me. Okay, so the main issue was that Whiteback on his, I guess his X, Twitter, whatever, he was sharing clips from Run Good Life stuff. And apparently he did put a link to a video. So he did give a link to it. I think the rules of, let's put it this way. It's loose rules at best. There's really no set rule. Unless you are specifically taking a clip and claiming it as your content, which would be difficult to do since it's somebody else's voice and their stuff. Unless you're claiming you made the content, it is good form to at least link to their channel or to the video in question so that people can check it out. It's the same thing as what I talked about earlier tonight with the Karl Jobst thing. I mentioned his name, but at the same time, I'm also going to give you a link to the video so you can watch it yourself.
Yeah.
I could play a clip of it here, but it would be good form to direct you. Yeah, but it's good form though, even if I'm referencing the video. So I'll give you an example. In that video I made earlier today, last night that played today, I took clips from Jeff Wilson's podcast episode, but I gave context of what the clip is, what my point is related to it, played the clip, and then explained and talked about it, played a different clip and explained and talked about it. That's called transformative. But if you go in my description, I also give you a link to his actual video in its entirety so that you can access it. And I directly I put the little @ so that you can actually go to his channel as well. So they actually get a ping and says someone is referencing you. So I am letting them know that I'm using a clip and I'm also talking about the clip. So to make sure that everybody's aware. That's the fair thing to do. That's the right thing to do. Give them some credit.
Really?
But as soon as you're doing all that, you're giving them exposure. You're directing people their way, and you're basically but you're also giving them credit. And I think as long as you're doing that and giving them some fair credit, I think Run Good Life has a bit of an elevated sense of his importance, where he's like, well, you must give. It's like oh, I should give some royalties here to give charity. It's like, dude, you're a guy who does breaks and has a YouTube channel. You're not that important.
No. He thinks.
And the fact that he played a clip from you and at least shared a link means some more people will click on your stuff. True. That's not a bad thing. That's a good thing.
Sean here says, don't share a link. We don't want anybody else clicking on our stuff.
Ooh, no, terrible. I think McDavid, Gordie Howe here as the name, many south of the border, no behind Gretzky. Yeah, if you want to go in vintage, Gordie definitely holds some sway.
It's hard to compare the old stuff because you only had 2 or 3 products with Gordie Howe, right? Where McDavid's on like how many different products and how many different companies. So
yeah, for sure.
It's you can't compare. But Gordie Howe, is he the most popular? No, I'd say he's dying off. I would say you'd almost can put for vintage. I don't even know. He kind of fits in with Gretzky there. You almost put Lemieux in there, but tough call. Tough call for vintage. Tim Horton's actually huge. Oh, sure. I don't know him. Who's that?
Boubier, Chicago Blackhawks great.
Yeah, Orr used to be very strong. He's dropped of late, but he used to be very strong. And I would mention him more often. Sure, he's probably your top vintage guy over Gordie Howe or Maurice Richard or anybody else. But there's some surprises out there, like Tim Horton. He just gets it's unbelievable. It's just everybody's on him.
Is it because he died tragically? Is it because of the donut drops? Is it his hockey prowess? What?
It's his coffee. We're really into his coffee.
That keeps everything alive too and going, right?
His brand is literally constantly. People literally be like, Timmy's. I'm going to Timmy's. I'm at Timmy's. Here's the thing. I say it partially in jest, but it doesn't hurt that he's transcended and become a brand.
Oh yeah.
It's like what's going to happen with Michael Jordan at some point. We know Michael Jordan, but there is eventually going to be a generation of people who'll be like, oh, the shoe.
Yeah.
Or the T-shirt or the brand at Nike. It's like, no, he was a basketball player and arguably the greatest basketball player, but he's transcended. He's become a brand unto himself. Tim Horton's brand is way bigger than he ever was as a hockey player.
Oh yeah.
He was a great hockey player, but the Tim Hortons, the name gets said constantly decades after his death. Oh, yeah. And that's because he's a brand now. He's transcended what the original person was.
Yeah. And that's amazing if it can ever happen to you. That's amazing. But you won't know.
You won't know.
It's like all the artists in the world. You have to die to become valuable and important,
Pretty much.
Michelangelo got no love.
Here is Justin's burner account. Good evening. Most collect cards graded: Gwen Gretzky, 2 McDavid, 3 Crosby, 4 Lemieux, Yager, or
and a partridge in a pear tree.
Yeah, exactly. So here, there's a couple of quick ones that I'll zip through. Between football, basketball, or baseball, which sport will be more popular in 25 years? How will this affect the vintage, ultramodern hockey vintage cards? So this is not a quick question. We'll touch on this one here.
Easy.
Which one do you think out of those ones would be the most popular?
Football will probably, because of the head injuries, they'll probably.
I was going to say football. The X factor for football. So out of these sports, I'll put the qualifier like this: baseball is dying out as a sport because of a lot of reasons. Basketball has got its own issues, but football, on paper, football should be the answer. But football with head injuries could very well die out just from not having enough participation in it at some point. If enough head injuries compile, people may not be interested.
Those games with the ball where they have that, air-filled ball, and they'll probably play football like that to stay the injuries of brain concussions and what have you. So going forward, basketball probably would be, and then hockey, and then baseball, football, somewhere.
I think in my lifetime they'll put flags on the quarterbacks.
Oh, flag football, really?
Well, I think it'll start. I honestly believe that at some point in my lifetime, it will start with the quarterback, that they'll have some type of flag on them. And if you pull the flag,
well, no one's going to watch.
Well, Bobby, in fairness, that was Tom Brady's rules for the last since 2007
Pretty much,
on.
yeah, I know.
So you're not allowed to touch him.
No.
Not with your hands or the rest of your body.
Yeah.
Well, it's getting ridiculous because these guys that they're supposed to sack the quarterback, but if they land on them wrong, it's a penalty. If you're too rough with them, if you slam them on the ground, I honestly think that before I die, they're going to have flags on the quarterbacks, and that's how you tackle them.
It'll be fan towels, and then they can put it on
rally towels, and then we can add them to the game use.
Yes,
it all comes full circle.
It's all there, full circle.
Yeah. So I'll say football on paper it should be, but it's going to be tough because of the X factor of the whole injuries, and is there a pipeline of players down the road? That's a question. And how would it affect vintage Ultra Monitor of today and future cards? It'll impact pretty seriously depending on which sports remain.
A question comes out of the question is going forward with basketball, how popular will it be as it's dropping from the face of the earth again? Remember, it dropped from the face of the earth, what was 15, 20 years ago. And now it's recently upsurgence due to the pandemic and what have you. Now we're back to recessing again. So is it going to be the popular sport? I don't know. I don't know if it's that. Is it that popular?
Which sports
scheme of things? Are we talking sports cards? Are we talking about the industry? I mean
the first half of the question was which sport will be more popular in 25 years. That was the first half of the question. So this is the sport first, and then the card impact second.
Yeah,
so it's a two-part.
It won't be hockey, that's for sure.
Yeah, right. Sure.
It's kind of where it is. Like where it's popular, and where it's not.
Popular in sports or popular in the industry is two good questions, really, because I don't think they're equal.
Yeah, there is a little bit of a difference between the two along the way. So Zach here says, where was that video of Rob at Burbank talking about SCV? It should be on his Instagram. I believe he was ranting on Instagram. That's probably where you find it. That would be so to help you out, Zach. That's probably going to be on Instagram. I'd have to look, but I'm pretty sure it's on Instagram, the one in question. Actually, this reminded me of something. I mentioned that, and I finally remembered his damn name. It was Real 27 guy. That's the guy, Adam Gray.
Real 27.
So, Real 27 guy. And he started, I guess, a mini feud with Cage. And in and of itself, if you ever see that meme of like these two nerds like slap fighting, that's basically what I see when I'm looking at that's basically what I'm looking at. However, it did remind me though, just now as we were talking, and I was reading the comments here, it reminded me of a different topic though. What Cage brought up is an interesting one. And let me pose this question to you. So the underlying question, the underlying issue that Cage brought up when he messaged him directly was a question of conflict of interest. So Real 27 guy, when he did his podcast, he gave his episode name like conflict of interest, and he tried to excuse himself, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so here's the scenario. Let me play it out for you. And I'll read these comments here about these as well. But let me present this to you guys, and let me present this to the chat as well. Okay, we've talked about in the past about disclosure. We've talked about endorsements, sponsorships, disclosures, all this. We joke about it all the time, like AMG is, friends of the channel, supporting it. But like it's scrolling across the bottom of the screen. I hit the little checkbox after on the replay so you can all see it. I literally say it out loud. You hear it from me. It's also in the description in a couple of different spots to make sure that it is very clear when something is sponsored, when something is not sponsored, and whatever. So where you don't see it in the video, that is not a sponsored video. It does not relate to it. Where you do see it in the video, it is related to it. So we got to make sure. I try to make sure it's in a couple of different places. But that's not the context of this question. Adam Real 27 guy is a sponsored guy who does creates content for auction houses and things like that. So Alt and some of these other ones that he's working with, a variety of them. And as part of that, he talks about cards like REA, for example, has auctions of certain cards. And he talks about those to promote the auction. The question that was presented was, what happens when you're not promoting something that you own? You're not promoting something that you're selling. You're not promoting something that you're auctioning. But you're promoting something that's related enough that it could impact something you do own. So the example here in this question was, there was, I think, a Kobe 1-of-1 card that was in one of these auction houses, and he made a video promoting it, but he owns another one of the 1-of-1s from that particular series. Now, he's fully disclosed this. It's on his Instagram. If you go look at his Instagram, you can see this card. It is not the same card. This is a different card that somebody else owns. But by helping promote it, if the card does very well, it also does enhance the value of his card. So the question is the auction house telling you that you got to promote that specific card for this auction? There's a whole bunch of auctions in this thing, and you're only promoting a handful of cards. You could promote a different card that is completely unrelated to anything you own. But either they told you to, or you chose to promote this one, which, if it does very well, actually benefits you indirectly. Not directly, but indirectly. So the question is, what, if any, rules or considerations are there if you're a sponsored person and you're indirectly helping something, not directly? You're not shill bidding for somebody else. It isn't your card. It doesn't pertain to you directly. You don't even need to know who the owner is. But if it does well, it can help stuff that you own increase in value. There's a little bit of a conflict of interest there. So it's not a disclosure issue that way. Technically, you don't have to disclose shit, technically, but it does play into the consideration a little bit.
It's sort of like the Ruth card and the REA doing rookie in the title. You know, it helps them a lot because the bit more bidding, the more money, so it's almost the same thing in a way, right? Mm-hmm. It's like people will do something and promote something. If you're not giving anybody credit, I can understand that. But, if you want to promote something beyond, like, I can go into talking about Tim Horton and the things he did and the great things that happened and maybe even the bad things that happened. We're always trying to talk up a card or what have you, especially if we're selling it. If we're buying it, we like hearing those things about it. So I don't know. I don't think
for sure. But my question though is, I'm talking about talking up a card in an auction house that is actually paying you to talk up cards.
Yeah, that's fine.
Unless they specifically are telling you to talk, but let's say you're being told you need to talk up some cards from this auction.
Sure.
You get to choose, but you choose to do one that you have a similar card of that you own,
then
where it would benefit you.
Smart.
Okay. So Bobby's in the category that it's fair game. Do you need to say anything? Do you need to say anything about owning a similar card?
You did say you disclosed that it was on his Instagram, so it's not like he's hiding anything.
No, for sure. But in your promotional, in your reels and whatever you're doing,
no.
Do you need to say anything about that?
Not at all, because you can't remember everything. And if it is on your Instagram, anybody who would have seen that or knows it then would see it. It's not like
so for you, that's sufficient. For you, the fact that it is publicly there to be seen, that is part of what you own.
Yeah,
it's sufficient.
Even if it's not, it really doesn't matter. I don't think it really much matters that way. If you're over pumping something, to dump, I get it.
Okay.
But it sounds like if you have the choice of choosing to talk about a certain card, maybe because it is a good card because you have a similar one, that's fine. And we all do that. I write articles on stuff before the expo, and I'm coming to the expo with that stuff. Is that, but I'm providing a service for people. Do people know?
Well, that's the reason, Bobby. That's the reason why I thought it would be interesting to bring up the question. So I'm not casting judgment here.
No,
I am asking in an open way. This is the crux of Cage's argument. He felt that he should be over disclosed, basically, in the course of or choose to do a different item that is not so closely associated to something he owns.
That was lawyers are the worst at that anyway. So
that was his complaint. Yeah. So Eric, do you have any? But do you understand what I'm getting at with this one? So do you have any thoughts on this specific thing? Do you feel like in that situation you are actually a sponsored person, but this is not your item? So you're not shilling the item. You're not specifically. You don't get any specific money from this sale. But in general terms, you're being sponsored to help promote items in the auction. And either you choose or they tell you to select an item, which could materially benefit you indirectly. Again, not directly, but indirectly in this case. Is that fair game? Should you have said something about it or just proceed full speed ahead?
I think it's fair game. We could continue to reach, for this stuff and try to find what's wrong with this person doing this and that. And, it's one thing if A and B connect. I mean, everyone will agree. But if you go into C and D and E, it's like, listen, you go all the way to Z with me, you'll find out I'm connected to 27 murders.
Probably.
I mean, so how far are we going to go policing or complaining about this hobby? It's, the further you go, what is this? The 6 ways of connection through Kevin Bacon, something like that. Remember that one?
Well, 6 degrees of separation. Yeah.
It's the 6 degrees of separation.
So, Yeah, I mean, how many dots do you want to? Yeah, you'll find something sooner or later.
Yeah.
You know, like I said, you get down to Z and you find out that, you know, I talked to a guy once who talked to another guy who was brothers with another guy who killed somebody. What the hell does it have to do with me?
But well, no, in fairness, though, in this case, though, our degrees of separation are not quite as far. I'm going to repeat this. I am not casting judgment on this one because I feel like it's kind of I think this one's a reach. I don't really care. It doesn't bother me. I think if he was getting paid to promote an auction where he has choices on what he can promote, if he chose to promote his own auction for his own card, and then is getting paid on the back end to promote it on top of it,
that's smart.
Then we start getting into some maybe, but we start getting into murkier waters. My point. But if it's an auction, you don't own this card. You don't materially benefit from this card selling for more. But if you chose to sell your own item after the fact, a potentially good comp could be beneficial to you. Sure. But it's indirect. There's another degree. You have to then go list your item. Like the problem is there's not a direct connection. You have to put in the extra effort.
Would that even hold up in a court of law?
In a court of law, I don't think it does anything.
No, it wouldn't. So that's the way we have to technically break things down. Is it really that, or is it just an opinion? And we're all of opinions. You know, you feel this way, I feel this way. That's fine. Whatever. Now, there's people who skirt the line and do things for different other reasons that are a little bit deeper than that, but this one is just a skirt, really. It's just you know, what are you going to do? Everybody's promoting the card. Everybody, oh, this card's so rare. You know, this is the reason why I wrote books, is like dealers would say things on tables that they shouldn't even be saying about a card or whatever, collectible. It doesn't matter. They would tell this great story. They don't want to come over to me and ask me the truth because maybe they don't want to know the truth. Because if they find out the truth, they don't have that great story to tell.
You're saying they can't handle the truth?
Well, Jack Nickel, yeah, same thing. Yeah. And I don't know, is it right or wrong? You know, it's neither here nor there. But if you go to the app, find out the truth, and then you won't have to worry about it. You've had it; it's out there.
Yeah, come on. I think in the spectrum of issues, this is very much on the lowest rung of transgressions, because in reality, you could, to your point, you could argue it's not really a transgression. It's like, yeah, you could Brendan here is asking the question, how much transparency is too much? Supposing you have the same card, just makes for self-inflicted problems. It sounds like. I think Cage was looking for a point to argue with it. Sure. I think what it really came to. Now, I will say that on the other side of, so this is what's kind of interesting, because I think both sides are kind of wrong. That's what's kind of fun about this one. I think if you're a real 27 guy and you're holding yourself and you're doing a lot of sponsored content with a lot of different places, I think you do want to be careful. If you have any choices at all, you do want to try to maybe leave some room so that you have some separation. That way you're not leaving room for questions of impropriety. I think in this case, I don't think there was any issue.
Happening time after time after time. People will figure out.
Correct.
And Karl Jobst will do a video on you and you're screwed, right?
And then you're screwed, yeah. But I don't think there's anything particularly nefarious about the specific example given here. I don't think that's an issue. I don't have any problem with it. But what I will say is that then if someone wants to ask a question, I think it's valid to ask a question. So here's what I mean by both sides can be wrong here. I think that his choice to do a podcast episode where he then talks about it, but then he like over defends himself a little bit. I think what it really comes down to is this. It wasn't my card. It wasn't my item. That I have a similar item that could potentially benefit from it. Yeah, you could make an argument that there's a little bit of a connection there, but it's not my item. It's not my friend's item. I'm not, the connection isn't that this is somebody else's auction for their item. And I'm promoting it as a representative of the auction house. The fact that I happen to own a similar item in my personal collection, which if I was to bring it to market, if this one does amazing, and then I want to sell my item, it would help it. That's true. But that's indirect. Like I don't have control over it. I'm not controlling what happens in this auction. I'm helping to promote, but because the auction is actually paying me to promote, I'm doing my job here. So I think from that perspective, he's right. But I think he kind of went into again, he started reaching into other folks and bringing them into it. People of high integrity, people floating heads. And I'm like, it's like, you don't need to over defend yourself. Just chill out and relax. And then I think Cage got very offended that his name was mentioned. He goes, I sent you a private DM and then you made a podcast episode. And then he made a podcast episode complaining about that. And that's where it got funny.
That's when the news is slow out there. What are you going to do?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But I think it's one of those cases where I think, as long as, to Bobby's point, I think in a situation where on your Instagram people can see items that are in your collection, if you're talking about a similar item, and he did make the point that some people asked him if it was the same item because they didn't understand the distinction. Because it is a one of one, but there are multiple one of ones in that series. He goes, no, mine is this one. This is a different item. It's a physically different item. It's similar looking, but it's not the same. Gotcha. So the one on sale is this person's. Mine is still in my collection over here, wherever. These are two different items. So I could understand why someone would get confused. That's fair. And I think it's fair to answer the question and go, yeah, it's a different item. It's not associated with me directly. I'm not getting any money from the proceeds.
And I was promoting the auction. It, so I'm pumping it because I know a little bit more about it. I don't know. Say it that way.
But I think it's okay in that situation to do his job. He was, the auction house is asking him to promote. That's what they're paying him to do. So he's promoting the product.
It's almost like the insider trading. And I think this goes on a lot with the upper echelons of cards. There's a lot of stuff going on that, they drove up prices of cards because they have, 10 other PSA 10s sitting there in the back and drive up a couple, get a few high comps, sell it. Does that happen? Oh, yeah.
Oh,
does it seem? No. Is that illegal? No. Really?
I don't think there's any legal ramifications to it. I think it comes down to, I think it's more of an etiquette question. I think really the best he can do is, it's like, well, should you say something? Well, you could, but you're not required to. There's no law anywhere. There's no specific mandate that says you got to talk. Again, it's not my item. If I'm what I'm talking about is not my item, or it's not my buddy's item. It's literally like, no, I'm here to promote this auction. And there are some items on there. There are some items there that are similar ones that I own. I would indirectly benefit if they do very well. But again, it's not my item. I'm not getting a kickback from the selling higher. It's not one of those deals. It's like, no, I'm just getting paid to promote in general.
It's interesting. I had an item that I had. It's from Maple Leaf Gardens. It's from the Gondola. And it's Foster Hewitt. He was the announcer back in the 30s and 40s for the Toronto Maple Leaf games. But also there was a French announcer, and that's Percy Lesueur. Now, he was the French announcer for the Gardens. So they're both on this card, on this Christmas card they would send out. So I put down that Percy Lesueur, he played in 1910s. He was a goaltender. He was actually pretty popular. But that was him later in the 40s when this card came, when this Gondola Christmas card came out. And I added that extra information. And some guy goes, hey, that's cool, because I was selling it. And guy goes, that's cool. Yeah, I will buy that. I didn't know. When you put that 2 and 2 together, it was really good. So yes, it does help things. Did I do it on purpose? Yes and no. I did it for information's sake, but information helps things sell. So yes and no. It's such a gray area, as long as you're not pumping it and it's not him, or you assume it's him, kind of those kind of things. That's when it gets to be to the wrong point, and purposely on that sense. But otherwise, it's fair game, and it's good information. That's why the guy likes it. Because I didn't know that was Percy Lesueur. Great, card goes with him. Perfect. There you go. Yeah.
I think the way I presented. So Brandon's comment here: the unwritten rules of sports card hobby ethics. We've got a lot of unwritten rules, apparently, according to a lot of folks. Look, I think the way I would present it is this: as long as you're not misrepresenting. So this is the opposite of kind of the sponsorship disclosure thing. This is a sponsored post that the guy was doing for an auction. He was doing a job as a representative of the auction. The item was not his. I'm okay with that.
But he had to promote one of the items or some of the items.
No, but that's my point. I'm saying I don't have an issue with the set of circumstances here because he is there as a representative of the auction, promoting it on behalf of the auction, an item that is not directly relating to him. Any indirect things are mitigated by the fact that if you take a quick scroll through his Instagram, you can see stuff that he owns. So you kind of know what's going on there. So it's not the same item. And it's like, no, then talk about it. It would be, so example I would give. Let's say you're doing a similar kind of job for, say, PWCC and one of the auction watch-along parties, right? I know, right? Okay. But let's say you do one of those and you own a Gretzky rookie. That's a common enough card that plenty of people own a Gretzky rookie. Like, that's not an unusual thing.
It could be the blue line, though. Those
Ooh,
are first series. That's rare.
That's right. But no, let's say you own a Gretzky rookie in pretty decent condition. The PWCC auction has another Gretzky rookie in this, let's say the same grade for the sake of argument, but it's a physically different card. They got 2 different serial numbers on the grading, so it's not your card. You can promote it. I don't think anybody would be like, "Oh, well, you can't promote that. You own one of those." It's like, yeah, I do. It's a different card. The card in that auction is not mine. It does not belong to me. I do not own it. Now, if you set a world record price for a Gretzky rookie in a PSA 6 or 7, does it benefit my PSA 6 or 7 Gretzky? Of course it does. But I'm being asked to promote this auction. And in turn, I am talking about a relevant card on the auction.
Yeah.
Again, I'm speaking myself. Do I have any issue with that? No. That's fine. Because in this case, the disclosures are known. We know you own one of these cards, but not the specific card. And you are the show in question, is an auction watch along that you're being paid to do. As long as you disclose that you're being paid to do it, as long as it's very clear what it is you're doing there for, and as long as it's clear that you own the card from your own social medias or whatever the case may be, we know enough information to be able to ascertain how much credibility we should give to your assessment of this wonderful card that everybody should pay so much money for.
And it is only an opinion piece too.
Correct. So I don't have an issue with it, but I just thought it was an interesting conversation since the two decided to get into a little bit of a slap fight about it.
I think I can really see that.
Basically what it was, it was a slap fight.
I'd pay to see a meme of that. Them slap fighting with their head.
That's basically what, when I was listening to it, I was like, that's what I saw in my mind. That is what I saw. So I was like, okay, guys, whatever. It's not serious enough to be, punches were not thrown. It was a slap fight. So I thought it was very funny.
It's just the way it is right now. I think people are just kind of lashing out, you know. I don't know how well, what's his name, is doing with his show, but he's got a new show, doesn't he, Cage?
Well, basically, to be honest, it's literally the same show, but now it's just him.
The other dude's gone?
Apparently, yeah, basically.
Because he went because of autographs and all that other crap. Anyways, yeah, well, I guess if you got nothing going on, hey, controversy is always a great way to draw clicks.
Well, so that's why I was kind of posing the question. Is like, is that a situation where you
purpose to do?
That's what I was going to ask.
Promote. That's like
here it is,
3
Bobby.
times.
I got it.
3D. There it is. That's it.
That's what Cage? I see.
Where's Cage
like,
over on the
your
other
choice, side? Your choice, man. Listen, whoever you choose, this is what I was envisioning when I was watching that happen.
Yeah.
Bring in the referee. Break it up, kids. Break it up.
Get a hockey referee in there because we know real fighting happens in hockey.
There you go, Eric. There's an analogy for you. That's what I was seeing when I was looking. I was like, "You're 2 grown adults."
Can't unsee that.
Yeah,
no,
you're 2 grown adults allegedly. Come on now. It was amusing. It was amusing for a minute. Listen, it's no $600,000 charity scam, and it's no multi-million-dollar hookers and blow, scam.
Yeah, I miss those stories. I really do.
Those are the good ones, man. The rest of the stuff's pretty weak.
Few and far between. We end up with Cage versus CBS. So
it's pretty sad. It's pretty sad times. Sean here says, how would one get a price on a card that has only been graded once and has no graded sales? It's a PSA 10, Pieter John out of 25 auto, National Treasures. It sold for 140 raw. So at that point, you can't really get a price on it.
The only thing you can do.
Yeah, well, that would be the way to find out what the market wants for it.
And that doesn't even mean anything because it's only one comp.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, exactly. The truth is, you're not going to be able to get a price on it. You kind of have to make it up,
comparable,
and find some. You basically have to base it on the next closest item. So in this case, National Treasures. Okay, have there been other out of 25 National Treasures autographs that have sold recently for other players? Who were they? How much did it sell for? That's the answer.
So how do you get a price on this thing? Oops, there it is. See? How do we get a price on here? Well, it's made in Japan. It's 60s. The bobbleheads go for around 300, 350. Some of the other ones a lot more. So it's almost comparable. The rarity is actually a lot rarer than a bobblehead. So that's how I do my comparables. Is you take something that's similar. It's ceramic. The head doesn't bobble, but it's a salt and pepper shaker, and they're rarer, a lot rarer, and very tough to find, and actually pretty cool looking too. He kind of scares you, doesn't he?
It's like a
Look, it looks like my face right there.
Yeah, it's like a Frankenstein bobblehead.
Yeah. So you use the comparables. So is it as desirable as a bobblehead? No. So it doesn't get the pricing of the $400 bobblehead, but it will get $250. Because people ask me, well, what am I going to charge for that? I said, I don't know. I'm kind of interested. So what happens at that point? Then it's like we use the comparable thing. It's not a bobblehead, so I'm not going to pay you $400. I said it's pretty rare, yes, and pretty desirable. It's very unique. So you come in at a happy price. So you come high enough to the bobblehead price. But someone might pay at a show for a pair, they might pay $700-800 just to have it.
Well, that's a
because it's so
situation
cool.
where you're taking a similar item. That's the thing. You're taking a similar item, and
Have to.
it's the same. It's the same concept, though. Like when Sean was asking the question, if there is nothing to compare it to, and the best you got is maybe a raw price or whatever, you kind of have to make it up. Look, for me, I'll just put it this way. Obviously, there's a lot of folks who want to pay a premium for PSA 10. I'm not interested in paying
Well,
a
the
premium
desire
for a lot of stuff.
increases when it gets to a PSA 10.
It
If
does
you
for
have
some
your
folks. Yeah.
regular ungraded, and then you have, let's say, 50 people are really interested, and then you get a PSA 10 on top of that, then it goes to 500 people. So that steep climb will dramatically change the price in a percentage. That I don't know
for sure.
what percentage it is, but just
The thing is, it depends on the item. For some items, like it barely makes a difference. Like I've seen PSA 10s of some. If nobody cares,
no,
I've seen PSA 10s sell for nothing. Yeah, but if it's but on the contrary, opposite end of the spectrum, if it's a really popular card, really popular player, people are genuinely interested to begin with, then you tack on the PSA 10, all of a sudden it puts on a multiplier. It increases it exponentially because the interest level goes up.
Well, the Connor Bedard, so the rookie card's going to come out, or whatever his card's going to come out, and then there's going to be a raw, and then there's going to be a PSA 10. Then what? Mm-hmm. You'll see that increment just go crazy. But then they're going to grade 500 of them in the first couple months, and then 10,000 of them in 12 months to 16 months. Then what's it go down to? So it's like this, or else it keeps staying steady. Usually it's an up and down once they satisfy the marketplace. But Bedard will be hard to satisfy the marketplace because everybody's speculating. And people sit there and on shows and go, I don't know if I should get a good Bedard card or not. It's just like, buy it if you want it. It's not an investment. It is, but it isn't. Either you like the player or not. So everybody's making moves always, constantly with new card collecting. It's just kind of silly.
Always be moving, Bobby. Always be moving.
Yes, always be selling ABC.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So Name here was hoping for a Dana White style slap fight. Not manly enough.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. No, he said he was hoping for a Dana White style slap fight when I was describing the thing, and then I showed that meme. He's like, no. The meme I showed is the correct one.
Slap him with cans of Bud Light, maybe. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Tajon is to be added to my insurance in my collection. You kind of have to make it up a little bit. I think if you're adding it for insurance, you can, as long as you don't save $50,000, you can probably get away with a lot of things. You kind of get to make it up a little bit. And I'm being serious. Like most of the time, any insurance adjuster, now, unless the number sounds so far out of whack, there's no chance in hell that they'll deny you. If you stay somewhere in the ballpark of reasonable, you can kind of make it up.
Yeah.
Especially if there's no real good comp, you can kind of make it up.
Mm-hmm.
Here's an investment type question as well. Eric's expertise will kick in here. How do you think the U.S. stock market hitting all-time highs will impact the hobby? More money is never a bad thing for getting people interested. Like it makes people enthusiastic. People get excited. They get euphoric, and then they start finding excuses to spend money they don't have.
Was it 1991 when the New York Times put that Mickey Mantle's an investment, and then the card market?
It would have been. So it would have been likely somewhere in that range. And 91 was also the year that the Gretzky McNall Honus Wagner sold.
Another one too. Yes.
That was a big headline grabber. I think that was a 461 or 451,000 back then. $1991, which is huge.
So the culmination of that and the Gretzky and a few other little things and the market being good.
And that was the biggest national ever that year. That was a record breaker until recently broken. So
yeah, it's real changing timeline. Interesting. Seems like every decade has a change. 70s, more baby boomers got into the cards than any other time. 80, 81, that's when that run through the 80s started. Then you had Bork and Waugh and Gretzky, whatever. Then you have 90s, slew of rookie cards. My God, just crazy. 2000s, 2020, every 10 years.
Go ahead, Eric.
I was just going to say that, the stock market did really well the last, 24 hours, but gas is still high.
No,
bread is still high. So, if it doesn't really matter how much money you make if you're comparing it to your needs. If the things that you need are still priced too high, I don't care what the stock market does. You have to have a good, strong market and then low inflation, and that's how you have money in your pocket. Doesn't matter if I got a raise at work making $1,000 an hour. That sounds really great, but a loaf of bread's, $5,000. All of a sudden, it's not so great anymore. So, the stock market going up is always good news. I'm glad it's healthy, but with gas prices and other items that have been inflated,
mortgage rates, interest rates,
so
it's not a good thing. We're almost in
people have money to blow on cards.
We're certainly in a recession right now. There's nobody. I can tell this because the dollar stores are busy and the other stores are empty. My wife Sylvia, she works part-time at Winners, and she's not getting hours because they're not making the sales, and they've always made the sales. So when you see that, and Winners is a very popular store, super popular, and she's in the busiest location of all. And when it's like that, you just kind of go, dollar store's always busy though, very busy, especially now.
So what I'll say is this, just touching on this. So I actually had to scan just to see, because I'll be honest, I don't watch the news. So I didn't realize that according to them, it had set a record high. But here's the thing. I don't care if the stock market sets a record high in a vacuum. If it's in combination with other things, and even the stuff that Eric's talking about I don't care if gasoline is $5 million a liter. If I'm making $5 million a year or $50 million a year, then I don't give a shit. Now, if it's $5 million a liter and I'm making $50,000 a year, well, then I'm screwed. It's all relative. Because inflation is going to increase the price of everything. That's the running joke that I have with my dad, with Carl Sr. He's like, oh man, this is more expensive than it was. Yeah, a lot of things are more expensive than they were. And even when there wasn't a recession or whatever. Well, here's the thing. During the boom, prices went up too. So when we're in a recession, prices go up. When we're in a boom, prices go up. The thing about inflation is it's constant. It never actually stops. It can speed up, it can slow down, but it's constant. It's a constant flow. So if you want to keep up with it, you have to keep increasing the amount of your holdings financially. And the thing about inflation, it's funny, is that a lot of people always look at cash. They always look at this. They go, oh, they're printing all this money. Well, you're also forgetting about credit. A lot of stuff is being bought on credit. For temporarily, that makes it look like there's more money in the system than there is, because, well, you don't have to pay it yet. Eventually the bill comes due. But in the meantime, so let's say you charge all this on your credit card and you're screwed and doing whatever. Okay, cool. The company already got paid. You're the one that owes Visa or MasterCard, but the company actually made a sale and they received money. So from their perspective, they already got paid. So that money is now in existence. That you, by swiping your credit card, you created money that did not exist, because that business already took that money and is now spending it on other things. That money did not exist until you swiped that card a second ago.
Just like the banks, they have the interest rates. Only they're making money.
Yeah. And that's the thing. When you see a high interest rate, it's like, why do you have a high interest rate? Well, because your mortgage also went up.
We like to make
because
money.
Your borrowing rate also went up. So your interest rate went up. Yes, you're making more. You're making interest on your savings account, but your interest rates also went up on the borrowing, and it went up more. So there's always a gap between those two. The opinion-based grade of GMT10 does carry a lot of faith. Would you rather the scale be designed to be more fact-based with a standardized universal grading scale?
Really?
The infamous universal grading scale. No such thing. Doesn't exist. It's a myth.
There is a basis, but yeah, for the most part,
they all make up their
different
own.
Companies. There's no equalizer. There's nothing.
No. Dr. Copernicus here. So I like how now all of a sudden they got a bunch of like, Eric, what happened to these? Where were these intricate topics an hour ago when I was asking?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, all of a sudden it's like, hold on, this is a multi-layered question that carries through with implications all the way through economics. And wait, what? Okay. Dr. Copernicus
I'll be back. I got to take some drugs.
Do that. Do what you need.
Trying to catch up to Eric.
Oh my God.
Dr. Quernick says, do you think the 1914 Ruth was too rare? It comes up so rarely, people seem to have forgotten about it. Isn't the T206 Wagner being around 60
I'm back to
copies a
this
bit of a sweet
conversation.
spot?
Sorry.
There you go. A sweet spot for an important card. So I don't think for people that are in that price bracket, it matters. You can't be too rare. Not for something in that price bracket. Because the amount of buyers are limited anyway. So the people that want it are, what happened was there were a certain amount of people that were willing to pay a certain amount of money. And that was it. All it takes is one person who might have been involved, who was doing other things or spent their money on something else, not being there. That's enough. Again, we don't know what the top bidder was willing to pay. The top bidder could have been willing to pay $80 million. But the problem is the next highest bidder was willing to pay one increment below $6 million before the juice. That was the amount they were willing to pay, not a penny more. If they had been willing to go to 50 million and the first guy was willing to go to 50 million, then you get to 50 million. Otherwise, you end up where you end up. If there was a third guy who would have gone to 15 and met you in the middle, it would have pushed the card up in general.
And this is where we get into that finite thing about misrepresentation, calling it a rookie card when it's never been called a rookie card before, except now, and promoted thereas. And every news channel was stating it was a rookie card of Babe Ruth, the rarest card of all, la, la, la. It just got over embellished to no end. And that kind of bothers me in a sense that.
Yeah, it should have been called the first appearance card or pre-rookie or whatever, but
something. Why don't we just call it the schedule and get it over with? But anyways, move on from that.
Well, that's why I like first appearance.
First appearance. He was probably on other things, probably even before that. Maybe he was on a national. I don't know.
I don't follow that. But if this is the first time that he was on something, that's pretty good. But
that's cool.
But it was a minor
7.2 cool. I don't know.
Yeah, it was a minor league card with a calendar on the back of it.
Yeah,
there is some interest. But there is some interest in it, but it was limited. It was very specific to it. Basically, your entire selling point is it's one of the earliest Ruth items of that time.
Yeah.
And that's the selling point. And either maybe that means enough for you.
Maybe $1 million on the outskirts, but 7
that means enough for you,
Wagner,
or it doesn't.
Come on.
Yeah. The Wagner card is part of a T206 set, which in itself is legendary. The 1914 Baltimore News set is not legendary. If Ruth had not been in it, no one would give a shit about it.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a different market.
The Orioles, just out of curiosity, what was the Baltimore team called back then? Were they the Orioles then, or
Baltimore?
For the international, I think it was the Orioles. I'll double check.
Really? I don't think it was then. I don't think it was the Orioles back then.
All right, let me do Baltimore International League. Let's find out.
Yeah,
Baltimore International League. So minor league Baltimore team. Let's see.
It wouldn't be
Baltimore Orioles, 1903 to 1953.
They kept that name that long?
Yeah, they were single A till 1911, International League from 1912 to 1914, and 1916 to 1953. They actually were in the National League as the Orioles for a long time.
Yeah,
that's good history.
Yeah, so they actually had some heritage with that name.
It's a long time history for that. So that card is actually, maybe 1.2 million. Yeah.
There you go. So here's Chad. It says market setting new highs might crack from the hobby. Money might go towards the market rather than make Jesus. True. That's true. Decade Bounce seems to have 9 lives. Fuck is the leader. Listen, Chad's from Minnesota. Like Eric, he's in a he's basically dollar store Canada. He should learn what a leader is. Go back to school. Gallons are for peasants. Moving on. The banks are laying off now big time. Nobody can get a mortgage. There you go. Calling good evening.
State Street, one of the biggest financial institutions, there is, just laid off 1,500 people 2 days ago.
True. Now, what's funny? Look, here's I'll put it this way. Since Colin is on this side of the border, the banks are laying off now big time. That is true. They're also hiring big time. They're doing both. They're hiring on contract, firing full time.
They don't want to pay that health insurance.
It saves you money indirectly. A couple of years ago, the Universal Pop Reports was a pipe dream. I think you're thinking of, it wasn't Universal Pop Reports. It was Universal, let me see. It was, let me think here. Universal Pop Reports, because GemRate is doing the Universal Pop Reports. So GemRate is the one who's doing that one now, the Universal Pop Reports. Was it the Pop Reports that we were arguing about at the time? No, it was the Universal Set Registry. Pop Reports wasn't the one we were arguing about. It was the Universal Set Registry. Yeah, Universal Registry. That's right. So Universal Pop Reports. Yeah, sure. All you have to do is aggregate the data. That's what Jeremy did. Hey, but it was the Universal Registry that we were arguing about back then, which still hasn't happened. I picked up a Gaudy card with Ruth as Boston Brave. I got it cheap because everyone wants Ruth as Yankee. That's fair. Good pickup. Nothing like Christmas layoffs.
Hasbro also laid off 1,000-something people.
Yeah, that was a big one, especially in the Magic the Gathering thing. A lot of those folks were chatting about that one. That one made the rounds. I felt dumb when that Ruth came up, and I had no idea it even existed. I didn't know what it was. It is more of an obscure issue. You got to kind of be interested in that. And again, since it is an International League card, it's a little bit more obscure. It's not standard. It's not what you expect to see in a Ruth. Again, it's an interesting card. It's a fascinating card. Now, on the one hand, it is an ugly card. On the other hand, it's an International League card. Does it have some historical interest? Sure. How many millions of dollars will you pay for that? That's kind of up to you. And that was the question that was posed with this auction. How much would somebody be willing to pay for an interesting historical item, but not necessarily an attractive one and not necessarily the most exciting one? If you have unlimited funds and you want to pick a Ruth card, maybe you want it for the scarcity, but maybe you pick a different one for the aesthetic. I guess that's up to you if you have tens of millions of dollars to play with.
Yeah, it helps if you have the money. If you're a high-end Ruth collector or a high-end baseball history collector, then this is a must-have. It's a must. You have to get in on that and try to get it.
I guess there is something to be said, though, and maybe, like I said, this is just me. Maybe this would be a kind of the way that I would pose this question. How much value does it have for you? On the one hand, you get to say you're one of the few people that owns one. On the other hand, you may end up having to explain what it is so that someone else can be convinced it's cool. They're going to be like, what the fuck is that? Oh, that's a Baltimore News Babe Ruth. It's like from 1914. And
that didn't happen this time because, I mean, it sold for $7.2 million. Enough people with money knew it was cool. So the next time it comes out for auction, we already have the prices from this past auction to go, look, and now it's 20 years later. Now I want 10 million. And it's still cool.
There you go. It was a must have for me too. And then it crossed 10,000
rapidly.
You just need to get on the Bitcoin wagon there, Paul. If you got on the Bitcoin wagon, it's recovering to the moon. Carlisle says, ironically, my Braves Ruth card was actually him as a Yankee uniform as he appeared in the previous Scouty issue. But because it's labeled as a Braves card, it's a Braves Ruth. Whatever works, man. Whatever works.
I assume he has Red Sox cards. I mean, again, I don't follow it all, but I assume, his rookie card got to be in a Sox uniform, I would assume, right? I've never
yeah, I think they've got a caramel card. So like if you're talking like actual rookie, the Baltimore News obviously doesn't count.
I've never looked up
What was the previous sale of the last Baltimore News that came up?
Last Baltimore News? I'll see if I can find it. It's been a while. It actually hasn't sold for a long time.
It was like 100,000 or something like that. What can justify that jump? Like honestly.
Well, the problem
I'm
is
not trying to put this card down on purpose, but I'm just trying to level the hobby off. And calling things rookie and significant, it's definitely a significant schedule. But 7.2. I wonder if another one's going to come up soon.
Look who pops in.
Uh-oh. Who?
The M101 Sporting News has been
in the house. He'll tell us.
Yeah. And good timing, by the way. I actually found the card or an image of one of them. So
blue one, wasn't it?
All right, well, pop it up on screen. I want to see what it looks like.
Was it the blue one?
No, this is I'll find the Baltimore News. I'm talking about the M101. So this is the M101. This was a blank back from Eric's favorite card grader.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
so this is an M101 blank back. Now you can see there that says Boston Red Sox, and he is in a Boston uniform. So this one here. So M101, and it's 1916 M101-4 for this specific thing.
I think that's what Victor calls his rookie card.
Yeah. So
if you can
M101 Sporting News.
And it just has him as a pitcher There isn't anything.
Yeah,
on the
he was a
above
pitcher.
stat.
For
Yeah,
1916, he still would have been considered a pitcher. So that is accurate. And I will see if I can find the other Baltimore news, Ruth. You'll have to bear with me while I'm searching. Baltimore news, Ruth. Last sale.
I think it was a blue one that came up last sale back in whenever 10 years ago.
Thank you for that, Victor. Appreciate it. And good evening. His foot looks weird on that card. Fair enough.
Yeah,
I agree with that. I thought it was funny, but those were pushing the Ruth never mentioned. There was also a blue PSA 4 in existence as well. Yeah, that's right. I'm trying to see. So for this sale, we have this sale now. The problem is, like I said, it's been a long time. When is the last one sold? Can I find it? Can I find the info for the last one?
I wonder if that went through PSA and then came through SGC from a 2 to a 3 or 1 to a 3. Who knows?
Yeah, so the other one is the other one is a PSA 4. Let's see. I can find.
It might find it in PSA. They might have the record sale on the listing.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to find it under the card facts. These PSA sometimes will list that
card,
stuff.
but it's card, yeah. It's cardboard. Ask my post office, they'll tell you.
Right. Okay, so what is this based on? See here, prices by grade, auctions realized. Okay. Yeah, the problem has been a long time. Yeah. Okay, so I can tell you that there was a 2013 sale of Robert Edwards that sold for $450,000. That was a 2013 sale, and this is the blue variant. So this is the one that they're referring to.
Yeah, that's the one I heard of. Yeah.
So 1914 Baltimore News Ruth. So it is the PSA 4. Yes, it's a PSA 4, and this is the blue variant. I'll see if I can. See if it'll let me.
We won't question the grade on this.
Can I make? Looks like it's just got the image. All right, I'll see if I can download it. Yeah, this one doesn't really give me much options.
No, it doesn't give you any options.
And there's a 1 here as well. So if you want another image from PSA, I'll see if I can actually download it and zoom in a little bit on it a little bit.
Let me see the one. Oh, sorry.
Give me a second. I'll see if I can grab one.
Is there more of them on there?
I got the 2. That's it.
Okay.
So I can sort of zoom in on it a little bit, but the resolution isn't the greatest.
Because I'm surprised somebody would use SGC for such a high profile card.
I like the clicking on this particular keyboard, so I agree.
It's better than Brandon's. I know that.
Well, this one's a little bit quieter than that. You can with these mechanical keyboards, you can get ones at a different level of clickiness. It's to your preference. It's whatever you prefer. When I'm at home, I like to hear a little bit of clicking on the keyboard. Yeah, that's just my preference. Each their own. Victor, you're writing a book. Are there any Wookiee cards besides Chewbacca? There you go. 7.2 million. I guess if you're rich, you don't care. Yes. You know, one of my investments is going to pay off if I held it for 20 years. Whereas 52 Mantle, T206 Wagner seems safer. They do trade for more often. I understand some people so rich it doesn't matter, but it's just a thought. There you go. It's true.
Yeah.
So,
but
it'll be a little bit blurry. Which piece did you want to see, Bobby, on the blue?
I just want to see the.
I zoomed in a little bit.
I want to see the red one.
So they've got a PSA 1 red one, so theirs is going to be a different card.
Just go to that one. That's fine. The red one.
All right, I'll come back to it then.
Regular, just regular. It doesn't have to be a high res.
They don't really have a high res. They've got what they got.
Because what happens if somebody takes it out of that and puts it in another company holder, then that stays on record or stays in the pop report. So that can be misleading as well.
Like 601.
Like if there's 10 out there, how many are graded? You have 2 graded by PSA. Is then the pop is 2?
All right. So here's PSA's 1. So I'd say the bottom of it is much more creased up there comparatively to the other one. Sure. But the top, as far as this whole thing, is very similar where to the other one.
No, I have a lot more red missing. That's for sure.
Yeah. And they graded this a 7.
This is a 1.
An 8. Okay.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
Which, as a 1, it makes sense.
And that's in the large holder. It's not even in the regular holder.
It is. It is.
Interesting, because if it's in a large holder, that's a take away from being a card sold, if you know what I mean. But the SGC fits in right in the Oh, but the first one though, the blue one was in a regular holder.
Yep. Oh, now you're entering into the world of the consistency versus inconsistency. Why are you using the same item and putting it in two different types of holders?
That's why I'm a
Listen,
historian.
Beckett is like, we've got 48 different types of holders, each one bigger than the last.
Exactly.
We have backpack size.
Come on, Eric. Don't lie to the people. You would love a backpack size Beckett holder. It'd be amazing.
I could take it sledding.
You could, we could. Yeah, Star Wars got confusing. I think Han Solo's rookie card is also his first solo card. Oh, look at you, Carlisle. Can't afford a proper size holder $1 million card? Nay, sir. Nay. That would be nonsense. That'd be silliness. So that covers the mystery of the Baltimore news. Covers that. Scroll through here.
So how's that nationally available? So anybody in Baltimore has a chance to get the Ruth. Nobody else. Unless you moved and brought it with you. Your grandparents, great-grandparents.
Yeah, well, look, the thing is, our jokes aside, I think we all agreed that calling it a rookie was stupid. And it's not. Not by any definition, not by even extending it as far as we can go. It's not really. The M101 is the one that is more commonly accepted by reasonable people. Because at least it was I think what was it? It was an M101, so that should be, I think, a magazine issue. Yeah, the Sporting News. So yeah, so it'd be Sporting News, which at least is more available. That was distributed a little bit better.
It was, yeah.
So that makes a lot more sense. Yeah. I just don't like the Baltimore News card. It's ugly. Yeah, that to me is so okay. So let me pose an open-ended question here for a second, and then I'm going to get a quick refill here. But open-ended question. Okay, money's no object. You can collect in these spaces and spend as much as you like. All factors being equal, let's say the items in this case are fairly close in terms of scarcity. So let's say the difference in scarcity isn't too crazy. Do you want to pay for the aesthetic piece, or do you want to pay for the piece, again, assuming they're close, the one that is quote unquote rarer, but it isn't like a night and day rarity difference, but it's ugly?
No,
again, money's no object. You have as much money as you want.
You'll take aesthetics, I think, over the milder sense of rarity.
I think there's a lot of folks that would. It's like, again, with the nicer looking card in this case, for this scenario, I'm not talking about something that is 100 times more common. I'm talking about something that still has some scarcity. It's still a little bit tougher to come by, but it just looks flat out better, as opposed to something that, yeah, this is the scarcer card, but it's ugly as sin.
Well, I think it goes back to the mental, that pose that he has is iconic. It's baseball. Even the baseball card kid used that pose on his cards to sell himself. It's just and that's what it really comes down to. The aesthetic is really everything. Rarity is always cool. There's some ugly things out there that are really rare, but they get less desire because the aesthetic isn't there. That's not always the case, but it's majority of the case, I would say. Because there's a lot of pieces of like this little, salt or pepper shaker. Some people, it's just an ugly piece of ceramics. But to other people, most people love it. It's cool. It's, different. It look cool on a shelf. It wouldn't be like another piece of whatever on your shelf. It would be like, wow, where'd you get that? Those are neat. What the heck, right? Those are the pieces that I enjoy that, people question, and I haven't really seen that often. Those are the fun part. Not just the sheer quantity, it's the quality of the quantity that you might have, right? What do you think, Eric?
I think it's also cool to be able to have something in your possession that only like 4 other people in the world have.
Sure.
What I like most about card collecting and the hobby, is the vintage stuff and the history of it.
Sure.
How do I have cards in front of me that are older than I am and they're in perfect condition? I always question that. How in the world can this card have gotten to me in 2023 from 1970 when there was no card protectors available? The hobby wasn't taken serious. It was all about the bubble gum. How in the world is this thing? Can you still shave with this thing because it's so sharp and it looks like it just came out yesterday?
It wasn't all about the bubble gum. It was the bonus that you got A, cards, and B, gum, and you only had so much money. So either you buy gum or candy, or you buy cards and gum. So it was the cards and gum that really kind of got you. You got a little bit of both.
So I just love the history of it, and to be in, I would love to have whatever the first appearance of Babe Ruth is. And I hate baseball. And if it was absolutely positively the first appearance of Babe Ruth, no question, and even if it was ugly, and there's 4 of them in the world, yeah, I'd like that. That'd be cool to have.
Sure.
Because that has a lot of history to it.
Sure, things that survive the test of time is one of the key issues. Cards they pull out of packs today. It's I'm going to get a 9 or 10, 9 or 10. Here's the big reveal.
And they go
got an 8. What the hell happened?
Right into plastic, right into.
Well, you got to remember though, there are scenarios where a card might not survive because of whatever circumstances surrounded it. For example, say you were to open a box of SP Signature Legends, for example.
Oh, here we go.
And pull something like SP Signature Legend Hal Gill. So you pull it and you're like, oh my God. And then all of a sudden you drop the card and it's like, it turns out there's only one in mint condition. That's it. Just one. One survived. That's of SP Signature Legend Hal Gill.
Yeah.
Could you imagine? It's crazy.
Can't imagine.
It's beyond
that. Beyond the pale, my man.
But it comes down to each of their own.
100%. Look, the whole hobby is based on each their own. Like you do you. Whatever works
no, there's
for
a
you.
general following and consensus of so-called influencers, right? And when they influence things,
we're talking influencers. Hold on.
Oh yeah. You guys are going to get beat on too. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Tim's the big influencer there.
That's right there.
Hey, the man has a big hat. Isn't that enough for you?
Hobby influencer, right there.
That is true to say that.
When people have a certain status in the hobby, or they have influence over a lot of other people, then people will go with that over facts because they feel that they are the authorities, but they are not. Most of the grading companies or any other companies, they refer to a lot of people like me and other, top collectors for information. Because, we've been doing it such a long time that we are the true professionals, right? They use our guides. They use our whatever, We won't even get into SGC tonight because that's another even question that I can get into.
So this actually reminds me, Bobby, and I'll kind of direct everybody's attention to it now that you brought it up. And I think this is actually a good point to bring up here. I will direct folks, and I'll try to remember to put the link in the description for folks checking out the replay. The Dr. Beckett Sports Card Insights, so his podcast that he does. Not the last episode, but the one before that. The episode is entitled Then and Now, Pricing Techniques with Rich Klein. In this episode, they talk for about 13 minutes of what they did back then to get prices for the magazine.
Yes.
And what you're going to find is a lot of it was based on talking to certain specific people, trying to judge who you considered to be trustworthy. Stop me if this sounds familiar.
Yes.
And then kind of rolling with it based on that information. And if something sounded out of whack, it was a lot of talking to individuals who could fib a little bit if they wanted to. And if it wasn't so far out of whack, it might be included in the data set.
Yes. Interesting. I was on Hobby News Daily. We had this little conversation, and we were talking. Rich was there. First time I was ever interacting with Rich Klein. He knows of me. I know of him anyway. So he was sitting there talking about. That's not a bad thing, but I'm just saying he was saying that before your time, we used to do it. I went, before my time. I said, I know what you guys did. Called around. Yeah, we know the story. Just like before your time. Like, I've been doing this my whole life. Like before my time, you're not that much older. Anyways, there was a little bit of angst there.
I just thought it was funny that on the podcast episode, they literally had a podcast episode this week.
Yes.
Talking about that exact same thing.
It's because we discussed it just a few weeks prior. And it's kind of interesting. Then he started following me on Instagram. I thought we didn't get off too good there because it was because he was saying at a show, if it says $10 in the book and I'm selling it at $60 at the show, then $60 is the price. And I'm going, yeah, but we have the internet now, old world thinking of, taking it to a show and finding that random guy who's going to pay that. Yeah. People overpay for stuff at the show all the time, and they're not educated. Whereas online, the education is there by the following of, all the different sites and what have you, auction houses that have things. So, we kind of got a little disagreement there, but otherwise, it was fine. But just saying, there is that old world of thinking and, what we used to do for pricing. Like a lot of people come to me, freaking one guy goes, he hit a piece of artwork. It was the Toronto Maple Leaf player, another player, and artwork. He goes, hey, Bobby, what's this worth? I'm going, Steve, stop. Like I said, 50,000. He goes, oh, yeah, funny. I said, I don't know. What do you think it's worth? Is there an artist on it? No. So, well, I thought you would know this stuff. It's like, you've been around longer than I have, brother. Like, come on, get it together. What do you do the price? It's like, yeah, okay. Don't ask me that. I have no idea. Like, people just come out. 50 grams probably close. Might be $50. Might be 5 cents. I don't know.
Well, the problem is so in all seriousness, and we can touch on this topic for a couple of minutes before we wind down.
Sure.
But the thing is that almost always when it comes to a lot of this stuff, you're only as good as your data set, and data sets are prone to a lot of the issues that we've talked about here in the past. The idea of trusting a certain group of selected dealers or correspondents and whatever, like, that's murky, but guess what? That was the 1980s into the 1990s. That's how it was done. So like, and if you don't believe me, I will refer you to this podcast episode where they flat out said it. Like they specifically explained this for about 12 minutes and literally outlined it. So I'm not making it up. And the thing is, we knew that back then, if you knew what was going on with it. But okay, so let's talk about, today. Today, we actually have more data sets than ever before. And a lot of people are concerned about, but this gets corrupted and these cards weren't paid for and whatever. Well, the problem is we've got so many different data sets we could pull from. And here's the issue. Every platform has its own little problems. For example, eBay. eBay does a lot of sales. There's a lot of sales that go through eBay all the time. Okay, so here's the question. And I'm doing this dynamically in real time because I talk about the whole AEW where I'm opening packs and openings, and I've been selling cards too. Well, Bobby, I'm trying to figure out what to price this at. I am using other sales and things, but I'm also basing it a little bit on experience, a little bit on what I understand. Yes. Because if I see somebody did a buy it now for something that's a case hit and they sold it for $10 as a buy it now, that is not the correct answer. I know that's wrong. So I'm going to be like, no, I'm going to put a buy it now of $150, $200, put a best offer. And then all of a sudden it's like, and I sell mine for $120. It's like, what happened? Why did it go 12x? It didn't. The first one was a bad sale because the person did wrong. And as long as they honored it, hey, good for the person that won it. I congratulate them. But I knew it would go for more if you set the circumstances correctly. So which is the right answer? I'm super high compared to, and they're super low comparatively to each other. The truth is probably somewhere in the middle if you go open auction.
Yeah, unless it was a Bradman cricket card, and that was probably $10. Yeah.
Exactly. But all I'm getting at is that a buy it now that happened. That's the reason why sometimes when I do my save searches, I'll do the late night last check of the save searches because sometimes somebody will put something at a buy it now price that I know is too cheap. Well, I'm going to snap that up. I'm going to hit the buy it now. I'm going to take that. Thank you very much. But then all of a sudden it's like, and then I'll relist it later. And it's like, well, how did you get it? It's like, well, because the buy it now was too low. The person didn't understand what they had and they just listed it. But the problem is, if I just take a data set in a vacuum and I say, okay, so what were the sales? Well, it sold for 100, 110, 120, 105, $30. Wait, why $30? Well, because somebody put a buy it now and literally just hit $30 and somebody hit the buy it now. Good. Thank you. Good day. So the answer is not $30 because I've got 5 other, 10 other, 15 other sales that are hovering around a certain range and one outlier at $30.
Yeah. And that's the problem. It'll bring the prices down. Actually, put the $30 if they include that. And
somebody out there will convince themselves, oh, well, it should be $30 because one person got it for $30 as a buy it now. That probably shouldn't happen.
Yeah. And it's like the show. I remember one guy asked me about the mini bobbleheads. They're everywhere. They're always on eBay. There's no shortage of them. They're the most common ones. He had them and he says, oh, I've never had them before. It's just he goes, how much are they worth? I said, I don't know, $150, $200 max. He goes, oh, no way, man. I'm going to sell them for $400 or $500. I said, good luck. I came back at the end of the show. He sold them all and he got his $400 or $500. And I went, there you go. You found the guy. So, and that's what happens. Do I take that into account? Slightly, because if somebody is willing to pay that, they're not looking on eBay, and eBay isn't the setting price for everything. It is a guide, but if they're selling for 150 and some guy's willing to pay that, there's two different people actually, and willing to pay a high dollar, maybe they just needed that one, and there's a slight consideration in there, but not much. But you can sell something at a show that people don't see very often, that maybe I see a lot, and they can get 3 times the money that maybe I book it for. And then there's certain team things. If you get something that's Pittsburgh Penguins or Minnesota North Stars, St. Louis Blues, those expansion teams, those guys have all come of age and they're all really hard hitting it now. Pittsburgh Penguins, it's crazy. And stuff just sells 5 times what Winnipeg Jets or Boston Bruins sells for. I mean, just stuff like that.
Well, but let me pose a question. Let's use a real case study example that we've talked about here on the live stream. The Booby Orr card that I bought at that CSC show we were at.
Yeah.
Okay. And these are real numbers. So this is I can literally testify to every step of this process. On the table, I asked the dealer what he wants. I've got a bunch of numbers in my head. I'm trying to figure out where I was just asking. Honestly, I was tire kicking. I'll fully admit, I had no intent. I expected him to give me some crazy number, and I was going to be, okay, thanks for showing me. I'm moving on. And then he came back and said $200. And I was like,
ding, 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 ding.
Have a good day. So I walk away. Fine. So 200 Canadian. Boom. Okay, fine. I put it up on eBay for a while. I have it set at, I think it was 400 or best offer US. And I got a couple of folks try to pop in, and honestly, there were a couple of folks that offered like 250 thereabouts, but I was like, I can hold out for more than that. But it would have been okay. It would have been fine. It would have been profitable. But I was like, I'd rather kind of hang on because I knew it was the out of 10. I knew it was whatever. So I go, let me wait, whatever. I take it to the car. I take it to the expo with me because I figure, all right, if worst case scenario is a trade chip, there's things we can do with it. Whatever. There's options available to me, and now there's a greater pool of potentially interested parties
and trade value.
Exactly. Well, I ended up trading it with the AMG guys for $500 worth of value in terms of the boxes that I was picking up because I wanted to open the boxes anyway. So for $200 cash out of my pocket, I got $500 worth of boxes to play around with. And I've already talked about how in the boxes that I opened, I've gotten my money back on them and then some. Yeah. But here's the thing. Steve from AMG was able to take the same card. I got a couple of tire kickers, nothing crazy happening on eBay, a little bit of interest, but nothing too crazy. It took him a day, but he was able to get $520 for the same item. But now let's go back to our conversation just a moment ago. Okay. So we're evaluating Bobby. These are separate transactions. We've got cash transactions and we've got barter transactions. And Eric, you can chime in on this one. Okay. So what's the real value? Is it the $200 that I paid for it? The $520 the person at the end of the transaction paid for it, or the $500 barter that I offered in the middle? Like, what's the real value of this item, at least for the moment? Well, I've got 3 different numbers.
You being the buyer, obviously that's not the true price because that's why you bought it, because it was a deal, and you're not a Bobby Orr collector. So we know that we can eliminate that part. His sale is at the show. Now, I guess if they checked online, or anybody who checked online who bought that was paying $500, I'm sure they're going to kind of check, and then they can't really find it. Or if they maybe found an old example and it was maybe 307 years ago, maybe it's worth a lot more today. So they might have paid up and paid that because they know it's a short printed whatever. So, or he was an experienced Bobby Orr collector and doesn't have that and he needed it. So $500, maybe not. Yeah. But we could come at least halfway in between there and say it's around there.
It could be, yeah. But and I'll throw in another angle to it. Now, in the end result, we know in this entire sequence, there's 2 real cash sales that we can verify. But again, they were at card shows. So it's a bit of a unique scenario. So that's kind of an important factor we have to consider.
Very important.
Third kind of consideration that I'll throw in there. I chatted with Steve after, and I was talking about the card and whatever. I showed him what the card was and all that. And in his mind, if he had the card and put it in a showcase, he said he would have priced it like at $600 or $700 and probably taken an offer down. So in his mind, he thought it was worth more than the $520.
Yeah.
So to him, he would have tried to extract more from it, and maybe he would have gotten it. I don't know the answer to that. Yeah, but the truth is, we took the same item and we all had different. All I knew was that it was worth more than 200. Of that, I was very confident. Beyond that, how much it was actually worth is anybody's guess. It depends on the venue, the location, the time, the place, and who the potential buyer is. That's going to tell you the answer to the question.
But then we're dealing with rarity and we're not dealing with commonality. So that's a big difference too. Right. So, and that's where it's open game. That's where Rich is right. We have to look at prices that you can get at a show. You know, something on eBay, and if you don't know what it is, then you're not looking for it, then you're not going to bid on it. And that's how sort of, I benefit on things, because I search, and some people don't know what to call things. What are they going to call that? Porcelain, whatever. It's a ceramic salt and pepper shaker. So someone will call it a porcelain hockey player. That's it. And if you don't have those searches, then what do you get?
Paul C here is chiming in. I forgot about this. A guy I played ball hockey with 20 years ago bought the Bobby Orr card from AMG. There you go. Oh. Well, hopefully he's happy with the purchase. But yeah, that card, see, that card is not famous. That card has been referenced. We have provenance. I know exactly what show that came from and what show that was sold in, and then the show that your buddy bought it from. Mm-hmm. Card is now famous.
It's history. It's almost like the Honus Wagner card. It's like, oh, McNall. It's like,
I was basically thinking the same thing, practically thinking the same thing. Yeah. So U.S. Sports Card here says, Carl's explanation of money being created when I swipe a credit card is still blowing my mind. The thing is, most people don't think about that. But so I'm not going to go too far out of my depth, but when some people think about monetary theory, there is monetary theory where they'll measure money. One measurement, and please, that's why I say I'm not going to go too far out of my depth, but I'll give you a high level and you can go Google and look up other things yourself. But monetary theory is they'll look at, this is how much cash exists. That's one number. This is how much cash exists with virtual money. So like the money in your checking account is not necessarily based on just physical cash. It's digital money too. When you swipe your debit card, that's still coming out of your checking account, but it's not like cash. It's not like the bank physically is holding all the dollar bills. That's not what's happening.
Net worth.
Yeah. But the thing is though, it still represents though, quote unquote, real money. So that's one set of numbers. But then there's credit. And credit is where it gets wacky, because you take the amount of cash and real cash in existence, and it's like this, and then suddenly add credit in, it's like this. It's suddenly the numbers get astronomical, because when you bought something, so Eric goes to Crumble Cookie, our good friends at Crumble Cookie. He says, I want some cookies, and Eric goes, oh, I've only got my Visa with me. Fine. So he goes in. Eventually, he'll have to pay Visa, but regardless of what happens at that moment, Visa has generated the price of those Crumble cookies, and temporarily that more money exists than existed before. Eventually, Eric should pay it back. But what if it takes him an extra month? Well, that was already paid. Crumble got the money, and he'll have to pay interest. So the money supply has actually expanded on seemingly innocuous. Well, how many transactions are like that? How many car loans? Every single piece of credit that people do, as soon as the manufacturer gets paid for this, even though it was paid on credit, Visa paid them, MasterCard paid them, this cash lender paid them. Now you're paying the cash lender, but they already paid them. The manufacturer already got their money. And then they go buy more equipment and do all this stuff. Well, there's more money now exists than existed before. You manufactured it out of thin air.
Well, sort of like the tranches in the stock market, right?
But the thing is,
how many trillion? It's like 10 times more money than there isn't even out there. Like, yeah, and that's scary.
But people don't think about that, though. In effect, that's why I say, like, when people are looking at, we always had, when the whole hobby boom happened. So I'll bring it back into the hobby for a second. When the whole hobby boom happened, everybody talked about, the money that people got in COVID, being at home and all that. And they talked about those checks and all that. Well, and I say, okay, cool. Well, how much money did you actually get?
Not
because
here's
Bobby, that's my point. This is the point I'm getting. I never got a dime. I was buying shit all throughout. Like I didn't get a penny. Like, when do I get my check? Like, it hasn't arrived. But here's the thing: for people that did get it, okay, cool. But when I see this vlog, spent $20,000 at the car show, what did the government give you $20,000? I don't think that's what happened. I think there was money from other sources, and maybe some of that money was included in it. But then you bought some shit, sold some shit, and then all of a sudden you had more money.
Yes.
That's what actually happened. So what you did is you started leveraging though. And then you started, oh, hold on, wait, I need another 5,000 in order to complete this deal. Hold on, I'll go take this money, borrow it from here. And now I've got the 5,000. But that means you didn't have 5,000. You actually borrowed that 5,000. That's why out of the pandemic, for all the money that was given away, all that free money, why is it on the other side of the pandemic, there's more debt than when you started? That wasn't cash. That money, that wasn't the money that was given away.
People were investing at that time, right?
That's correct.
Sort of, and a lot of things were in limbo too. Remember, we saw that video where these guys at a table, just a regular guys, nobody's, and he's got cards that are 85,000, 130,000. This, and you're sitting there going, oh, I think it was what's his name? What's going around? I forget his name now. The guy was going around. He bought the Pokemon card.
The guy who bought the Pokemon card, Logan Paul?
No, the other guy goes around. East Indian kind, East European guy.
You mean the dealer? Mealy Pops?
He was a dealer. He was going around. He had a show.
Well, Mealy Pops was one of them.
No, it wasn't Mealy Pops. They haven't found him yet.
No. Mealy Pops is still around. You're thinking of the other one.
Oh, was it the other guy?
Mealy Pops was part of that transaction too. That's what I mean.
No,
he was one of the
other guys. I was thinking the other guy.
Big Kahuna?
Huh?
Card Kahuna?
No. He was the guy.
Bobby, there's literally like 10 guys.
There's actually the top guy. He was the top guy. He was running top.
So you're talking about the one that ran away that kind of vanished a little bit.
Yeah. I forget his name.
Shine's still around. Card Kahuna is the one I think who disappeared. I'm pretty sure he's one of the ones. I'll see if I can find a picture. I'll show you what I'm talking about.
Who'd you say? Sasha, wasn't it?
Sasha was not involved in that one.
Sasha T?
No, he wasn't involved in that one. Hold on, I'll find it. Let's see here.
Why can't I think of his name?
I don't know.
I think it was Sasha T. Anyway, it wasn't a matter of who was involved in that one. I was just saying he was going around in one of those videos, and all these people had these cards, and I don't know where people got $150,000 or $85,000 or $30,000. Like the PPP loans. Well, for businesses, small businesses, a lot of those guys were reinvesting. But for regular people, what'd you get? $2,000?
That's what I'm trying to get at. So the finger kept getting pointed at it. I'm like, in relative terms, that mon's a pittance.
It was
Sasha in the aggregate.
Sasha T.
Yeah, but Sasha T wasn't involved in the Pokemon deal at all.
No, I was talking. I didn't even say that. I said, he was doing a video and he was showing what was at these kids' tables.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Young guys who had all these high volume cards. Like, where'd you get all this money? Like,
that's what I mean. Yeah. I just think that a certain amount of money was gambled, and some people won initially, and in turn that created money. So there's two parts. There's the folks that got a little bit of money, gambled. The market went like this. Everything was profitable. Everything was a winner. So it's like going to the casino and suddenly everything is hitting. You're at the roulette table and you put it on a random number and it hits. And it's like, and they put it in again, it hits. It's like, okay, so for a moment, you took the small amount and all of a sudden you got a bunch of cash. But now you're gambling. So now you got $10,000, $20,000, $50,000, but you're taking out $200,000 worth of bets. So what happens if a couple of these bets stop hitting? So you borrow to get the extra money to really take these larger bets. Well, as soon as stops hitting, you got yourself a problem. And it was borrowed money. Where it wasn't cash.
A big problem is.
Correct.
That's where a lot of people are right now.
Yeah. And that's the reason why a lot of that money suddenly vanished. Is like, well, no, the cash didn't disappear. Cash got redistributed. But there's a bunch of credit that's sitting there. It's like, actually, you still owe the money. You still have to pay it back.
I think there was even that question posed on some show. I can't really remember which it was, where they said that, is it worth going in debt buying this card? And I went, is that even a question? Like, why would you buy it on credit? Don't buy cards on credit. Unless
Eric's
it's
about to sell a soul for
that's this price that will stay that price or whatever, just there's certain things you put on credit and other things you don't. Speculatory things, no. But
your jerks finally kick in, Eric. Are you ready to tap out?
I'm fighting it. It's tough to fight because.
All right. Well, we're about to wind down. If you want to keel over for our entertainment, you can do that. That's fine. I'm just offering. I'm just letting you know.
I did fall asleep about an hour ago for a minute.
Oh,
probably.
It was a quiet time.
Yeah.
It checks out. Yep. Sounds good. All right. So no, that was good. I thought that was a good conversation there to finish up on, because it's just an important factor that kicks in. Look, at the end of the day, we're never going to know with 100% certainty what all the factors were, because everybody's answer was different. But the problem is, I think assigning only one cause doesn't make sense. Like the math doesn't add up all of a sudden. We're all of a sudden we're the completionist charity thing where the numbers don't add up. the pieces, there's more components involved in this. But that's why I say I think the fact that there is more credit debt after the pandemic and all this free money, and all of a sudden there's more credit card debt. I'm like, so technically, if you got all this free money, shouldn't you have paid off everything? Shouldn't all your mortgages be paid off? Shouldn't you all be rich?
Yes.
Or maybe you got $2,000 and you spent $10,000. Maybe that's what actually happened.
There's very few that really made their money cashed out and just kind of stayed out of it. But it was hard to stay out of it for many, because they just went, oh, I'm going to buy this and that'll bring me up to this level and I can make this much more beyond that level.
I just wish there was somebody out there that could have warned everybody that this was going to happen months and months and months before it did. Unfortunately, I guess
I can't think of a single person.
No.
I think none of us saw it coming.
No.
I thought no. Saw him.
If there was just one person who said, maybe even gave an exact date to get out from under your stuff by, but
I can look, Eric. I'm going to be completely honest with you, Bobby, in the spirit of transparency. Let me be honest about two things with you guys tonight. First of all, during the hobby boom, I bought a lot of shit, but I knew what the hell I was doing because I wanted to buy a lot of shit, and most of it I kept. That's the reason why I bought it. But a lot of other people #invested, and it's not working out for them. It's not good times. That's first. Second, I'm pretty sure I know who Eric is talking about, but I think he blew his brains out on the July 1st episode. You're gonna have to go back and check.
Yes,
I think that dude killed himself, and he might have lit himself on fire. Allegedly.
That's what it was. I remember.
Yeah, I think he was drinking a lot, and I think he killed himself. It's very sad, very tragic.
Fortunately, so now you have a downturn. Now you have a downturn in the constant downturn in the so-called basketball market, I guess, more than anything else, and that's where the largest jump was. So I think a lot of people are still losing money, and they don't know when to sell, and they're waiting for what's the next reason it's going to go up. None I have for next
24/7 streaming, Bobby. 24/7 selling. Yes.
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, that'll drive it right through.
It's going to arrive in 2024, early 2024. I hear rumors that it's going to be 24/7 live selling, guys, and that's going to be the thing. Listen, when you watch that Cards HQ 3 a.m. Cullen show, Eric from Massachusetts is on the line.
No, we don't have any Boston Bruins. Sorry.
There you go.
But yeah, we have that, and people are still losing. They haven't lost their money because they haven't sold their card because they're waiting for the next time to come up. So they're paying off their debt, I guess, probably, and still losing and waiting for the next. And sometimes you just got to cut your losses. And I think a lot of people lost a lot because they got in at a good level, and everybody thought it was going good. There was a time to get out as it was slowly decreasing, but it's just like anything. It goes up and down, and they kind of got caught up there. Now it's down here. Is it going to go lower? Probably. And I think it was a good thing. I think basketball got way out of proportion. Nobody liked basketball, and all of a sudden basketball's the top. It's like, come on, something happened here. What happened to hockey?
So you're saying that Eric's substantial holdings in Zion are not looking good?
No.
But I have those thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars worth of Bowl cards I picked up during the pandemic.
You do realize if instead of investing in Zion, you had invested in a local eating establishment near Zion.
Yes, that would have been much more good.
Yeah.
Big money, my friends. Big money.
Yeah.
24/7 selling sounds like a zombie apocalypse in the making. Maybe. Have a good night, Zach. Thank you for joining in. Thank you all. Appreciate the comments. Been some good comments tonight. So thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate it. Okay. So look, last decision. I'll do this quickly with the folks in the chat. All right. Are we doing 2 shows next week? Is it one on Friday and then the Christmas Eve episode?
I'll be there for one for sure.
I'm fine for Friday. And if I can make it to the Sunday night because I'm doing family stuff up in New Hampshire, I'll do my best, but I can't promise anything.
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to call the bullpen. I'll get some people together. we'll do a Friday show, and I'll do the Christmas Eve show from the family HQ, as is tradition. You may get your Carlos Sr. cameo and the folks that'll come in, but I'll also reach into the bullpen and talk to some other folks and see if we get a couple of the cast of characters you don't see as often. So we may get some cameo appearances. Maybe I'll reach out to YouTube Sports Card Hall of Famer Bob Lewis. You have to do a dramatic pause, Bobby. You need. That's
I
why you
haven't
need
seen him in a
pause.
while. He was on the IRP.
He's on the IRP, yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Like, now is about the time of year. It's been long enough. It's about time for at least a cameo Bob Lewis appearance. So I might have to reach out and make it happen.
Yeah.
For one of those shows. So I'll reach
Word
into
up.
the bullpen and see if we can get some people to pop in. So I think that's how we'll do it. So Friday, I'll figure out the timing and everything on it. I will load it up with the channel. If you're not already following, subscribe if you haven't already, and you'll see the little placeholder. I'll figure that out and put the placeholder in its place so that everybody knows.
It's not going to be 8 o'clock on Friday?
I probably will, but so what I'll probably do is if I do, I'll start it at 8 and it'll be a shorter one. I just won't run it until the usual time because then we'll conserve some energy for the Christmas Eve episode. So we'll do a shorter version of it. We'll split it into kind of 2 pieces.
Yeah.
That's how we'll do it. Cool. So that's what we'll do. And then we'll figure out the thing for the New Year's Eve one. We'll figure out what happens with that week. We're already in the holiday season. We're in time. So if you haven't ordered your shit, do it quickly because you're about out of time.
We have no snow and it's like 10 degrees out today. It's like
It was July 1st.
Yeah, July
Yes.
1st. It was the Canada Day episode as Eric celebrated the birthday of the country of his people. Canada. All right, folks. So pleasure chatting with you as always. Appreciate you. Now you know at least on the surface what the plan is. There will be an episode next Friday, and then will be a Christmas Eve episode, and there will be a New Year's Eve episode. The only thing I got to figure out is if there's anything else bonus. Check out AMGcollectibles.ca and the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel because there will be at least one more episode for the year. I'll figure out the schedule, but there will be one more for sure, and then we'll kind of figure things out from there.
and we can only hope for some great arguments or fights or something. So give us some content for next week.
Well, now we need a reply from Real 27 guy to Cage Lawyer as
That
the
would-
slap fight continues.
Yeah.
The referee has only come in to separate them once, so the slap fight has to continue. You saw the GIF.
Yeah.
Cycles.
Well, they are both slapping because that's what they're doing with their computer.
100%. Yeah. Last comment here goes the name. Eric asked the Magic 8 Ball if the Sports Mark would crash, and it said likely. That's where he got his insider info. Facts.
Likely.
Hey,
Mhm.
he's just jealous that he didn't think of it.
From the Burrell in the garage as he prepares his new shopping network venture for 2024 to add on to the app. It's going to be very exciting.
The app.
And Eric Sanderson Door from his nap, where he dreams of having access to said app.
Yeah.
That's it. Another weekly episode, the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. It will continue for the rest of the year and into 2024 and beyond. Cards HQ. Maybe Cards HQ needs to run this show. That's the way they're going to kill some time. I'll charge them for that shit. I will charge them for that shit. You better believe it. Who knows, hobby champs? Who knows? All right, folks. Have yourself a good night. We'll catch you in the next one.
Ciao.